Johnny's gonna be very happy you got the Metal Gear Solid collection.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Let's get into
Let's
it.
get into it. Joshy, let's do a countdown.
Let's do it.
Ready? Wait, hold up. I gotta clear out, and then we gotta like vocal cords.
Okay.
Alright, I feel good.
I'm ready.
You good? You
Yeah,
ready? You don't even warm up, do you? You just fucking,
no.
you wake up and scream in the morning.
I rip it.
Yeah,
That's right.
rip it immediately.
That's right.
Alright, let's get into it. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, my friends, to episode 14 of the Flash Brothers podcast.
Man, oh man.
My man, my name is Sam. I'm joined here with my co-host, Joshy, as always. How you doing,
hello,
brother?
Everyone. Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I'm
so
good.
bro.
I'm good.
One of my
I'm
best
doing
friends, as always, Joshy. Lot has happened this week,
That
brother.
is right, man. That is
Shit, and we got a lot in store. I got a lot in store for the audience and for you today, Joshy, because I told Joshy before we started recording, I kind of wanted to... Honestly, I wanted to give him a little break this week because he's had a lot personally going on with him,
true.
and we jumped into some news last week. So I got a fun topic that even he doesn't know about.
I have no idea. I want to emphasize that I'm very excited because I have no idea what's going on. Normally, we at least debrief a couple days before,
absolutely,
and we try to keep it pretty raw and genuine. So we don't say like all our things, like we don't share the news, anything that we found. Yeah, we kind of keep it to ourselves, right? Except for the main topic, which we kind of plan what we're gonna say. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. I'm
really excited. I took extra steps.
Yes.
I have a notepad here. I normally write
I looked
the
at
episode
this.
title.
I was gonna.
The title's not on it.
I was snooping.
Just in case Josh was snooping.
And I was.
And I have it kind of hidden in my document here too. So, with that being said, Joshy, let's do a little catch up, my friend. How we feeling this week, bro? Catch me up.
For you and for everyone else listening. Yes. Last week I was fired from Topgolf.
Yes,
we talked about I told the whole story about how everything happened. Still fuck Topgolf. We all hate Topgolf. Yeah. But I've been working my other job. It was going to be my second job. Yeah. Which is now my full job. Picture Perfect Lighting. Perfect. Yeah. With Ryan Lane, who's running the whole operation. Small operation. Shout out to Ryan. Seriously, one of the best dudes I know. I can't emphasize how good he is at being a boss. Yeah. It doesn't even feel like boss is like the right word for it, or even manager, because
it's like leader, right?
Leader, yeah. Exactly. I agree. Yeah, no, leader is the perfect word, honestly, for him. He's just running a fantastic operation, really making me feel important. And even yesterday, he said I was an asset to the company, which is
bro.
Very funny because you were telling me about that guy. I think that was off cast.
It was off cast. Yeah.
But that was a very, very really important moment last night, because I was just saying like how important Natrell is to the operation. He was like, "Dude, you are." Because of and I'm working hard out there. I'm really putting in my I'm putting in sweat. And blood too.
Blood, sweat, and tears. No.
Yes, and crying. Oh my god, I cried yesterday too.
How?
I teared up. I was listening to a song. Actually, I'm gonna.
While you're working?
Yes. So we're allowed to listen to music unless we're like all working on a part together. But if we're just wrapping a tree, it's just like solo. Got AirPods.
Yeah, I got you.
For anyone who doesn't know, it's a Christmas lighting company. So we're lighting up the holidays. But I didn't cry for anything sad. I literally so when I was younger, not even that much younger, but younger than I am now, I watched Steven Universe. Have you heard of this?
I have.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it though.
Okay. It's really good.
Yeah?
I keep getting this idea, and I do this with a lot of things that I enjoyed when I was younger, that I liked it, but it's not that good. You know what I mean? And so my little brother even texted me recently. It was funny because I texted him afterwards. He texted me. He was like, "Dude, Steven Universe was so good." I was like, "Dude, you're bugging." Like, I'm thinking about it. I'm like picturing everything. I'm like, it was a kid's show. Like, it's not that good. Yeah. I should not be dogging on kids shows because I just had my radio on
Avatar.
And a song. Avatar, absolutely.
Example.
And even Adventure Time. Dorian watched the whole thing. Yeah. And it's really good. It's emotionally compelling. And Steven Universe is up there with some of the best. Seriously.
Wow.
Yeah, and I know some that sounds best. Seriously, of kids shows. I would say. Yeah. When it comes to emotional impact and really having fleshed out characters with a plot that is revealed over time, I'd say it's definitely it's. I think yesterday was my kind of reminder of how good it was. Oh, yeah, okay. And it made me tear up. I was listening to a song from it because they have songs in it. And, it just made me multiple moments where I was literally like standing, and I remember I was going to go walk and tell them I finished whatever I was doing, and I had to stand back for a sec so no one saw me tearing up. But
Josh, you okay, bro?
No, I'm not. Steven Universe. No, but
slips off the roof.
So yeah, guys. So yes, I am putting my blood, sweat, and tears into it, but it was really important for Ryan. Yeah. To say that to me, and so that's been great. The whole job has been really good. A lot of work. Yesterday I worked for 13 hours. It's a lot of work. Yeah, and it's physical labor all day.
I feel like I've seen you less since you started this quote second job. Absolutely. You know, when you were working I know. Both. Like I saw you more when you just worked your main job.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, these are long hours, bro.
You're telling me. Yeah, you're telling me.
Is it wiping you, or do you kind of? Do you not like come home like kind of like, oh, I'm so ready to be done?
No, I would say like it's so different from Topgolf because serving, it's like you'll get drained. Emotionally socially drained. Yeah, socially drained. This, I'm not socially drained.
Cool.
So I don't know if you notice when I am socially drained, I just say less words. And I don't like that. I can recognize when I do that, but it's like I literally don't have it in me. Especially when we're here and I feel bad and I'm like not talking as much. But when I come home, I feel like I'm able to talk, but I'm so exhausted. But I feel good. Yeah. I feel very, very... And also... Topgolf got me down. It literally made me feel sad being there all the time.
Yeah, you didn't like going to work. Like no, you dude. Just it would get you in a bad mood.
It was the worst. By the way, we hate Topgolf. Yeah. Topgolf sucks. So no, I've been great. Like emotionally, good because of this job. I absolutely agree. I had a moment yesterday which I wanted to share with the cast. That I had a Thorfinn moment. I'll call it where I've been doing my best to kind of get rid of the violence that comes with anger and kind of what I was raised with. And there were multiple moments where I really had to step back because when you're frustrated with something, it's hard not to just divulge into not caring about what you're doing. Because frustration is the biggest thing I think we as people can get lost in. We'll say things we don't mean, we'll do things we don't mean, and we can hurt people in ways we would never hurt them normally. Absolutely. Thankfully, I wasn't around anyone when I kind of had an episode, and it's going to sound like nothing to most people, but to me, I have better standards for how I want to be as a man. And so I was working. There were two moments. I was working. I was burying lines, which is my least favorite part of that job, which is you get everything set up, everything's lit up. Oh my God, it's so cool. All right, we got to bury the cords in the ground. So you got to dig holes, put the cords in, line them up, bury them back up. But one slight little tweak and they'll just come out. Because normally it's rocks, right? And it's so much easier to bury in dirt because you can kind of condense it and it'll stay.
Makes sense.
Rocks, it does not at all. Just picture a cord.
Like little like gravel in front of like the house and
gravel,
shit.
Like those granite rocks.
If anything, it wouldn't even like barely hide it, right?
Because it's hard. Yeah. You have to dig deep to hide it because it's rocks. There's going to be spaces in between. So I was in that moment and I bumped into this bush I didn't see there, and it just jabbed me in the side. And I just reacted with just like, I grabbed the bush and I snapped it off. And I was so angry. And
like it's a dude. And he was like,
"What did you little fucker?" If that was a guy, his arm would be gone. No, but I was holding it, and I was like, "Dude, what am I doing?" And I noticed I was listening to music that was like almost like hyping me up, right? And I was like, and it was kind of like letting me indulge in that, and so I slowed down and I played just a slower song, kind of like it was Nujabase actually.
So it was some good lo-fi.
Some good lo-fi, really good lo-fi that lets you just breathe and reflect. And I needed to get this job done, but what I did was I put the branch back, and even if it was just symbolic, I grabbed some double-sided tape and I wrapped it around it and just kind of like closed it.
Wow.
And I just really apologized to the bush, and I slowed down and I breathed, and I felt really bad. I felt really, really bad. And I know it's silly because it was like I'm by myself it's a fucking bush.
Yeah.
You know, and also it was a tiny branch. The whole bush is still alive, but it was more symbolic on how I want to react to things. And so I'm really happy that I get to work right now in a place where I'm able to reflect internally and be someone and exercise what I want to be. Because you cannot know how you're going to react to situations until you're in a situation.
Absolutely.
And that just means even frustration, you know?
Dude,
it's a huge one.
100%.
And so I feel like at Topgolf I wasn't as frustrated with just a simple task. I was more frustrated with people around me, all these things, all things that I could contain. But physical labor is very different, and especially when you're physically tired. And that's the biggest thing I want to work on because, you know, love my dad to pieces, but I remember it was physical labor that got him the angriest. That means doing things outside, working on a car, any of those times I'd want to avoid him. And so, and I love him so much, and I'm happy to have come from his family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I am my own man, and I want to be that, and I want to reflect that. So, job is great. Really
awesome,
great.
bro.
Seriously, so good. And I know we haven't been able to literally talk, so
yeah,
I'm glad I get to finally tell you that, even if it's on cast or off cast. And I'm glad everyone out there gets to know that I'm doing good too.
Yeah, bro.
So
they're always making comments, by the way. Like when I'm seeing Johnny, when I'm seeing Mike.
I love Johnny.
Sent us
Mike is such a real one.
Dude, Mike is such a real one. I know. I can't remember exactly what he told me.
We love him.
And I've been texting him since, but he sent me a text.
Yeah.
After he finished, last week's episode, something like just how much he loves us. And oh yeah, okay, here it is.
Let's
he
hear
said,
it.
Oh, by the way, all caps, fuck Topgolf.
Yes.
Chelsea, you made an enemy with the Flashers.
Yes, he did. The Flashers.
And she will mourn the day she got fired.
Yes.
Yeah. Or she got Joshy fired.
She got Joshy fired.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Fuck Chelsea, by the way. And thank you for saying that, by the way, Mike.
Yeah.
So sweet.
No,
man.
dude, no. He's a legend. He said he cannot wait to meet you someday.
Oh, my God. I am more excited, Mike. Seriously, I am literally shaking with excitement. I swear.
I love it. I was going to say real quick, too. I almost felt like I was projecting, like, imagery will just come to my mind when someone's trying to tell, like, a vivid story. And you're telling the story of the bush. And this like art of putting it back and taping it, even though you didn't have to, right?
Or even the bush will probably still die. Yeah, like I don't know
the branch,
if it'll connect
you know?
the branch. Yeah, exactly. Not the bush. Yeah.
So I was really like picturing Tanjiro from Demon Slayer in like a kind of gentle scene where like that's something he would do.
Yes.
Like straight up.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it would be this really, really emotional scene.
Yes.
Between him and a fucking tree branch and showing that everything matters.
Everything does.
That's kind of like what was going through my head. And that was beautiful imagery, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You're the one who made it even more beautiful by bringing that up. Seriously. Tanjiro is someone I want to be more like. I want to be gentle and I want to be kind and I want to be the kind of person that does care about the branch of a bush, you know, or even just the life of an animal or the life of another person is huge to me. And I think that I spent a lot of time not being or expecting myself to not be that because of what I thought that I would become as a man. And every person reflects, you know, what they come from. And so that is very beautiful. And so I think that's something I'm working on. I haven't really had a lot of amazing time to consume as much media as I would like to.
Yeah, because I feel like you've been busy.
I've been so busy. I've been gone. I've been hanging out with Trinity. I've been taking care of Roxy. Just a lot of stuff that, like, you know, I've been out and about. But a couple cool things. And then I want to hear how you're doing. But I just got it's like a $10 upgrade to get it wasn't. It was on sale for like $10.
Yeah.
GTA 5 on PS5. So with ray tracing and all that.
Oh, really?
Business. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Which I know that sounds silly, but that is one of my favorite games.
No, dude,
and
it didn't sound silly at
that's
all.
one of those games where I'm like, that should exist on every system. You know what I mean? Like I want to experience that with the best possible graphics. If they update it, the characters and the whole world is so vast and funny that that's something I'm really excited about. Haven't touched it yet though. Another tiny little thing, I've been playing a little bit more Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
And Animal Crossing.
Okay.
Nothing crazy to report except for, dude, the fucking turnips pissed me off so bad.
What happened?
I know I was just talking about peace. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
But actually,
I'm all excited. I'm getting back into it.
Yeah. It's so fucking frustrating because I bought them for 97 bells each. Right?
Okay.
So I dropped like 250,000 bells on a full thing of turnips, right?
Yeah, you get your fucking vineyard.
You know how it goes.
Do you set them up in like a...
Yeah, I have a little like garden section, and I've had a couple rocks appear there, so I like keeping those there. But I also I put them in that little section right there.
Yeah.
Filled them up, and the stock market just tanked. By the final day, it kept going lower. Yeah. It was 47 bells. And
bummer, bro.
Dude, I had this thought in my head. I was like, okay, I'm not going to sell now. I'm going to text Sam, see if his island is a little bit better. And I never did. I was out. Yeah. I'm out all that money. And so I picked it up back again today. We're getting back into it.
We're back, baby.
Yeah, I had to bury some money trees and hit my rock. So for those who don't play, right now, so I just upgraded my house again. I'm in debt about $4 million, but I have like $6 million in the bank. I could pay it back, but I think I'm gonna do a little slower. I mostly just needed to upgrade my house for the storage. I finally ran out of storage.
Really?
Yeah, I had 500.
5,000?
No, it was 500. Okay. And now I have like 1,300. And I looked it up and it said your max could be 5,000.
Yeah.
But I don't have that. I'm at 1,300. And I paid for the storage upgrade.
How? Yeah. Right, the storage upgrade. Well, the storage upgrade allows you to have portable storage. That's the storage upgrade.
What's the portable?
That's where like you can. Oh, maybe not. Fuck, it's been a long time since I played. Something I think you had to, if I remember right, you upgrade your house to maximum, like the maximum it'll go, and then after that is storage upgrades, and those are like the final upgrades you can make to get to 5,000.
That's the answer.
Okay.
Because I just maxed out my house. Okay. Just now I got the basement. Yeah. And then now I can pay for more storage. This makes complete sense. And also 5,000, I think I'll be sitting pretty on that. Yeah. So yeah, doing that, and then another funny little one. Yeah. I played Super Mario Wonder for maybe a minute at GameStop. Yeah. I am like absolutely getting this game. I picked it up and I did not expect it to feel as polished. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just used to the new Super Mario. Yeah, it feels like this. Even the sound effects and everything. It feels like a new Mario. Yes, like I'm not even just talking like 2D. It feels like and it had the one where you could do the hat, the floaty hat. Yes. Yeah, you know the badge. Yes. And dude, I was literally like, I picked it up. It looks incredible. Like, even better than I think the trailers made it look. It just playing it looks better than I thought it was going to look. And it's made me fucked because I want it so bad now. And yeah, so I wanna get into. I'll talk about it now. Yeah. But I watched just this morning. I watched the first 2 episodes, finished them, of that new Scott Pilgrim anime. Yeah. Have you heard anything about this?
Only from you. Okay. Only that it was coming, and then I saw it pop up on it's Netflix, right?
Yeah. So I reported this the way that it was reported to us back then, which is now completely inaccurate. I said it was an adaptation of Scott Pilgrim. Okay. The graphic novel. Yeah. It is not. If anything, it's an alternate reality sequel. Whoa. I'm not going to say what happens because this is absolutely made for Scott Pilgrim fans and fans who want something new. This is not an adaptation of... It is not... If you're looking for a perfect remembrance of the original story of Scott Pilgrim vs. the World... It's not that. It is absolutely not that. Wow. The end of the pilot episode is one of the most shocking, craziest things you'll see, and it just changes the whole everything. Wow. It's almost like giving me like Final Fantasy vibes. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, like the way that they're doing that, like it's new. Yeah. Seriously, and I only watched the first 2 episodes, but it's good. Yeah. If you're a fan of Scott Pilgrim, it is good. Yeah. Okay. And I would say to get the most out of it, I haven't read the graphic novel, but a lot of reviews that I was reading online say that it, if you read the graphic everything that happens in the story will feel even better, right? Okay. And
my question was honestly going to be, if you aren't familiar, or maybe you're familiar, you just watched the movie, the Scott Pilgrim live action movie. Yes. Do you need any background knowledge to really enjoy it?
No. I would say as long as I will say as long as you've seen the movie.
Oh,
to be honest, I don't know how much people would love the story not knowing the characters itself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So yeah.
Okay,
cool. Pretty good, but only 2 episodes in. I think there's 7 episodes, so I'll probably finish it. It seems really good. Don't know how much of in a rush I am. And then, when I was... the other day I watched a single episode of JJK. So
fuck yeah.
It's been very little.
Yeah.
But
for the Josh standard.
For the Josh standard.
Yeah, for most people still more
than
it's probably most people watch, Mike's sitting here with his 5 kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, damn, bro. Wish I had time for just one episode.
That would be awesome.
One video game, bro.
Sorry, Mike.
No, dude, I wanted to clarify real quick too.
Yes,
I think you were about to and I cut you off.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Animal Crossing, for those who don't know kind of mechanics and how it works. So
absolutely.
What Josh is talking about with turnips, it's really cool because
very cool.
Once a week, I think it's on Sundays. You get a little villager that comes and visits your island and will sell turnips it's between like something like 8 a.m. and noon. It's not very long. And you can buy...
it ends at noon. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's literally just... I remember so many times I'd sleep in, and Sundays would often be my only day off of work, especially when I had both jobs.
Yep.
And I'd miss that turnip day, and I would either reset my clock back hours, right, just to get them, or just be like, fuck it, I missed my turnips for the week. But it's an investment. And so, like with Josh saying, you bought them for what, 96 bells
97 was how I bought.
It was 97 a pop. Okay, yeah. So you can buy as many turnips as you want. And they don't even go in your inventory. Or, I'm sorry, your storage. They only go in your inventory.
Yeah.
Or you set them on your island, like on display somewhere. Usually, people will make a little farm. That's what I was asking.
That's what I do.
And they'll gate it off so that if anyone comes to their island, they can't steal the turnips. They can just see them.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you can't edit other people's islands. Yes. So the crazy thing and the addictive part about it is it's called the stock market.
Yes.
STALK.
So funny.
Yeah, it's so clever and like how Animal Crossing is whatever experience you want to make it.
It really is.
And I've gone ham on the stock market because it is the best way in the game to basically take a big risk and make a lot of money.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you make a lot of passive income in the game, basically.
Which you can make a lot of money, but that is the money maker in the game because there's big spending. Like I said, my how much I owe Tom Nook right now is 4 million bells. That's not a small amount of money.
No.
And even in Animal Crossing, you don't get 4 million that easy.
No.
You know what I mean? You gotta invest and you gotta do all those things. To anyone thinking about it too, like I said last time, Animal Crossing is one of those games you can check in every day.
Yeah.
The stock market even helps with that more because it's like, yesterday wasn't a good day. I'll check tomorrow.
Yeah.
And even right now, I have plans to build this kitchen that I've been planning for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been I have this really shitty bathroom.
Yeah.
Pun intended. I'm just kidding. There's shit on the walls. No, I'm just kidding. It's
a nice wallpaper.
Yeah, it's just smeared everywhere. You could do that.
You can make custom wallpapers.
I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah, I think you're
Someone's
right.
probably done that.
Oh, yeah.
A shitty bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just, it adds to that, too. I think that Animal Crossing, for anyone who, even Mike out there, if you don't want to put in a lot of time, you will still get a lot out from that game because it's something you check in every day. But if you want to put in a lot of time, like I said, interior design, designing your island, all these things are things that you can do for hours. And I even forgot to mention how I almost kind of forgot. I was playing it for like almost 3 hours the other day. Just working on my house. I'm always working on that stuff, and you always get rewarded back. I love the way
you get rewarded for everything in that game.
Even like with Nook Miles, anything you do, you can fucking make a reward off.
Oh yeah, That's why the game's so addicting. Honestly,
it's so addicting, and that's the best part too. Is it like I remember when I first got it? Yeah, absolutely, it absolutely is. I remember being like, I wanted to do more, but sometimes you're just cut off from the game. There's like things where it's like, oh, you want to sell your turnips right now? You can't. You literally can't, unless you want to get meta and mess around with your clock. But for the most part, you gotta check
actually,
in on the game
if I remember right, this was like how I handled, because I was on the turnip train at the end of my I'd say playthrough of Animal Crossing when I was like all in on this. Like I paid off my house. I did all these upgrades and I was so into the stock market. And I was so into it that I had a Google Sheets document on my computer that I would use to on my phone or on my computer every day to log, because 2 times a day, the price of the current daily price of the turnips would fluctuate. And how it works too is it's all, to make the explanation really simple, you buy these turnips on Sunday morning. These turnips only last up until next Sunday. So once it hits next Sunday, if you have any turnips in your inventory or on your island, they automatically spoil and sell for like nothing. They sell for like 5 bells a piece or something like that.
Yeah, I made 2,000 off of the that's spoil what I mean. That I sold this morning.
Fucked. And there's all these algorithms, and this guy on Reddit like basically broke it open as much as possible, but it's still very luck based. And so basically, how it basically works is you go throughout the week and you've got your morning price and your afternoon price, which is before noon and afternoon. And you can only sell the turnips to the store, which is only open until what, like 9 o'clock? 8 o'clock?
At 9, I think.
Yeah, 9 or 8 o'clock. Yeah, and so that's like you're very like real time limited on how you handle the market as in real life, in real life with the real stock market with like close times. And so I would document and see, try to see a pattern. And only one time did those turnip prices ever hit above 300. And I sold out big. I have a screenshot on my Switch, but it was like a $6 million game.
Absolutely.
Or Bell.
Yeah, Bell game. You know? I love that so much.
And I screamed.
It's fucking crazy. Well, people will post on Reddit if they're like, hey, give me a cut on my turnips today, or a certain, like, something big like that. It's like, I'll take 10% of that. And they'll just let people come to their island and sell.
I'd do that.
I absolutely, because think about it, you get 5 people, and already you're a billionaire.
Billionaire. I love that.
So that was super fun. I was super enjoying that.
Fuck yeah, bro.
But I want to hear about your.
Yeah, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, let me catch up real quick. I got a few things on here I've been doing this week. It's just getting progressively busier and busier for all of us, I think. As the holidays are approaching, we got Thanksgiving tomorrow. Literally.
Hey,
yeah, I got a little...
the day this comes out, it'll be the day after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
So happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to all of you. I actually have a little section in this podcast about Thanksgiving, so we'll get into that in a bit. But first thing I want to say is Reese came over for a little, just like one-on-one time last week. I think I squeezed him in like a Friday, and we ended up watching one full episode of Vinland Saga. Yeah, I told you in passing.
My favorite if One Piece ended.
Wow. Yeah. Actually, wow. Like it, because I watched about half of the first episode by myself.
A while ago.
Got interrupted. Yeah, this is about a month ago. Got interrupted, and it was like, okay, I'm definitely gonna get back on this. But man, like even I think watching it with him, even like because of everything you've described the anime to be, it's like it's like boys becoming men. It is. Right? And Reese and I are watching it, and we finished... Dude, even the first intro scene, they're on the boats, and the guy just comes up and slash, and how badass Thor's is.
Thor's is a demon,
dude,
bro.
A demon,
and
man.
that's such an incredible part of the show, too, because it's like... Thor's, you see him, and you see all his skill and his talent with a sword, and then you see him, and he's like... making pots, you know what I mean? You see him like and you're like, what is this like warrior doing? Like, you know what I mean? Right. That's your thought process watching it for the first time. You're like, why is he?
You're in my head right now.
Yeah, exactly. Why is he doing this? Why is he so stoic and peaceful? Like, why in this society where people are
it's
violent,
Vikings,
and
bro.
that's where you and even like I don't know how far
it's only the first episode. We watched all of
goes. So yeah,
I can't quite remember how it ended. I do remember how I felt when it ended though, which was I need to watch more.
And Hofton showed up to the island, right? That guy with the chain whip, right?
I think so. Yeah. And at the very end of the episode, they also talked about, because there was that guy they found, the prisoner. Right?
Yeah, and I know exactly how it is. Yes.
And then something along the lines of like Thorfinn asking his father like what is our plan? Yeah. Basically, and him referencing we're going to Vinland. Yeah. Right? Like as he's talking to the prisoner and his son. Yeah. Right? Like that's the destination. And that's how it ends.
He doesn't like. There's a pretty beautiful scene. Yeah. I'm not going to say anything too crazy, but does Thorfinn go looking for a weapon?
No. Okay. No, not yet.
Just curious. Cool. It's not even a spoiler. It's just curious. Yeah. I forget. I just rewatched the first 3 episodes with my mom recently. So I remember seeing all that, but we watched it in one big thing, so I don't really remember where it is. But even just the beauty of Thor's trading those young was it sheep or
oh, it was because he bought the slave
that
for
he knew was going to die
4 times the amount that the slave was originally purchased for, right? And no hesitation either. Like it was like the dirtbag who owned the slave is like, I'm demanding this. It's all in principle, right? And he's like, he just keeps offering more, and then the guy comes back and says, double it, and we got a deal. And he said, sure, no problem, easy.
Yeah, that moment too of just like, that Thorfinn and even his sister don't understand Thor's, and they don't need to for Thor's to do what is right. Yeah, which is for
he's also not even explaining it to his kids.
No, because also they wouldn't understand.
Right.
Like truthfully, and that idea of like even Thorfinn hearing from Leif, which I think is the reason he comes running back, is him like hearing that his heritage is from people who ran away. If you remember that, and he's almost
like, feeling a sense of shame.
Yeah, like why would you're a liar, you're a stupid old man. Like what do you know about my people? That pride, that huge sense of pride that every person would want to hold with that, and then that grave they build for him at that mountain summit, like that edge of the cliff, and his sister's like crying, and then them just and him not truly understanding what happened, but Thor's understanding that this slave had been through so much, and as a man, for them to feel just a moment of peace, a moment at the end of their life, is the most important thing Thor's could have done, and there was nothing that could have stopped him. Yeah. That guy could have said 3 times the amount of sheep, and he would have said yes. Yeah. Because that's what he does as a man. That's what, and you find out so much more about Thor's, and you find out so much more about everything that's going on. So I really want you to watch more. I need you to watch more.
Gassed, I need you to watch more. I'm so excited. And so speaking of shows, I'll continue here.
Please do. Please do. Taking a sip of, is that vodka I see?
Straight vodka out of the bottle. Yeah, well, I figured doing Sober November. Right. I'm going really strong thus far.
But you thought the podcast would
I've been fooling everybody.
Yeah. Well, I'm the only one who sees whenever you crack these Four Locos or when you have a giant sip of the Tito's vodka.
It's true. It's true.
Just a little insight.
It gets brought up, too. Like, I think Johnny made fun of me because we were talking about the sour then sweet, and he brings up the Four Locos.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah. I forgot about
you crack those every single time.
No, Josh, I'll jump into... Please. Kendall and I finished Demon Slayer. Like, as in caught up.
Yes.
Okay, so now we've seen all the way through the...
I think you did that Village arc last week because you told me a little bit about it.
Okay, I think you're right.
During the podcast.
And so we decided to start AOT, and I think last podcast we watched 2
episodes.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, so now we've watched all of season 1, which is 25 episodes, and we just watched episode 1 of season 2, which is titled Beast Titan.
Dude.
Right?
Season 2 is the best.
Dude.
Do you remember how insane it is?
Yes. And it's so insane. I think it's the shortest season, right?
Yeah.
It's like
12 episodes.
Yeah. 11 or 12. And it no bullshit. No. Like, everything that happens is so, I feel like... it was crazy because I'm on Hulu, right? And it shows the air date of the anime. Yes. And you can see Attack on Titan season 1. It goes all the way, and it was 2013? 2013, 14, somewhere around there. And then it's a 5 or 6 year gap until season 2 comes out. And even just then remembering what's happening and looking at the titles of the episodes, I'm like, damn, this is really when the show holds nothing back. No. And they're like, all right, we've wasted all this time. Yeah. We're just going to keep ramping it up, and it don't stop.
Business. No, I agree completely. I was just talking to Drew on Discord earlier today. My little brother, Drew. Yeah. If you guys ever hear me say Drew.
Drewski.
Yeah, Drewski Wooski. But just that show, the manga especially, because the show is so incredible, but there are little details that they forget to animate, which why would you even think to animate tiny little details?
Absolutely.
That tie into literally some of the last parts of the show. And we'll talk about it once you get caught up.
Absolutely.
But this show, for anyone who is curious, on like what I believe is the most tightly written, well-written piece of media I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of media, and I dissect those things really, like any plot hole I'll notice, all those things, you know that about me.
Yeah. And I think even the listeners do too.
Absolutely.
Just based on listening
I'd hope so.
to our conversations.
Yeah.
But no, it's true. That's exactly how you are.
Well-written show
and I completely agree.
I have ever seen.
Dude.
So I am so excited for you, and also that final fight with the female and the Aaron.
Yes.
In the city. That shit is crazy.
Yes.
My favorite part of that whole finale, which is obviously it's so tough, his steam is literally like catching fire. He punches, and I'm not going to name drop yet, just for the people out there, until we get a little bit further, and then we're going to say, hey, you guys got to get caught up on Attack on Titan, because there's no way we're holding back anymore. But he punches the female Titan. The arm goes flying. It lands on this bridge that Erwin's standing on, and he doesn't move a muscle. He doesn't even blink. He's literally staring at it like that. It literally goes like that, and he's just like staring. One of the toughest moments, and Erwin is so fucking good.
I fucking know, man. And even one of my favorite scenes, which we just talked about off-cast before it started, I think, was the running through the forest, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and avoiding major spoilers here with the names. Because the mystery is the entire show.
That is it's biggest pull to it at the beginning, and then you really understand some of the mysteries, and you're like, "Oh, this is so compelling! It's crazy."
And so they're going through the forest, right? And it's all about there's the Levi squad.
Yes.
Levi's in the front, and it's the 4 squad members, and then Aaron, and they're all in this line, and shit is going down.
Yep.
And comrades are dying, and Aaron, being the most inexperienced, this is literally his first scout mission ever, right? And he's got to be used, and he knows his purpose, but he also knows how much his determination supersedes everyone around him.
Yeah.
And so sometimes Aaron can be a little egotistical in that and let it get to his head and let him think he is the only way to solve something.
Yep.
It's a tough balance, right?
Totally.
But in that, it's all about trust in such a way that's conveyed so well in such a small amount of time within a show, you know, truly, it's all about all the squad mates, basically, someone's about to die right behind Aaron, and Aaron is about to turn and fight because he feels that is his duty, and that's what he needs to do. He needs to stand with his comrades, and he gets a whole mini lecture mid-ride. They're all riding their horses 80 miles an hour, almost out of the woods, and everyone is turning to him besides Levi. All the squad is saying, hey man, you just trust us. You need to trust us. And then it goes in these flashback scenes, of course, because animes are all somehow so good about integrating a flashback perfectly into the present, especially AOT. They'll have the facial expression go transform into the current scene, and then it goes back, and you're like,
totally.
Wow, you know?
Agree.
And it's crazy. And then Levi interjects too, for further thinking of being you need trust, and you need to trust your comrades. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, in the heat of the moment, only you can decide what's truly right.
Absolutely.
And that comes between trusting yourself or trusting your comrades.
Absolutely.
And the implications that has almost immediately in the show, and showing what that means and how Aaron takes that. So chilling, man.
Seriously.
Genuinely. I definitely had tears growing on me this time watching compared to the first time, because of just really trying to pay attention to every detail of each character. That's something I feel with some shows it's easiest to follow the main cast through to the end and kind of have some characters fall by the wayside. But like you said, with the writing of Attack on Titan and how just cohesive it is, specifically with all the side characters who aren't necessarily a part of the main group, but they're all important. It all means something in this world in such a masterful way. So I'm trying to take that, really going through it this the second time watching it, but I'm getting, I believe, just as much out of my second playthrough as much as the first.
I agree, and honestly, just as much. Once you get a little more deep into it, especially with season 2. I think you might get more.
I think so too.
The 4 Loko?
The 4 Loko?
Oh my god, it's getting cracked. Look at that.
It doesn't help me out that it's sour warheads, green apple flavor.
I know, that's the worst part.
Do you want a sip?
Actually, yeah.
Oh, you take
That's my only time. Thank you. Are you sure?
Bro. Oh, I got you.
This is the only time I have sour. For anyone who didn't listen last week, I never have sour anything. So it's nice every week to just have a taste of sour.
I got you, bro.
It's its own section. Josh tastes sour. Let's try it.
Joshy, let's move on. I got a short story here for you. And then I have one more update, and then we'll move on with the show. Okay. So one thing, I have a short story for you. So we talked about these zins on the show, I think, a couple of times.
Did
right?
we?
Once or twice, I think. But if not, like my back experience, if I've ever shared it, I definitely have offcast. But I quit vaping completely in March, which was about just over a year of vaping for me entirely. Which I know in the grand scheme of things is really not long. Like for people who do really struggle with smoking, like oftentimes, even just my friends who are even younger than me. They've been struggling for 3, 5, 10 years and by struggling, I mean a feeling within of wanting to quit. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Not trying to judge anybody. Do whatever you want, whatever.
No. And we all got to do what we got to do. At the end of this day, we're not going to judge for whatever you got to have.
Right.
You know?
And so I have held very strong.
Yep.
I've not hit a single vape, and I've never smoked a cigarette, and I'm going to continue that path for the rest of my life.
Nice.
So I'm still done with vaping. However,
respectfully,
picked up Zins. It's probably been 2 full months now of zinning, and still what makes me feel good is the milligram nicotine content that I'm consuming.
Yes.
It is still less than half of what I was consuming when I vaped.
When you were vaping?
When I was vaping.
Yeah, it's very funny because it's a condensed piece.
Yeah.
But it almost lasts like a longer variation or amount of time.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting.
Absolutely.
And you've shared with me even just like how it's helped you, like kind of
it does
with that focus almost.
It does, yeah. I
which is so
genuinely only really feel like I need it, or at least like a feeling of like, oh, I want it and I'm gonna do it.
Yes.
If I'm working at my bar, like it helps so much.
Yeah.
Recording the podcast.
Yeah.
And if I'm like going out socially and really just trying to like be my best self.
Yeah.
You know?
For
like,
sure.
As opposed to sitting at home, I don't really get like the feeling, you know what I mean? It's kind of I feel like being honest with myself and how it makes me feel, it really does help. Like and it's annoying that it's nicotine. You know what I mean?
Of course.
But in a way that's almost beyond caffeine. Like it's like for like the 45 minutes that I have like a Zen pouch in my mouth, it does increase like my energy, my focus. My thoughts are a little more clear. It helps my ADHD. It's weird, bro.
Yeah.
But the story I got for you, explaining what a Zen pouch is, it's these tiny little it's almost like in like a little synthetic cottonish little pouch.
Yeah, it's like consumable, right? It's not like
it says
cotton or something.
It says don't swallow.
Yeah,
you know,
of course.
but
that's because
it's food grade consumable.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
I'm with
not
you.
Consumable, like like it's safe to have.
Yeah.
I didn't mean you should eat it.
Yeah, don't eat it.
Don't eat it, guys.
I'm like looking at the back. It says pouch and contents are not intended to be consumed. Discard after use. So don't eat it. But it's I'll even show Joshua here a little diagram.
Ooh.
It's a tiny little pouch, right?
Yes.
And inside just has nicotine salt and flavor, and that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? So it's basically like what's in like vape, but like not you're not putting in your lungs, and it's not like liquid, right?
Yeah.
But have you ever had one of these break?
Never.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
What happened?
So
God.
I was it was the night that Reese came over, and we were gonna smoke, smash, and play Vinland Saga, and watch Vinland. And
that's a pretty good trio.
Yeah, no, great trio, to be honest. I think we get back inside after we're about to play Smash.
Yeah.
And I put one in my mouth, and 2 seconds later, literally, I feel like almost like these little like particulates like falling out and spreading throughout my mouth, and immediately I knew what happened, right? But I just hadn't have it happen before, right? And I'm like, I'm like, oh, excuse me. I'm like holding my mouth, and I run to the kitchen bathroom or the kitchen trash can, spitting everything out. I go over to the sink. I'm trying to wash it, but my whole mouth is like tingly and kind of numb, and I feel the big rush, like I just took a huge my biggest rip of my life from a vape, bro.
Yeah.
Like, borderline Nick sick. Like, I'm, like, literally, like, over the sink.
I can't even imagine, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Horrible. I don't recommend.
You know what happened to me one time, though? I hit a vape.
Yeah.
And the vape juice came out.
Yeah.
Have you
I've had that happen? Yeah. A little bit, and it kind of hits your tongue.
But it was so much. It was like I sucked, and the liquid was, like, in my mouth and on my lips. And it was like it was the worst. It wasn't like relaxing.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a good feeling at all. It literally was like it was like that Nick sick feeling.
Yeah.
I fucking hated it.
No, dude. Yeah. So basically horrible. Same vibes, right?
Yes.
So that happened,
yes.
which is really fucking funny. I've been really careful with my my pouches
so
now.
Yeah. You're checking them, making sure they're not busted.
Exactly, bro. Yeah.
For sure.
Last thing though, Joshy,
yes,
is
sir. Yes, sir.
As you know, and for those in my life who know what I look like, I love tattoos. We don't talk about that much on the show.
No, we do
but
not.
I'm pretty covered now.
Yeah.
I've gotten, I don't even know how many tats I have.
Especially since I met you.
Yes, it's bro. Pretty much since moving here.
Yeah. I have old pictures, which I might just pull up for fun while you're explaining this to the show.
Yeah.
When
I moved here, when you met me, I had 2 tattoos.
You did.
Is what I had.
And they're not big.
No.
They're not like...
I had, The Legend of Zelda.
Right.
The big, like, insignia and little, like, additives on my arm. Mm-hmm. And then I had just this cross on my forearm. And now I have an entire sleeve, and I'm working on my second sleeve, and I just added a bunch yesterday. So yesterday, to fill you in, and the podcast here, I had 5 tattoos done. Oh, my God. That's one of my favorite pictures.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the story, but... Me and Josh, naked. Dutch Bros. You are naked.
I look naked,
you
bro. I'm not kidding.
Like, you can
only see one tiny tat.
One little tattoo. But
which is pretty much like what you look like right now is like in that picture.
Yeah,
that's nuts. But I added a bunch of quotes. I've got a lot of art on my body, and I had one tiny quote which is on my chest.
What does it say again?
It says, "Good things fall apart, so better things can fall together."
I like that.
Yeah, bro.
It's a good quote.
I tried. I kind of thought about it, and I wanted to add quotes in this big, like, I'm looking at my body now in the grand design. I'm not looking at it as like, oh, I like this tattoo, I want to add it here.
I'll get it here.
I like this one here. No, I'm thinking bigger picture and how I want it to look at the end, right? Yeah. So in that, I've really realized that if you're putting like words and quotes down, like especially like I have a couple I added yesterday that are like literally like a mini paragraph. Yeah. Like 2 or 3 sentences.
No, it's
blown up.
It's a whole sentence.
Yeah. No, straight up. I got it. One kind of on my tricep, one under my forearm here. I added a smaller one on my leg.
Yeah.
And kind of the same thing on the left side of my ankle.
And these are your first leg tattoos.
Yes, those 2 are my first legs.
You've never gotten them before.
Amazing, but
love it.
In the grand scheme of things, like I have a vision. I won't go much more into it on what I want it to look like. And a part of that is you got to put the words first and make the art, like the more abstract looking art, work around the words. Because adding the words on later, I mean, even if you're doing art on paper, right? Like, what are you going to do? Like, make the text fit in this tiny piece?
Yeah, unless you're doing like a comic book. But if you're doing artwork where you would want something to say something, you would work the art around the letters.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. It just makes sense. So I finally did that, and I haven't had any tattoos since the end of last year. It's been about a year since I got my last one when I finished my sleeve. So I finally added 4 quotes, and she touched up the birds that were on my neck.
Yeah. Which look amazing, by the way.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. It feels really good.
All of it looks so good.
I've really missed like the high of like the pain in a way, and just how it feels to get a tattoo.
And have them afterwards.
Yeah, and even like literally I'm sore all over. My whole right arm is sore. Yeah. My knee's sore, and my left foot's sore. Yeah. Like it's in all parts of my body and my neck, right?
Yeah.
But it's like the type of soreness with working out where like this is it's for your betterment.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely.
And so it's like it's good pain.
No, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, bro.
That is such a good feeling, and I'm so glad. I know how much you love those. So when I saw them on your arm today, it made me really happy.
Thank you, bro.
And I know how much you plan too, so I just think that's so fucking cool.
Fuck yeah, bro. I appreciate that. And that's all I got for you, Josh.
I love it.
Shall we
get it started?
Get it started, baby. Let's go. We got our first section here plugged in. Just a little info for our audience out here. Sir. My friends, welcome officially to the Flash Bros podcast. Yeah. Joining Josh and I this week, as every week, we record every Wednesday.
That's right.
Yes, and we have our episodes posted every Friday currently across pretty much every platform.
Yep.
So we're across several, if not all, of the major just podcasting services. We are broadcasting out of Spotify. So I'd say that's like our main platform, Spotify, but we are also on YouTube. So you can find us anywhere. Flash Bros podcast. There's a little dot after the bros, so you don't miss that.
Yeah.
A little picture, a silhouette Josh drew of him and I for that icon.
Hey.
It's iconic as fuck.
It is iconic.
Yes,
iconic.
Sir. Our dream, my friends, is to build a community around the things that we love. Just a casual conversation around gaming, anime, and life, and just and brotherhood, and all the things, man.
The things that come with all those things too.
Yeah, all of it, man. And with that is community, right? And so our vision is to build this community, and with that, right now, we've got our Patreon sponsors.
Yes,
people who are monetizing our podcast through Patreon, which is where our website is at. So you can check that out if you're interested and you want to get on the bandwagon.
Yes, sir.
That's going to be patreon.com/flashbrospodcast, all one word. You can also email us, which will be flashbrospodcast@gmail.com, with any questions, comments, concerns, or any write-ins you have for the show.
Because we have a section for that.
We do.
Exactly. Yep. So if anyone wants to ask anything to us or pose a question on the pod, please write in.
Yeah, we love that, guys. We love answering your guys' questions and feeling like you're a part of the conversation.
Yeah, because you are, too, by the way.
Absolutely.
And that's how we want it to be.
And your love, actually... Yeah, also your love and support means growth for this channel and the community, and we love you.
Yeah, I see it kind of like, Duck Hunt, the character in Smash Bros. Yeah. You know how it's not a duo, it's a trio? You know that?
It is?
Yeah, so they explained this in the original reveal trailer for it back in Smash Bros.
This is new to me.
This is crazy this is new to you, because I thought you would know this as a Smash fan. So Palutena explains this in Palutena's guidance that you can do it with Pit and Palutena or on Palutena's stage. No, it's just Pit.
Okay.
And you're with another player. It'll activate this thing where they talk about the player, which is still in Smash Ultimate, but it's only for the characters who appeared in Smash 4. They didn't record any new voice lines. I didn't know you didn't know about this. It was kind of like how
I didn't know any.
You know how Snake calls the radio back in Brawl, and he talks about the fighter you're playing up against?
No.
That's crazy. You don't know about this. It was fully voice acted by that one guy.
David Hayter?
David Hayter, yeah.
Was that only when he played on his stage on Shadow Moses Island?
On Shadow Moses, if you were Snake.
Oh, maybe I do remember
You do know about it, but they did the same thing.
I haven't seen that in Ultimate.
With Palutena's guidance, it's the same thing. It's in Ultimate and Smash 4. It started in Smash 4.
Wow.
So in Smash 4,
Duck Hunt?
She basically says it looks like they're a duo, but they're actually a trio. Every time you see one of those little markers and it gets shot, that's the third person. It's the guy with the gun.
The hunter dude?
Yes, who with the gun, who's behind the screen with the old N Zapper or whatever it was called.
Yeah, the
NES
the Zapper.
Yeah. And he's shooting all those things because that's how it looked in Duck Hunt, was those little red circles would appear and then he had to shoot it. So there's 3 people at play there. And so I look at this podcast like we're not a duo, we're a trio. Because whoever's listening is genuinely a part of the conversation as much as you and I are.
Yeah.
And so I want you guys to write in knowing that that's the case. And that we all talk. We talk with you guys in mind as well. It's a whole group conversation. So anyways, let's get into it.
With that being said, why don't we jump into our Patreon sponsors, my friend? So
speaking
of, be our people on our Patreon page who are currently subscribed to our Flash Bros Club tier.
We love them.
With benefit of a shout out every episode. So let's get that list started here. Joshy, as always, I got the same order here, and I got the same people as last week. So we'll start with Austin Bowman.
Austin.
My fucking man.
Seriously, day one. We love you so much.
Yeah, no, seriously. We got Annette Anderson.
Annette.
My beautiful mother. Thank you so much, Mom. We got Donald Duck.
Donald Duck.
Our boy. Our first, I'd say our first... audience member, genuine audience member.
Person we don't know.
Who came in out of left field and he's still on our Patreon.
And he's Donald Duck.
Shout outs to you, buddy. Yeah. We fucking love you, bro. We appreciate you so much, for real.
So much.
We got Kendall Sutherland, my gorgeous girlfriend.
Beautiful.
We got Adrell Williams. Yes, we'll give a shout out. You want to do the shout out real
Absolutely. Quick? Yeah, if you guys want to check out he is Sweet A on Twitch. That is Sweet Ayeee. That's 3 E's. Check him out. He is absolutely hilarious. He's probably one of the funniest people I know on the planet, and he does such a good job on stream.
I don't know how he just keeps up high energy so long.
I think he does it better than anyone I've seen. You know what I mean?
I completely
It's high
agree.
energy.
It's
He's
authentic.
Funny. It's authentic. So yeah, if you guys know him too, go show him some love. But even if we love him so much.
We got John Rao the Fourth.
Oh, Johnny! Love Johnny so much.
Shout out to Johnny. Fucking
serious
love you.
shout outs to Johnny. I appreciate you so much, and I know that we haven't had the time that you and Sam have been able to spend together. But I hope you know, man, I absolutely adore you, brother, and I wanna kick it with you soon. Is that okay?
Yeah. That's wholesome as fuck.
Is that okay?
Bro. Thank you, Josh. And we got Lene Lovelady, my wonderful fellow bartender and sister, half sister at my bar.
Yes, she is.
Love you. And then we got Mike Sandoval, Mikey, my bar back, and Mr. Budtender. I think they're doing a bunch of crazy Black Friday deals and shit.
Ooh, do you know the name of his place?
He works at Harvest.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go check out Harvest.
Yeah, pretty sure there's honestly crazy. There's like BOGO on everything right now.
Really?
It's actually nuts.
Shit.
But Joshua, with that being said,
yes, sir.
Let's jump into our first section here, brother.
Let's run it.
Are you down?
I'm so down.
Big down here?
I'm big downtown.
Retro recap.
Retro recap.
You already fucking know. Retro recap is our recrap.
Did you say recap?
I think I did, bro.
Dude, what's wrong with you?
Well, if you're gonna, why crap once when you can crap twice?
That is true.
You know what I mean?
And remember the craps you did before. It's a retro recap.
Yeah.
Recap.
Right, because once it's happened, it ain't going back. You know what I mean?
So you better look at it.
Yeah.
That's so funny that you say that. I just shit so much this morning.
Did you?
Not like so much, but like in one time I looked and the whole toilet was like full. I wasn't even having diarrhea. I pooped so much. Anyway, sorry.
You gotta get it all out, bro.
Dude, that's so funny too. Can I tell a funny little thing?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I saw this video today. It's kind of gross. But Critical was talking about it. There were these two guys who got into a fight, and one of them just shits. Like, he shits his pants while they're fighting.
What the fuck?
And he poops, and he, like, you can see some of it on his shirt. It's so fucking nasty. You guys should all check it out.
What the hell?
On YouTube.
It's on YouTube.
Look up fat guy shits himself during fight. It's so funny. It's not even like, it's not like inappropriate or anything. It's on YouTube. So go check it out. But you do see some poo poo.
Thank you for that, Josh.
You're very
all right,
welcome.
so for retro recap, recap. I get this list from GameFAQs every week. Today is Wednesday, November 22nd, 2023.
That's right.
Our Wednesday for the week for recording this podcast. So I've got a curated list here. I've really shortened it. I talked to you a little bit about that off cast, but I really want to make as much of the show more as concise and just kind of like concise. I think is the best word.
Concise
as
is
possible.
Perfect. Yeah. And compared to what we did originally.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Crazy. I looked back on episode 2, we had 29 like games for retro recap. I'm down to 5.
That is such a, and we did it slowly too.
Yeah, because we went to 10 on your suggestion.
Yes, we did.
Which was like honestly way better. Yeah. But really just even from doing it, I feel like
cut the fat.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm feeling. Well. So this is a curated list of games. And most of these release dates are North American unless otherwise stated. And these will be games that have been released for this week. So between Monday and Sunday of this week, that would be November 20th through the 26th.
Yes.
So looking back in history, Josh,
let's look.
Our first game here this week is Persona 4 Golden.
Really?
Yes. Which released on the Vita. Yep, only the Vita actually. It was. November 20th, 2012 was the original release date.
Love it.
Yes, sir. That makes it, like 11 years old?
Yeah.
Nuts. Did you play this game?
Yeah. To date, it is the only Persona game I ever started.
That's what I thought.
And I really enjoyed what I got through.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's a lot of setup, just like most Persona games. And
very slow start.
At the time, I was in high school and I was playing on my Vita, and so anytime I had I played it at school. Actually, was sometimes, but there were a lot of moments when I kind of had to decide what I was gonna kind of sink my teeth into.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
During that time, if I'm not mistaken, in high school, I think I just started playing a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah,
I think there was a lot of other stuff that was on my mind. Really like the intro though.
Yeah.
I like the mystery aspect with the whole murder mystery thing.
Yes.
And then the whole idea of like what you'll see at midnight every night, or if it's
that's Persona 3.
No, it's definitely Persona 4. If you check
the midnight TV channel.
Yeah. If you check that channel at night, it's like it's just super interesting.
Yeah,
it was very compelling. Just felt like almost like anime-esque, and I really liked it. And from everyone I've talked to, if I enjoyed that intro, I will enjoy all of Persona.
Absolutely.
And so I know I will, but this one holds a special case in my heart.
Cool. Yeah.
Fuck Teddy, though.
Yeah. Fuck Teddy, though. You know, to be honest with you.
So what do you think about it? I know you beat the whole thing.
Yeah, it's a beloved game for me. I actually got the Platinum Trophy on the Vita version.
Yes.
I think there's a weird thing with, like, Vita trophy stacking, but, like, Persona 4 Golden, this is just a small tidbit. You can play the European version, and it has its own trophy list unique of the North American version.
Why?
So... Dude, who knows? Sometimes there's this whole back end, I think, with like the ID of the game.
Yes.
And so if another game comes out on PlayStation Network with trophies and it has a unique ID, it will be a new trophy list. Even if the list itself is exactly the same.
Interesting.
So the trophies are the same, identical, but you can basically stack the trophies by playing the game twice and getting it twice.
If you play it twice, you can get 2 platinum trophies then?
Yes. But with Persona 4 Golden, you actually have to beat the game on New Game Plus.
Oh.
To get the platinum.
To get the platinum. So that's 4 playthroughs you'd have to get to platinum.
Yes, sir.
Which is a little difficult.
That's a little nuts. So I've only ever done 2 playthroughs and gotten the platinum trophy on this game, but it is one of my favorite, if not my favorite Vita game.
Yeah.
For real. Just especially at the time, playing it was my first Persona as well, but because this got me into the Persona series and into Persona 3. This is my first Persona.
Wow.
I think I dabbled with Persona 3 on PS2, like just tried it out because my buddy was showing me.
Give it a shot.
Maybe even Caleb. Yeah, and I liked it, but I didn't go like all in with everything because it really does feel like an anime, like you said. I would describe this game to my friends as anime, the video game. What is Persona? It's anime, the video game.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And I think that's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
That's so sick. And one of the things I like the most about the idea is that it sounds like there's a lot of slice of life elements with it also being its own, anime story.
Yeah, like what's the word?
Which one?
Shonen?
Shonen. Yeah.
It literally is both. Because it is a shonen,
which is so cool.
Slice of life features,
and that's so
spread
sick.
And sprinkled throughout with love. Like it genuinely, like the dialogue in it. Like Persona has set fucking records for amount of voiced dialogue within its games,
and I believe it too. Because I've seen even especially with the they always make a secondary version, right?
Yeah,
and there's
pretty
more stuff they put into it, right?
Yeah,
which is crazy. Because it's already so jam packed. It's like okay, here you go. Here's more.
I don't even know how
I love it though. I want to get into Persona 4 especially, and then once that new third one comes out, I plan to not play it right off the gate, but I plan to get into it one day, and then I have Royal on my PS5.
Fuck yeah! Oh yeah, you got the trifecta. You're fucking good.
You gotta play.
The only thing I want to add, I think, is that something that's surprising, and for you, like just someone who hasn't really gotten into the nitty gritty, the meat of what Persona is like. I think you'd really like it, and a lot of people would like it more than they think because a big element of the combat, it's almost described by some as like adults Pokemon.
That's what you and Blade said about it. Yeah.
It's so true because they have very unique names. Why I really like everything within the world of Shin Megami Tensei and Persona is they have their own naming scheme for everything. So it's not like, there's this demon, which you actually have, like, your personas, they're demons from all slices of mythology. Right. Norse mythology, Greek mythology.
I've seen,
Orthodox, it's very religious. It's crazy. You get Lucifer as an ally.
Is Jesus in it?
Jesus is not in it. Yeah, Jesus Christ is not a character.
That'd be kind of sick.
But you can get Lucifer. You can get the guardian angels like Michael...
really?
Raphael, the 3 like archangels, right? In like a Judeo-Christian lore, I think is what it is. Yeah. Just crazy stuff like that, right?
Very cool.
But like fire is not called a fire type demon.
Oh yes,
it's called Agni.
Yeah, and then Garudine
or Augie. Yeah.
Garudine is wind?
Yeah, because that's it. Garu is wind, and then there's Magaru. There's all these different like upgrades to the same spell.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And then Garudine is the like most powerful version of a wind spell.
Yeah, I remember that because that was your hero name for a little bit.
It was, directly influenced.
Yeah,
so
it is.
Honestly, just fantastic. I don't know if there's much more to really recap on because we could tear that game wide open.
Absolutely.
But as you said, fuck Teddy, and he is one of my least favorite mascot characters in anything ever. For real. Yeah, just annoys me. And respect to people who love Teddy because there are a lot of people out there.
I bet you.
I am just not a part of that club, and I never will be.
I think also even his design pisses me off, but apparently it's very much based on it's like a Japanese mascot style.
Yeah.
Where they'll have little characters that are much more like fluffy. Like when we have like mascots here, or even just like sports mascots, or even like Disneyland characters. Mm-hmm. They're very humanoid-esque.
Yeah.
But in Japan, it's very popular to have like a big teddy bear who kind of walks around with his arms like that.
Yeah.
And so
they've got like Japan does a lot of like creatures too.
Yeah,
it's like Seven Deadly Sins. There's a pig, right? Like Persona 3, a dog is like the mascot.
Absolutely.
Like there's all these. They love animals.
Yeah.
Like of all kinds.
Chopper's a reindeer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the crows in Demon Slayer. The crows have personalities.
Yeah. For sure.
All kinds of stuff, bro.
Love it. What else we got?
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
What? Were you gonna say?
Damn, you got me on a train to say something else, but you know what? Let's move on. We got plenty to talk about. Yeah, if it comes back to me, I'll bring it up. But let's move on here. Number 2 on this list, Joshy. Mm-hmm. I don't have much to say on it. I want to hear from you. We've got Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity. Oh. Yeah, so this came out on the Switch November 20th, 2020.
Yes.
I loved Hyrule Warriors. Like, I fucking loved it. The OG on the Wii U.
Me too.
One of the best running Wii U games, and just how it looked, man. Like,
and how many creatures could be on one screen.
Yes, bro.
I've always been impressed with Dynasty Warriors and the way they were able to do that.
Yeah.
But I love Hyrule Warriors, especially because of it's just a game made for Zelda fans.
It is, man, because that what you just said is my feeling and embodiment playing the game.
Yep.
It's the music, it's the sound effects, it's even Link, like when he gets an item, he still holds it above him like in a Zelda game. You don't do that in the other Dynasty Warrior games.
And I love the design for the Hyrule Warriors Link.
Yes,
so cool with
one
the
of my
blue
favorites.
with the blue scarf and like the knight armor almost.
Yeah.
Such a fucking cool design.
It's so fucking badass.
So
Age of Calamity, I never played it, and I know we talked a little bit about it.
Yes.
I think on cast before, like in the Zelda episode, and maybe earlier than that, but because we've said it's non-canon. It is what you said, right? Like story-wise, technically.
When it comes to the bigger Zelda timeline,
does that matter?
I would say for what I was hoping for, yes.
Okay.
From my experience, I would say it does not have to matter, especially if you just want a really fun game, which, to be honest with you, if Hyrule Warriors is for Zelda fans, this is a fan for Breath of the Wild. This is a game for Breath of the Wild fans.
I see what you're saying.
In the way that every minor character that was big gets a moment to shine, and I love the styles, the attacks. I love Zelda's a playable character. If you know, in Breath of the Wild kind of lore, Zelda is not a fighter. Not in that game at all. But they use the Sheikah Slate. She has her own Sheikah Slate in such a creative, fun way, where she's got a bunch of remote bombs. She uses like stasis on people. Just if you're a fan of Breath of the Wild, it is a surefire. That is a game you will love. If you like the lore to it,
yeah.
Unfortunately, it was not what I was looking for.
Really,
I really wanted a game that kind of fleshed out the tragedy of the calamity, which was what I was expecting, because that's one of the more interesting parts of Breath of the Wild is the fact that it's got such a dark, sad twist to what happens before the game even starts.
Right
when the game starts, you are 100 years after that said tragedy. So we're talking like major characters die, and a bunch of big stuff happens. I'll say before I get into that, the gameplay is so fun. They had sections where you play as the Divine Beast, or technically the champions controlling the Divine Beast. There's hundreds of tiny little guys. You just stomp on them and you can just blast them. So much fun.
Sick.
When I was playing it, I was so into it too. And also, by the way, I got into this game.
Okay.
There's weapon upgrades you can do, little side missions, main story, of course, and then just time trials, all these things. I got deep into it. There was nothing I was avoiding. Okay. I was not just running story. I got very into it. Once I started seeing that it was not what I was expecting, got me a little bit less excited.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I also did the number one sin of all time in my eyes when it comes to a video game. I played it when I was super sick, and it was a new game. and I know that sounds silly to people out there, but I'll explain a little bit. If there's a new game that's coming out, I've never touched it before, and it comes out, I own it, but I'm sick, do not play it. That's my
That is a Josh rule.
It is a huge Josh rule because I have ruined incredible games that even when I think about it, I feel a little sick in my stomach.
Yeah.
Like Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D.
Yeah.
I loved that game. I played the shit out of it, but I played it on a weekend that I was sick on my 3DS, and it affected.
So what does that mean? That means you can't go back and play it?
I've tried with a lot of these games, or even unfortunately Tropical Freeze.
Yeah.
I tried to come back and play, and it just gave me this sick feeling. I don't know what it is mentally. I know some people aren't affected by it as much, but it's like if it's something I've never experienced, because I've played plenty of games while I'm sick. Breath of the Wild, even fucking Smash Bros. I play all the time when I'm sick. But those games I understand, and when I reflect on them, I don't reflect on that moment that I was sick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I'm following what you're saying. It makes sense.
It's just,
I feel maybe because you attach your emotional state.
My initial feeling also for a video game is very important.
For sure.
How I feel initially playing it. And so when I'm put in a situation where initially I feel sick, I almost reflect on it and I'm like, ooh, I don't want to touch that. It's like if you get food poisoning from a place or a food.
Yeah.
It's like, even though the game isn't making me sick, I can't not associate that initial feeling of being genuinely sick, and just kind of, I don't know, it just puts a sour taste in my mouth. So great game, very fun, non-canon, who cares? It's kind of like an alternate reality to what happens before. There's just weird moments of time travel too that they do. Fun. If you like the whole lore of Breath of the Wild, not the exploration aspects, you will love this game.
Okay.
And if you want to see Hyrule kind of before it was in ruin, super fun.
Okay.
Super fun.
Well, last question.
Had a tragic experience.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, if you could try to take that tragic experience out and look at Age of Calamity versus the original Hyrule Warriors, which would you recommend? Which you think is better?
Well, okay. I would absolutely say, I'm going to try and take all my ideas aside. I prefer the original Hyrule Warriors just because it has this vibe of Zelda that Breath of the Wild does not, which Breath of the Wild is my favorite game. Of course, I'm not saying that's a negative.
Yeah.
It's almost like a new chapter for Zelda, and you see that with Tears of the Kingdom. But there's something about Ocarina of Time and the feeling that gives you in Twilight Princess and all those feelings that are exclusively a Zelda feeling. And, original Hyrule Warriors gives you that feeling. The holding the items above your head, the quirkiness of the character designs, the goofy characters they put into it. They have who's the bug girl from Twilight Princess who collects the bugs in the jar?
I know who you're talking about.
She's got like the parasol.
I don't remember her name.
She's a playable fighter.
Start with a G or something? Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah, such a weird thing, but it's so Zelda. That's so Zelda to have. And so I will say, though, Age of Calamity's map system and the way that they have everything set up and even just, leveling up your characters, way more fun. I felt like it feels like you are... Because the whole thing is you go to a tower at the end of it and you're looking at your Sheikah slate, planning on what you're going to do. It feels tactical. And then it's like, we could travel here to see a merchant, buy some stuff so I can upgrade and max out some levels of my characters. And the whole map feels strategic. If I remember correctly, Hyrule Warriors feels like it's a screen. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it doesn't feel like you're really immersed in it. It's like, okay, here's the screen before a battle. Yeah. It's the literal, like you know what I'm saying? It feels like a menu. Yeah. More than anything.
If I remember right, some feelings I had playing through Hyrule Warriors, one of my gripes, and I didn't have many, was really the feeling of kind of getting bored towards the end of maps. It was just pretty much the same thing of hey, hack and slash this, go over here. Hack and slash this, go over here.
Yeah, and I will say too, there is something really enjoyable about just the setting because of the fact that it's Hyrule before it was destroyed. Yeah. Or even just seeing places in Hyrule and how it's set up to feel like a Dynasty Warrior game. Yeah. So, really good. Cool. I will say that is a very, very, very fun game.
Fuck yeah.
I'd say Hyrule Warriors, the original, I prefer. Okay. But there are some things that Age of Calamity does better.
Cool.
Just at the end of the day.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Josh, you mind if we take a little break?
Yeah, you want to take a break?
Real quick? Yeah, is that cool? I just got to piss my pants.
No, it's perfect. I actually have to pee too. So
Sweet.
That would be perfecto.
All right, we are back. Joshy, the third game I got on this list here for you is Pokemon Colosseum.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. It came out on the Nintendo GameCube, November 21st, 2003 in Japan.
Yes.
It actually is hitting its 20th year anniversary this year.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
20th
Pokemon
birthday
Colosseum.
Pokemon Colosseum.
I fucking love this game.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, genuinely one of my favorite, very similar feeling to Arceus.
Yes.
Like this spin-off. It's obviously not a canon Pokemon game, but it's really well made.
Yep.
And I loved it for the time.
Absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, this came out on GameCube, right?
Yeah.
I had a lot of friends that had it, so I played a lot of it. Yeah. And I remember Colosseum was actually the first time I discovered that Duskull had not two eyes, but one eye. Do you remember its animation? They made sure that it moved like this, and its eye stayed.
You're right.
I don't know why I remember that so well about Colosseum, but
you're absolutely right.
Yeah, that was so. I had a figure when I was a kid of Duskull, and the eye was in the middle, so it looked like it was two eyes looking forward.
Yeah.
I don't know why I remember this detail so well, but I remember that was a moment where. But also, even just the fun feeling of seeing these Pokemon in a third dimension, because at the time either I had watched the anime or I had been playing the games. And so there was something very, very unique about that. And obviously nowadays, every Pokemon games has 3D models of them. But that was kind of a rarity back then.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
I mean?
It was the first
Stadium
of its kind.
And Coliseum.
Yeah, but even in Stadium, you're not running around as your character.
Right.
You know what I mean? This is actually the first full 3D Pokemon game where there's 3D towns, 3D Pokemon Center, everything you do in Pokemon, you do in this game.
Yep.
But it was different because there wasn't routes that you go on. Right? There wasn't all these tropes in the mainline games. There wasn't badges you're getting. There's I don't even remember what they were called.
I don't either.
Yeah, the team, right? That's fighting you. Remember the big Afro guy?
Yeah, of course.
Right? He's the first big guy that you face. Mirror B. That's that guy's name. Mirror B is the name of that guy. Somehow I'm pretty confident that's his fucking name.
That's incredible.
Yeah, check it out. Mirror B, Pokemon Colosseum. But you don't even capture Pokemon in the wild. You only capture Pokemon from opponents who have a shadow Pokemon. Yeah, dude, his afro is huge. It looks like a Pokeball.
Yeah,
why am I just now putting that together?
That's what it is. It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
Yeah, great game though. I loved it. I love the purifying in it. We talked about it, I think, on the Pokemon episode. But how you pick your starter. They give you Umbreon and Espeon. That's your duo Pokemon that you start with.
Right.
And then you choose either I think it's Bayleaf, Quilava, or Croconaw. From picking one of the peons, they're guarding the south, east, and west entrance of the town, and they're all colored. There's a blue one, a red one, and a green one.
That's so
that's how you pick your starter.
I love it.
Yeah, dude.
I love it so
really,
much.
really great.
Yeah, that game is definitely special to anyone who grew up with Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
For everything we've already stated, but also just because it was a console game.
Yeah.
And, you don't see a lot of Pokemon on the console experience. So that and Stadium was the first kind of experiences you could have. So very special.
Yeah, very special.
We love that game.
Joshy, number 4 I got here is World of Warcraft Classic. So this is I'm honestly kind of just referring to OG WoW here. Yeah. But the Classic, which is I don't know if you keep up much on World of Warcraft news and whatnot, but they came out with World of Warcraft Classic, which was literally an entire reboot. So they still had World of Warcraft happening with all of its modern expansions.
Right.
But then they literally had a separate release of World of Warcraft Classic
that had the
original everything.
That's
Even
sick.
getting to level 50 and all that stuff, the original classes.
Yeah.
So this came out in PC and Mac November 23rd, 2020. It actually wasn't that long ago.
Wow.
Yeah, only 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, isn't that nuts?
I'm with that.
Did you ever play OG WoW?
I never played WoW.
Yeah.
I feel like WoW, the kid version of that, more like kid accessible, was games like Wizard 101 and
fuck yeah. For me it was RuneScape.
I was about to say RuneScape. So I never touched RuneScape, but my brother loved RuneScape. And I think they did the same thing with the Classic being released. So there's like
I think you're right.
Yeah, there's an extension to... I mean, like RuneScape kept going. Kept doing its thing. But RuneScape Classic is... I don't know if that's exactly what it's called.
But it's basically the same thing.
Roxy, come here.
Roxy.
Sorry, we actually have the podcast dog with us.
Yes, we do.
She's hanging with us right now, which is very good. But also, she's a goober. So if you hear us yelling, it's not at each other. I was not telling Sam to stop doing whatever.
It's okay
he was
if you
doing.
do, though.
That would be kind of funny if I did that. I'm like, Sam, come here.
Well, that's probably what Mike and Johnny are doing.
Yeah.
When they're listening, they're like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Dude, seriously, bro. Yeah.
So, did you ever have like any of your buddies or anything though, like that was like really into WoW, and maybe you gotta see some of it like firsthand?
I'm so sorry. She just climbed on the table. Hey, Roxy, come here, girl. All right. Sorry about that, everybody.
No.
Not really. Like, especially when it was coming out, not really.
Yeah.
It wasn't really something that kind of hit my friend group as much. I do know my friend Trinity, though, was crazy about it, and she references it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And we were even playing Contact the other day, and she did a Contact, and then she was like, it's a place in World of Warcraft. I'm like,
oh, my God.
I don't fucking know this at all. How am I supposed to know that?
No, dude.
I think it was like Orkington or something. Is there a place like that?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah. There's a lot of fucking places.
Did you play?
I did.
Where are you going?
I'm just moving the curtain over here. Get a little more light in here. So I did not play OG WoW. I was aware of it, but I was pretty young when OG WoW came out. I remember my uncle actually was like really into it and really explaining to me kind of the ins and outs behind it.
The same famous uncle that gave you the N64?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
wow, this
same
guy's
famous
a legend.
uncle. Yeah, bro.
What's his name?
Doug. Yeah,
Doug.
Uncle Doug.
I heard that.
Yes,
Uncle
sir.
Doug.
Uncle
Doug is basically a friend of the show with how much we hear about him.
He introduced me to gaming, basically. I got to credit him. Yeah, what a real one. He played a lot of WoW, and he was really into, like, I've got a lot of friends over the years of WoW now that, because spoilers, getting into WoW was Cataclysm, which was, I think, the 4th expansion. Like, there's OG WoW, and there was, Blood something. Something with like Blood Elves was a new character in it. I remember it being like a green.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was called, but then it was Wrath of the Lich King.
Okay.
Right?
I do remember
the guy
that.
with the blue sword, right? Snow guy. He looked badass. I always loved the character design.
When was the panda one?
The panda one is after Cataclysm. Okay. So then it goes Cataclysm with the it's like a big dragon.
Yeah.
Right? And that was like a huge expansion to the game. Like that was one of the biggest expansions since the launch of WoW, and that's when I got into it. And then after that was Mists of Pandaria.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I got it right.
I just remember that because I saw trailers when I was a kid, and I remember thinking, I was like, a panda?
Yeah.
Like, that's not cool.
Oh my God. And that was like peak WoW for me.
Yeah, really?
Because I got into it like
and
halfway
then you were ready
through
for
Cataclysm.
Yeah.
Right. And then I was actively playing in Mists of Pandaria came out. Me and Caleb both actually were
really
ham on Mists of Pandaria. But we loved like dungeons and raiding and a lot of the PvE content.
Yes.
My uncle, and along with some of my friends, they were really into the PvP aspects of World of Warcraft. Yeah, like those.
Just fighting each
I don't
other?
remember what they're called, but it's like an arena.
It's
basically.
like a tournament?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like kind of like it's like a team on team.
Yeah.
And you can go in like 3 different maps or something.
Yeah.
And your goal is like either capture the flag or just killing everyone, like a death match, something like that.
I like that.
Yeah, bro.
I'm a fan.
Kind of nuts, though. It's kind of nuts because World of Warcraft, despite a lot of people not having a lot of their own experience from it, it's one of the biggest games ever. In history.
Yeah.
And defined really like gaming today in terms of multiplayer.
Totally.
You know?
I think that it would, no matter what, will be important forever because of what it has done to gaming, but also just it's like cultural significance, you know what I mean?
Huge.
I mean, like I grew up with World of Warcraft being just like the biggest thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
yes.
the thing that people wanted to play. And
I almost felt like it was kind of like World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
And then League of Legends was like the next big uprising.
For sure.
Like League in that before now we're in the realm of like so many things, right? That like Starfield, like Cyberpunk, you know, like the huge games beyond such scope now. So let's move on here, Josh. I got my last one here for you, which is Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc.
No way.
Yes, sir.
It released on the PSP?
It did. I was actually going to ask you, do you know what console it came out on?
PSP. And we talked about this.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The original release was PSP.
Yeah.
As well as the second game also came on PSP.
I thought that one was on Vita.
Right. But we in America, North America, and other regions like Europe, we only first got Danganronpa on the Vita.
Very interesting.
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
So they had the original 2 games came out on PSP. So this first game, Japan release date was November 25th, 2010. We didn't even get it until honestly many years later, like 2, 3, 4 years later, until we got Danganronpa 1 and 2 on the Vita in North America. But I actually played, I don't know if I've told you this, but I was really into the PSP for my high school time. It was kind of I want to say it's what got me into kind of a creative modding mindset, right? Like Mr. Fix-It, hands-on. I loved especially with electronics, looking at motherboards and all these things. I never really soldered, right? But to mod the PSP, were you ever involved with any of that? Any of your friends?
Nothing beyond an action replay.
Okay.
To be honest with you,
Dude, let me walk you through something. I'll paint you a picture.
Please paint it.
The PSP back in the day, was the modding machine. Right. It was so easy. At the beginning levels, it was actual modifications to the onboard motherboard. Okay. And I'll explain that to you. Later now, now any PSP can be modded with one file being put on your SD card. Wow. Or the Vita card.
Yeah, the Vita.
No, I'm talking about the PSP. It had its own the Memory Core Duo. Isn't that the type of memory card they used?
I don't know.
They had a proprietary type of memory card that worked in Sony cameras and a PSP.
That sounds about right.
It sounds very Sony, right?
You know sounds like something Sony would do.
But you could put a file on there and it would just break it open. So you could put on N64 games that wouldn't run really well. You could put on Super Nintendo games, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance.
And you did that?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And then any PSP game, it was a lot of fun because it was all community driven. It really felt like we're all learning from each other. And so how I modded my PSP is I had a second generation PSP, and I watched this whole tutorial video. You didn't even mod the console; you modded the battery.
Interesting.
And this is crazy, bro. So
this is wild.
You take out back when we had removable batteries and things. So you would take out the battery, which is a little brick, right in the back of the PSP. Yeah. You would it's clamped and glued shut, so it's encased in itself.
So you had to cut it
out. You had to pry open the battery. I actually pried through my first battery and I broke it on accident because it's so fragile on the inside. Everything on the inside is maximized for the amount of space it fills within the battery. As soon as you open it, it kind of bursts open, and then you see the batteries taped up, and then you see a little motherboard on top. What? So then what you had to do, I went out and bought another battery. Is this tiny motherboard that's literally an inch long. Right. You took a pencil and an X-Acto knife, and you X-Acto knifed one of the buses on the motherboard. Do you know what a bus is?
Not really.
A bus is all of the lines that connect the solder points on a motherboard. So say it's got all these dots, because a motherboard at its most basic form is just zeros and ones. Right. So it's got all these buses connecting to each other, and one specific one, if you cut the line on it with an X-Acto knife, it would actually cut the amount of power being fed from the battery into the PSP. It would only give it about 60% power. Right. So because it did that, it would actually still technically turn on the PSP, but it wouldn't turn it on into a full state because it wasn't running at 100% power. What? So it would run in a backup power mode, and in that mode, you could load data from the micro or the SD card to mod it.
Dude, that's some crazy modding
nuts?
Shit. That's wild.
Not wild. And then to take it a step further, when you wanted to play your PSP normally, you open the battery again, and you take a graphite pencil and you draw in on the bus that you X-Acto knifed, and the lead connects it back together.
Dude, that's fucking crazy.
Isn't that nuts?
And did it work perfectly fine?
Worked perfectly.
Wow.
After me breaking that one PSP battery, I had no issues.
Wow.
It was actually incredible. It felt cool that I was doing it. You know what I mean?
That's so sick.
Yeah.
And it never the graphite never fell. It wasn't a thing.
No.
Just because it was able to travel perfectly?
Yeah. Wow. It just like the graphite just stays in the line because there's a tiny like micro indent in the motherboard to where the bus goes. So you like fill in the indent with graphite and it just sits in there. Isn't that so nuts? Sick. And if you wanted to mod it again for whatever reason, all you had to do was erase it.
So isn't that crazy? Yeah, that's some cool shit. That's some shit that I would have never experienced or thought of,
dude. It's a good memory for me. Yeah, bro, I appreciate that. It's honestly fond memories because I got into it from a random like freshman year in high school. Random dude sitting next to me in art class. Seriously, like it was just random dude. He was literally playing his PSP in class after he finished his project. I'm asking him about it and all these things, and he's like, "Oh, do you know you can mod it really easily?" And we started talking about it, and that just got me in the whole world. I don't. Some random guy like Andrew or something that I met in art class, and dude, it led down a deep rabbit hole of just like trying to mod. And so
this dude,
memory aside, I needed to do that to discover this game and play it because before we got official word that it was coming over from Atlus over to the United States. Atlus didn't even bring it over, actually. It was NIS America. But I think Atlus developed the game, or it was or some other small studio, Spike Chunsoft, something like that. But we didn't get word yet, so fans who spoke fluent Japanese fan translated the entire game and re-released like patch, like a patch you could on your modded PSP, you could patch the game and include the English dialogue. So I played through the entire Danganronpa first for the first time on the original PSP.
How old were you?
It was probably 18.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know you went that far back with Danganronpa.
Yeah, deep.
I had no idea.
Deep, man. Well, I was 18. Ooh, it might honestly be the year it came out. Because I this was also when I was getting deep into Reddit, and I remember I was following like PSP and like gamer Reddit stuff. That's all I followed. And there was like a whole fucking rabbit hole I went down on all these games that you could what modding your PSP opens up to you. And so many people on Reddit recommended this game, and I had no idea what it was, you know? Yeah, and playing it was really before I even got into anime, too. Yeah. And looking back, like, I'm like, wow, like, it was kind of a catalyst in a way.
It has to be.
For all that.
Imagine.
Stealing your word there.
Yeah. I like that. I like that.
But Danganronpa, I mean, you know, we didn't really talk about Danganronpa much. But,
I mean, the memory is more important than anything. I
think so, too.
That's what we're here for, right?
It's incredible, man. I played through the game 4 fucking times.
Really?
And it is a must play.
Yeah, I still haven't played it, but I have it on Vita.
Yeah.
And to be honest, with everything you've told me, I think I want to experience it all on the Vita before I do anything else.
I think you should.
Because Dorian watched the anime.
Yeah.
And my family went crazy for it. Especially my older sibling was in love with Danganronpa. I think they watched the anime first and then got into the game and just really liked the art style, especially I think the video game is the reason the blood is pink is because of censoring and the way that like that would go. It was just too gory for, I guess.
You're 100% right.
Even an end game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was a stylistic choice by the director, for exactly what you're saying, but also it was more in a way less of like censoring because he didn't want to show blood, more of censoring to get a bigger audience.
Oh yes,
you know, yeah. So it was like a stylistic choice because also the style of kind of the anime style of the game and the anime is very kid-like.
It's appealing to kids.
Yes, it looks like it's for
and also
kids.
the kind of Saw-like character.
Yeah.
The mascot character looks like a teddy bear.
Literally.
And so you're totally right, and I think that that's some of the coolest like stylistic choices I've seen or even thought of when it comes to like a game like that, because you see on like the art cover or like the cover, there's like this splatter of pink and like all this stuff, and it's like to anyone it's like that's paint, whatever it is, but like knowing
Splatoon,
the game,
bro.
Splatoon, love it, E10,
easy, bro.
I just love that whole little thing, and I like that they carried it over to the anime, and even thinking about it, they just they made it so that it was almost more interesting because of that choice, and I think stylized choices as I think our society is finally being able to learn with things like Spider-Verse, are more memorable and more interesting than if you went a more hyper realistic route. Sometimes stylized is better. You know, it's almost like the the whole idea with like Mario, not even that they went hyper realistic, but the idea with the graphics back in the day, you compare New Super Mario Bros, it was everything is kind of like HD kind of pops, right? Yes. And then Wonder, you skip to that, everything is cartoony and stylized, and it's so much better. It just works so much better. So I have a lot of respect for Danganronpa. I have a lot of history of the memories of all the characters. I could probably describe what all of them look like, the original 10, just because of how much I was exposed to it. Yeah. And
that's actually impressive because there's a lot of characters.
There's 10, right?
There's 16.
16? I could probably... there's like the swimsuit girl, the super strong one with the brown skin. There's the little one that turns out to be trans who has the green shirt and the skirt. And then there's the big fat guy. And then there's the main character who has the brown hair. And then the second game, it's a white-haired character, if I'm not mistaken. But in this one, I already say the swimming girl. And then there's Makiro, the girl with the... you think she dies at first because she gets like stabbed by those things when she's talking to whatever his name is, and then she comes back and she has her hair all done like that. And then let me think. There's the blonde guy with he has glasses, right? Yes. And then there's
Bakugo, I think.
Yeah.
You're doing really good.
I mean, I've never touched it. I've never seen the anime. I don't know anything. I just know these characters. Okay. And then there's just a couple other things. I think I would...
They've also... all the names are very out there.
And I'm trying to remember because I remember a bunch from 2. Because there's a bunch of different ones in 2, too. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'm impressed.
That was my best.
I'm going to say...
I got at least 6.
Number 1... You did excellent. I'm not kidding. I'm going to say number 1... Answering your question, I definitely think if you have the means or desire, the entire series is playable on the Vita, and I think it should be played on the Vita. Even V3. Yep, I've played the entire Danganronpa series, which you don't need to play Ultra Despair Girls, another Danganronpa episode. That's completely... It's canon, but just look up the story and skip the game. Truly.
Leon too, right? The orange hair guy. Yeah. That I did watch a lot because I loved the song that played. But I saw the first execution, which is I'm kind of disappointed about because I know that's what happens. But just that scene with the baseball and the song that comes out, I literally
it's iconic.
It's so
the music
iconic,
in these games is... It's next
level.
level.
I didn't play them. I just listened to it. And I loved it. I thought it was so cool, especially as a kid. Just never touched it. But I plan to.
Well, my recommendation, too, would be, I know you've been exposed to a lot, but if you can, I would say do not look up anything about it. The less you know, the better.
Yeah, I don't know much beyond those things.
Yeah, because it takes an AOT approach, at least in terms of just... Everything's intentional, all the dialogue. The game is pretty much all dialogue, and how it unfolds and how mysteries are solved truly is very satisfying.
I really like that, and I think that's fucking sick.
Very sick. I will also say the second game is my favorite in the series.
Yeah, that one I've heard so many good things about. So many good things.
It's incredible. The whole series is cohesive, and you need to experience them in order because they all line up in a grander plot that's all canon.
I love that.
And honestly, the first game and the third game are just behind the second. It's not even that they're bad. It's just the second game is my favorite. It's themed in an island, and how everything unfolds. It's awesome.
Almost looks like a paradise island.
Yes, that's the whole facade.
Yes,
Joshy, to wrap this section up, I wanted to acknowledge a couple of things here.
Please.
We don't need to do a discussion here. It's just some anniversaries. So first, I have a 25-year anniversary for Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, baby! We have the 10-year anniversary for Super Mario 3D World.
Very
the Wii U.
Love that one.
I knew you'd love that.
I 100% of that.
Yeah, dude. Incredible. Yeah, incredible. It's incredible that you did, honestly. I'm really thinking about doing Wonder, but Wonder is tough.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking 3D World was tough, dude.
Yeah,
that's a lot of replaying and just noticing every tiny little detail. I remember I tried to do a star run, and there's some parts where like you like have to look.
What's a star run?
Oh, just like you get all the stars.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just like, but you do. I think you benefit a little bit. You get like extra coins if you get them all in the first time you play it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Tiny little tidbit here.
I think I'm right.
We also have the 10-year anniversary for the Xbox One.
Wow.
Which is nuts. Yeah, 10 years.
That's crazy. I feel like I was just hearing about it getting announced.
Yeah.
Like it feels new. And I remember making fun of it. I think I was in junior high.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. Yeah.
It makes sense because I was graduated.
Yeah.
Like just graduated.
Yes.
So and I was working at Fred Meyer.
Yes.
In the electronics.
Yeah.
And like I'm in my like intro, like I just got hired.
Yeah.
This is our first store meeting.
Yeah.
And it was like with other electronics departments from other Fred Meyers, and they're just briefing us on the launch of the Xbox One.
Wow.
Yeah. And like I still remember it.
Yeah.
Really, like pretty clear. Yeah.
It's funny. I can remember where I was and just like when I was talking about it with my friends, I remember thinking the name Xbox One was stupid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I think that was most people.
Still is.
Still is kind of dumb, to be honest. Xbox One.
Well, also on its same date, actually, of November 22nd, 2013, is also the 10-year anniversary of The Legend of Zelda, A Link Between Worlds.
Wow.
Yes, which I also remember very fondly.
I remember that very well, too, because that was... such a cool like I don't want to say system seller, but that definitely kind of was.
Yo, dude.
Especially because it had a lot of very, very compelling elements to me already, which was I was not the biggest fan back when I was younger of like 2D Zelda games, but it had this third dimension to it.
Yeah.
That definitely like spruce the gameplay heavily.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
I
loved
and
I
felt like it was much more user friendly than like A Link to the Past.
Totally.
Yeah, and where you didn't really need to like I never felt a need to look anything up to really enjoy the game.
Totally. And I mean it's an interesting approach to Zelda.
Yeah.
With the whole like what was his name? Nero, with the guy who rents out your equipment. Like
I know who you're talking about. Yeah. The purple guy.
The purple guy.
Right.
With the mask.
I don't remember his name, but
I don't remember it either.
But it was a different concept.
So different. And I remember it was strange at first, but I kind of loved it. For the game it was. If that was a staple in the series at this point, I would be kind of, which I guess it kind of is, huh?
Kind of, because I feel also like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, that is another, it's like a different category of Zelda, though.
Absolutely.
Like, it's not...
But one of the parts that people don't like the most, which they definitely changed a lot in Tears of the Kingdom, which I don't want to spoil too much for you, because I really want you to kind of experience that.
Yeah. But like the durability?
It's not durability, it's you get every tool to solve a puzzle right at the beginning. And one of the staples of Zelda is you legendarily get a tool to help you through the dungeon you're using, so the gameplay is always changing.
Right.
So you don't know really what to expect. You get a hook shot, you're like, okay, well, what can I do with this? And then you figure it out, and then you're let into the overworld, and then you can experience all that. Same thing with a boomerang or whatever the hell you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, do love that game, though.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Link to Worlds is great. Joshy, let us move on to the next topic, my friend. We've got news and updates.
News and updates.
This week. Yes, sir.
Let's hit it.
So the only thing I got for updates this week is from last week's poll on Spotify for last episode. I asked, what do you think will win Game of the Year? We got 2 responses.
2? Let's hear it.
Yes, sir. Caleb responded first with Baldur's Gate 3. Yep,
it's a very solid assumption.
Yeah.
Or guess, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, for sure. And we can both attest, having not played it.
Yeah, we have not played it, but it is up there. Like there's
no question.
I would not be surprised at all.
Same. Yeah,
if he ended up being correct.
And then Austin writes in this week too, and he wrote in for this question on Spotify, and he said, "Man, honestly, I keep hearing about Fortnite since it's OG again, but who knows?"
Well, it wasn't nominated, but Fortnite is stirring up some shit because its OG map was just released. I think it leaves December 2nd.
Oh, really?
And I
didn't know it was limited.
Yeah, it is limited.
Oh, shit.
I have not played it in a while.
Yeah.
And I want to so bad.
Yeah?
Dude, I got into Fortnite pretty heavy. Like, especially in high school, me and the boys would run Fortnite like it was nothing. That was probably that was when I was into, like, multiplayer games. I played a little bit of Apex, and then Splatoon I was so into.
So into that.
I literally I just don't think I'm a multiplayer guy anymore, which makes me kind of sad because I still see like the updates on Splatfest. I'm like, that looks so much fun. That looks like so much fun.
I know. I like the Splatfest little like competitions they have, and I see them too.
And have you played one ever?
No.
Dude,
never.
It literally is like an event. It feels like a holiday all day. The whole like overworld changes. There's fireworks, and then well, at the time it was Callie and Mari are performing these songs, and each respective color that you're in, there's like everyone standing around, and when you could do Miiverse, you could do posts, and people were just saying like, fuck ketchup fucking sucks, like mayo is what's up, like mayo team for life. You know, like Cream Inc. forever. It was just like such a fun community.
Yeah.
And everyone was so competitive because that was actually the first ever Splatfest, which was so much fun too.
Mayo and ketchup?
Mayo versus ketchup. I was Team Mayo all the way.
Team Mayo, baby.
I fuck with ketchup, but also it does colors that you don't traditionally ever see. So like there's never a cream color and there's never a red color. You know, probably for, trying not to be inappropriate.
Yeah.
But that was the time when it's like, fuck being inappropriate. Let's go all out.
Let's go,
Cream
baby.
Gang all the way.
Cream Gang.
So, very fun.
Yeah.
Very, very fun.
And that, bro.
I'm
with it. I agree. And I'll say too on Fortnite is really out of my wheelhouse. I've been to PAX twice when Fortnite was starting to really blow up. I remember going to PAX the first year that Fortnite was really on display before it was even released. Yeah. And they were showing where they're at, and if I remember right, I think they were really working on this single player experience.
It was like,
and then they added the battle royale element.
It's so funny because
that's what took off.
That's the funniest part is that it was originally going to be this zombie fighting game with the whole building mechanics the same about it, but you had to conserve your materials to be able to build forts. And it's called like Take the Night or something like that. It's called like Fortnite Take the Night or something like that. But that's really funny because they took those elements and they put them to play during the at least when I was playing during Halloween. They had a whole zombie thing where it was PvE and PvP at the same time. So there were parts where zombies would come out, but every time you killed one, you get mats, you get like guns. Oh shit! And so you could literally you could fuck up a bunch of zombies, and then you're like, oh, I'm ready to play. Like I'm ready to go fuck up.
That's
some real
sick,
people.
Actually.
It was seriously like some of those OG Fortnite, like the events they did. They were always changing the map. Just some of the most fun multiplayer. And it's not like a traditional shooter. The building mechanics really do add an element to it. So, I know, Fortnite is kind of a joke, but there is some fun to be had. I'll say that much. There's some fun to be had.
Fuck yeah.
Great questions, guys. I love it. Or not questions, sorry, answers.
Yeah,
great
no, for real. Yeah, those are great games. Like, especially with all the hype they've rendered.
Oh, yeah.
For real. Joshua, with that being said, you got some news for us this week, brother?
We got some very interesting
fuck yeah,
news.
Baby. Let's jump into news number 1.
Let's run it. So, with this one, there is a lot to it.
Okay.
There's stuff I'm going to report, and a lot of speculation, a lot of rumors, and a lot of stuff going on.
I love speculation and rumors,
me
baby.
Too. But I also want to say that it is some serious stuff, not insanely serious, but I also want to say, we don't know if any of this is for certain. Okay. So I'm not going to say that, it's got the Flash Bros podcast stamp of truth.
Got it.
But essentially what's going on is there was a massive rumor which comes to some reports that we've gotten and some reports that redact some things. So I'm just going to get into it.
Sure, yeah.
Some people, it was rumored that the Mappa animators that are currently working on JJK Season 2 and everything else, by the way,
pretty
because
much.
These guys do not sleep. I'll give a little bit of background. Mappa is not known for its good working conditions. They pump out peak. Truthfully, they do JJK. They've done Hell's Paradise, which is one of the Dark 3 trio. Which are all animated, by the way. They do Chainsaw Man, JJK, Attack on Titan.
Those are all by Mappa?
All Mappa.
Wow.
And then also Hell's Paradise. And then they're doing a bunch of... They do so much shit. Seriously. So much really, really big stuff. And it's all animated incredibly. Working conditions have been said to not be good. Genuinely overworking. Very big bummer, truthfully, because they are probably the biggest hand right now in animation, in anime in general. Rumors of Mappa animators walking out and quitting and completely leaving their desk because of these working conditions. What does this mean for the future of it? Well, we'll get into that.
Okay.
The new episode of JJK was reported with a couple tweets from animators that it will be postponed. So the latest episode will not be coming out on the time that it normally does.
Okay.
So I have a whole report that I read. Normally, it would have been, I think it would come out last weekend.
Okay.
Or maybe it was the beginning of this week. I truly forget, and that's my fault. But it's going to be moved to Friday, November 24th at 6 p.m. And that being because of the rumors about the walkouts that have happened with animators. This is when it gets interesting.
Okay.
They have also come out to say that this is not the case. And this is when it gets this is when it gets very, very interesting.
Yeah, it sounds a little dicey.
Very dicey. So they a couple news pieces that I was reading have also reported that there will not be a delay. So I guess it was going to come soon, but it wasn't going to be November 24th.
Okay.
So supposedly either it's not being delayed or it will be delayed indefinitely. We're looking at we're looking at it either a hiatus of JJK in general, and truly we'll find out once these dates come up.
Yeah.
Or it'll be released on time. Rumors can be rumors.
Definitely.
Rumors can absolutely have no truth to them. And so the fact that this has been reported a lot, and there's been a lot of people talking about this, and just quitting completely.
Damn.
We will find out in time.
Okay.
But that's a lot of rumor. It is true though that Mappa does not have the best working conditions, so it's not a surprise to anyone that something like that would happen.
Where are they based out of? Are they in Japan?
Yeah, they're in Japan.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a Japanese company completely. They also did Vinland Saga season 2. Oh, by the way,
you did mention that. I think,
which they took over for Wit, which did
Attack
on Titan the first 3 seasons, which is so funny. It's the second time they did it.
Yeah,
but they do it perfectly, truthfully. Especially
did Mappa do JJK season 1?
Yep. Yeah. So they did season 1, and then they did Chainsaw Man, all those. They normally don't pick up old anime unless it's something like Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan's a huge pull.
Absolutely.
So it's episode 18, which is the one that might possibly be
like delayed.
Delayed. And then once we see, I want to hear a little bit more, but that's what's going on in the Mappa world.
All right.
Hopefully, I hope for the best, truthfully.
Yeah.
I think the backbone to a lot of these big companies are constantly underpaid and overworked in general. That's not just an animation thing. That happens.
This has been something we've been reporting on.
Video games have the exact same thing. Even like American animators, will push as much as they possibly can out of the working people who are the artists in this situation. Mappa is nothing without their artists. And so I really do hope for better for these people. And I'm on the side of the animators. Yeah. Like if Mappa has to go down because of it, I don't mind JJK not finishing in order for these people to have some...
No, for sure. Yeah, at least level some sort of message here.
Absolutely.
Like if Mappa's got to be in the forefront of that, more power to them.
Or even if they have to come out and be like, hey, because of all this, we want people to know that things are not as bad, or we will make them better. Hopefully that's what we can see. Okay. And we will,
we'll go from there.
We will find out.
Okay. Yeah, keep us updated, Josh. Thank you so much for that.
We will hear.
Joshy, for news article number 2 here, I've got a fun title for you. Persona Dev raising employee salaries. This is funny because this really caught my attention off rip. Okay. I found this article almost directly after releasing last Friday's episode, and usually it's on Friday when I start picking up news to kind of go into this week. Right? I'll look at news on Friday, I'll look at news on Monday, and then I'll look at news Tuesday night before the recording, so I can kind of make sure I'm kind of kept up to date.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, and this is crazy because this is a direct, almost answer / example to how to do it right with the conditions that you were just talking about, with being underpaid, with really not putting your employees, your leaders in art direction or whatever, your creative team, stressing them, that is just going to hurt you in the long run. We've also covered, I think last week we were talking about Xbox and Microsoft taking away benefits for their employees, including Game Pass Ultimate, right? Yeah. And all these things that we've reported on from game studios and from anime, and even the writer's strike. Totally. It's going on everywhere. So I thought this dropping as a news report right now really was shocking.
Yeah.
Check this out. This comes by way of Game Rant. I've got a couple of bullet points here, which I think sums up the info really nicely. So Atlus, the developers of Persona and Shin Megami Tensei, plans to increase all employee salaries, across the board, by 15% in 2024 as part of its global expansion efforts and to retain top talent. So they understand. They get it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, the reasoning is like, oh, of course. Like, how would you want your employees to stay, give their best work, want to work for you?
Totally.
Well, this is how you fucking do it, bro, right? Second point here, this strategic move aims to create a stable income for employees and enhance their quality of life, aligning with the company's vision for global growth.
Wow.
Atlus's investment in its workforce sets it apart from other companies, in the gaming industry, and reflects its commitment to talent and stability. That's basically it. Like, there's nitty gritty here, but they confirmed themselves on, I think on X. They put out a tweet saying that this was part of their plan going into 2024. Was raising the base salary of all employees by at least 15%.
Wow.
Some getting more.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, initial thoughts, I'm loving that.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm loving that huge. I mean, we just talked about MAPA and how, underpaid, overworked. Truthfully, like these companies need, in order to exist.
Yes.
They need to understand the value of their employees.
Yes, man.
And once you start cutting like costs, I understand money is a business. Like, business is money.
Yes.
You need money in order to exist. But this kind of stuff is not possible without the little guy.
Yeah.
The people who work and put in the effort. So, huge props to Atlus.
Huge, man.
Huge. I respect that, like, so much. And if anything, it makes me want to play their games more.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of stuff that I want to support is better working conditions. I mean, even if it's a rough working condition, give them more money. Like, do what you can to help them.
Yes.
And so, really, really awesome.
Yeah.
I fucking love that.
And
I seriously love that.
Like, it only makes sense. It's like this natural transition as Atlus has, small bit of history. Like, Atlus made Shin Megami Tensei and Persona games almost exclusively on PlayStation. Yeah. Some Nintendo when needed. Some on, like, they like Shin Megami Tensei 5 released on 3DS.
Yeah.
But really, if it came out on any console, usually is exclusive to that console. Yeah. And Atlus has had not just Persona, like its whole repertoire of games, like across probably 10 different series, right?
Yeah.
And with kind of what has happened, I mean, Persona 3 Reloaded, that was first unveiled at the Xbox press conference.
That's true.
Right? And Xbox, like, pushing out all these things for Atlus. It's really clear that Atlus has really been branching out over the last, 5 years, Because they were purchased by Sega. So Sega's the actual, like, mother company of Atlus now.
Right.
And Atlus is still like, hey, you know what? Like, we've wanted to expand it. With the expansion comes more money. We're going to use that more money.
Huge.
Not just to invest in our IPs, not just to invest in growth of the company, but the growth of the company starts with the employees.
So real.
Yeah.
That is so real. Well, I see big things for Atlus because I think they know what they're doing. And I think that naturally that's where people will want to be, is with leaders who know how to lead and know that they are not successful because of what they've done, but because of the group work of what people have done. And, truthfully, I don't know everything that goes on in Atlus, but this is an incredible thing to hear.
Yeah, I don't know if much more can be said, but I'm with you. And I hope it sets an example to all the other AAA. Like, because Atlus is no small company, bro. They've been around also for so long.
They've done Shin Megami Tensei, but also
they've done. Remember, I showed you that 3D dot game Heroes game on the PlayStation. Yeah, they've done a lot of shit.
They've done big stuff though. Atlus.
Yeah, here I'll give you.
I swear, I've seen Atlus do other things too. I swear, just the sound of it.
Yeah, so I'll pull up a little games thing here off of Wikipedia real quick on games they made. But here's some like series. So they have, all the Persona series. Of course. There's Shin Megami Tensei, and then Shin Megami Tensei has other like sub series. So they've got like Devil Survivor. Yeah, that was there was 2 games I think on like the DS and the 3DS for the Devil Survivor. And then they have Atlus, I think, is also a publisher, so they also have published many other series that I don't know if they directly had a hand on themselves. Check this out. I got a list of Atlus games, which has its own fucking category. It's huge, bro. All the way back to the original NES in 1987.
Wow.
That's how far back Atlus
I'm loving
goes.
that.
So they've got like the Karate Kid. They made on the NES. They've got
it's a beautiful title.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of Shin Megami Tensei.
Yeah.
They got Puzzle Boys, a bunch of games I've never heard of. Pocket Stadium, Spud's Adventure, Amazing Tater, Rocking Cats. Let's go into like more modern stuff. Oh my! Literally, look at this list.
No, that's enough for me to be like, okay, these guys have had their like feet dipped in the pool of gaming for a while.
Yes,
so
bro. Catherine, Full Body, they worked on that.
That's another one. Yep. Wait, right?
Yes.
And then weren't we just talking about
Odin Sphere?
Yeah.
Like Devil Survivor and Persona, Dragon's Crown. I don't know if you've seen that cover, but I saw that at GameStop quite a bit.
Yeah. Love it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking that's great. I seriously am. I'm at this point where, the better companies will survive, and that just is going to come with time.
Oh, yeah.
If you're just like what we're seeing with, whatever that one company that was there's tanking right now.
Yeah.
What were they called?
Oh, are you talking about
the software?
The engine company?
Yeah. What are they called?
What the fuck is that? We've
Unity?
been covering it so much. Unity. That's what
Unity?
it is. It's Unity.
Okay.
Yeah, they're tanking right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
as they should.
And they should. And that's what I'm saying. The better companies will survive, and the other ones will die out happily.
Yeah,
and we
happily.
absolutely will.
Joshy, what do you got for...
Real quick. I think she's chewing on something. Do you have a grabber or toy?
Oh, yeah. Let's take a break real quick. All right. We are back. Joshy, what do you got for... News number 3, my man.
News number 3. All right, so this is a very interesting one, and I have not experienced something like this happening.
Okay.
With something this big, probably ever, really? If I'm thinking about this. Are you familiar with Hunter x Hunter?
Mm-hmm.
Hunter x Hunter. So if you remember, I reported a while ago that Hunter x Hunter would be returning, and that the guy would be coming back. And he also hinted another time, I reported again, that he just hinted at coming back to his desk. You remember that?
This was like early podcast,
This was early podcast, but I reported about it recently.
Okay.
Where he just hinted on X that he was like making a return or for something.
Okay. We got more?
This is very interesting.
All right.
No chapter has been released or even an update on what's going to happen. But essentially, he revealed what the ending is going to be for Hunter x Hunter.
Really?
If he doesn't finish it. Theoretically, if he doesn't finish it.
Whoa.
So he released an entire statement, an entire written thing of what essentially what's going to happen, what's going to be said. Not as long as you might think. Seriously, it's like here's a picture of. I just screenshotted the picture on Instagram, but that is essentially the ending to Hunter x Hunter. I have never seen something like this happen. I mean, maybe for smaller stories, I've seen
but this ain't no small.
This ain't no small story, and the whole ending of Hunter x Hunter with how big it is a pretty big deal to people.
Yeah.
When it comes to even just in the anime community, the idea of it coming back, the anime having kind of a return to it, just in general, it's a pretty big story, and so for this to be. It's a planned ending. It's for what he wants from the series. It's interesting to see, and it's very interesting that he is kind of, I don't know, having the idea that it doesn't finish. Yeah. Kind of put front and center. Yeah. Which is completely up to him, and obviously he's getting older, and his health is, if it's at risk, we'd rather if he didn't kill himself over this, not everyone is Oda. Yeah.
No, for real.
Who'll literally get eye surgery and then release a chapter the next month.
Actual maniac, bro.
Maniac, absolutely. I don't want to read it. I don't really want to read too much into what he wrote about because I know people
for yourself.
For myself.
Or did you read the whole thing?
No,
already?
I did not read the whole thing. I just screenshot it just in case. Any of us were curious.
Sure.
He did say. It's interesting. He said that also he has 3 scenarios that he's interested in. and the one that he released is kind of like the
one of those. Oh, okay.
So it's the ending that he wants, but he also said he wants to judge by the way that things react on how he wants to kind of focus on it.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all because, like, in my opinion, like, you know, someone like Oda, you just brought him up. Like, he's got a creative vision and he needs to execute it. You can't please everyone. So if you're trying to take that route, like, hey, give me like feedback input from a global scale, bro. That's not going to come back with all positive feedback,
I agree completely. The way that I see it, because, you know, I'm not an artist like he is, but I do write stories, and I do know that a story could go many different ways. Absolutely. Even if you are, like, you have a vision for what you want, there are many, many ways that a story could go. Still be satisfying, still be the original true vision to what you're thinking. And I promise you Oda has done that many times when it comes to the end of arcs, the way certain things happen. It's just the way writing goes. Yeah. And so I think that he's not exactly saying, oh, which one would you guys like? But I think that depending on the emotional reaction that people could have to what they've read, I think will determine how he emotionally reacts to his own piece of work. So, you know, I totally see what you're saying, but I think just with writing, it gets a little, like, it's a little fuzzy sometimes.
It is.
You know?
For sure.
So it's just very interesting. At the end of the day, too, I am eager to see what happens with Hunter x Hunter. It's a massive anime. It's one of the most popular from even just people that I know in my life.
Dude,
so many people love it.
Even people who don't watch anime.
They'll
just pick up Hunter
Absolutely. Hunter. Gabe just finished it. He's not a shonen guy. Roxy, what are you doing over there? Stop that.
Oh, something.
Yeah, did she?
Bunch of feathers. That's what she found.
Oh, motherfucker. Oh, that's from the... Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I'll just cover that up.
Maybe don't cover that. I think that's got vomit on it. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, true? Well, then let me just hide it.
Whoa, wait. That's my pillow.
Oh, fuck.
There
Honestly, and it feels kind of wet.
Are you serious? Well, that might have been Roxy's mouth.
Let me... Yeah, I'm just going to cover it up with this towel.
That's perfect. Okay. This is the raw experience of the Flash Bros podcast.
Yes, sir. All right, Joshy. Should we move on to number 4 here?
Let's do it, my
Sweet. I have a rumor for you.
Oh, a rumor.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and one that I think pertains more to you than myself.
Really?
So check this out. Yes, sir. The title of this news piece is Rumor, Marvel's Wolverine release window, setting, and tone leaked. Allegedly.
Wow.
Yes, sir. This comes from Game Rant as well.
Okay.
So I got this little bit of tidfo for you. Tidbit info. You like how
I like that. Yeah, tidfo.
We've got Marvel's Wolverine developed by Insomniac, right? Yeah. Did you see like the original trailer when this dropped?
Yeah. Of him in the bar?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But we've really gotten nothing since then, right? And I think that was like 2021. Like they showed it alongside Spider-Man 2. Around the reveal.
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah.
I think.
So if I remember right, we've been pretty much in the silence about it ever since then, which is understandable because obviously Insomniac's gone ham on Spider-Man 2, right?
Which, just a little thing too, not really a spoiler at all, but there's no references to Wolverine in Spider-Man 2.
Okay.
Which was a thing that they were talking about with Insomniac, and they were like, hey, well, we have a team doing Spider-Man 2 and a team doing Wolverine. And we want them to just literally his words were we want to let them cook. So we want them to kind of like do what they have to do and just kind of make the game they want to do.
Okay. Perfect.
Not be influenced by crazy deadlines or anything.
Yeah, no, as they shouldn't, man. Yeah, so it sounds like that may have paid off for real. So so it looks like Marvel's Wolverine may have a darker and more mature tone compared to Insomniac's Spider-Man games. Yes. The game is rumored to be set at least partially in Madripoor. I'm not sure where Madripoor is.
I don't know that either.
Yeah. I don't know if that's is that like a part of the X-Men universe at all? As a major location?
I have no idea.
All right.
It doesn't sound like something that
I would actually, I'm sorry. I should have just kept reading. It says Madripoor, a crime-ridden city featured in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Beautiful.
So there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. According to leaks, Marvel's Wolverine may be released in 2025, potentially delayed, and it has been potentially delayed, though, to allow Insomniac to focus on finishing Spider-Man 2.
Yes.
The article went into more details, but that was basically the tidbit I got from it, because it is just a rumor.
Yeah.
We don't have any confirmed data from this, but are you hyped for this game?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I would say everything that you said, too, does make so much sense with what they've already said online about it. And it sounds like it's some of the same team that are obviously working on it. It's Insomniac.
Yeah.
But it's kind of its own thing, which we knew it was going to be. It's an M-rated game.
Yeah.
Since the reveal.
Spider-Man T?
Yeah, T.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they kind of set those movies up like a Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
Where it's like, people will get shot, but it's almost like off screen. You don't want to see unless it's Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
Unless it's it's not like insanely violent. There's no
blood.
That makes sense. There's not really insane amount of blood. There is, but nothing gruesome. I see Wolverine as being very gruesome. The Wolverine is a very dark character. Logan himself is a troubled one as well.
Definitely.
And his comics are violent. You can already see by Spidey, webbing people up, protecting the city. Wolverine is the opposite. It's I will kill everyone. Oh my God, are you okay?
Oh my God, are you okay?
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are you all right?
Just coughing up a little hairball.
You got a little hairball? That's okay. Well, anyway, I think that they're doing the Insomniac thing where they're taking what works about truth, like what made Spider-Man great was what made the PS4 game incredible. And
absolutely,
same thing with Miles Morales, and from what I played of Spider-Man 2, the same exact thing.
Same thing.
And I think a good developer, or even like a good studio, would know what makes that whole character work and apply that to making a game. You know what I mean? Which is very exciting, because I
think so too.
Also have a lot of love for Wolverine as a character. I when I was in high school, Logan was like one of my favorite movies.
I still haven't seen
That's
Logan.
an incredible movie.
Yeah.
It's definitely not like a superhero movie.
Yeah.
But it's just the idea of Wolverine as a character is so compelling.
Yeah.
It really is compelling, and what he's been through. Even like after I saw Logan, I really dove into like X-Men and like the whole thing. I love
the OG X-Men.
OG X-Men movies are so fire, and I love so much about him, and Hugh Jackman's Wolverine performance is definitely a standout on why that character is so compelling.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 100%.
So, I want to see what Insomniac cooks. I am a die-hard Insomniac fan. Seriously, I don't think they've produced anything that is like bad. Like everything they've made is fun. Yeah. And has just like
especially like over the last decade, bro.
Oh
like
God,
the quality,
crazy.
It's almost like Naughty Dog.
No, it's up there.
Yeah.
Because you're not wrong. I mean, even Ratchet and Clank, it's like those games are incredible. Those are like some of the best 3D platformers you could play. And they're on a PlayStation, you know what I mean? And they're just well done. I don't know how they're... One of my favorite things, legendarily, about Insomniac is the... Hi, Sophie!
Sophie through the window!
We love Sophie! Hey. We love you so much, by the way. Love you, Soph. Love you, Soph. Yeah, so... I don't know how they're going to do the gadgets in a Wolverine game. Yeah. But it's like... Spider-Man makes sense, Ratchet and Clank, of course, and then Sunset Overdrive was its own thing. Yeah. But I don't know. I'm excited.
I'm very curious too. I feel like it's not going to play at all like Spider-Man. I think it's going to be like third person-esque and in a different way, almost like Batman Arkham Asylum, where it's like it's much more like the camera angle wise, it's like it's lower, like Wolverine will look bigger, you know. And I think it'll be like if it is going along with like these darker tones, I think it's going to be almost like God of War level storytelling or Last of Us.
And I hope so. I think Insomniac does an amazing job with storytelling and characters. They with freaking Spider-Man and Miles just knocked it out of the park. Emotional beats hit their mark, and it can be dark at times. The ending of Spider-Man is heartbreaking. It's like just the performances of Yuri Lowenthal too. Just it's compelling. It's so compelling. So I'm very excited.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what they got
cooking.
Baby.
All right, what do you got for your last news piece here, brother? Alrighty.
So kind of a smaller one.
Okay.
Because those two first ones were pretty big.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
it's pretty exciting for me.
Okay.
And for anyone else who loves One Piece.
One Piece.
This is
Let's go.
This is, as you might know, and maybe a bunch of other One Piece fans will know. Everyone who's caught up to the manga. In the manga right now, in the anime, I'm so sorry, they just finished up Wano, which I think you know is a very massive arc, the longest anime arc so far. It's like almost 200 episodes, almost.
Fuck.
So it's a very long arc. It's a culmination of a bunch of things. But right when Wano ended, I think she's gonna try and climb on the table. You gonna stop her?
No. I got her.
Okay, you're a beautiful man for that. She wants a Zen. Oh my gosh.
You get no Zennies.
She wants one.
You'll chew it up and it'll explode in your mouth, bro.
She'll swallow. She'll be faded for a minute. Watch out.
Yeah. It's all good.
Keep her posted.
Yeah, it's all good.
What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So Wano, after it finished, Oda basically said, after this point, like, this is the final arc of One Piece, and this is when shit is gonna go down, basically. Like, this is when shit is happening, essentially.
Yeah.
Which is very exciting.
Is this like God Valley? Is that the arc?
I mean, yeah, this takes place in this next arc.
Yeah.
So it's not God Valley. That's just that's a flashback of something that happened. God Valley was a part of this next arc. So the anime just finished Wano, and the official Egghead Island arc, which is the name of the next arc, begins in the anime December 3rd.
Fuck.
Which, anyone out there, seriously, this arc is incredible. It is like truthfully, One Piece has been a lot of so much setup, and it just keeps going, and it sets up more. Oh no, Roxy!
It's all good, bro.
Roxy, if you don't chill, I'm putting you in your kennel. Understand? You gotta chill out. I think she took a nap, and now she's ready.
She's ready to
go. So seriously, anyone who's interested in One Piece, like the whole the culmination of everything that's happening starts with Egghead. This is it. Seriously.
Yeah.
And it took a while for the anime to get here, but December 3rd. Be very excited because this is a game-changing arc, and
that's very, very exciting.
Very, very high.
I'm not kidding.
Very, very high.
All right, Joshy, to wrap up.
Yes.
The news here, brother.
Please.
I got news number 6. The Last of Us Part 2 remastered.
Yes.
For PS5 confirmed for January 2024.
Yes. Very cool.
Huge, bro. Yeah, I feel like this just like came out of nowhere. Yeah. Honestly.
Isn't it also a PC port too, if I'm not mistaken?
I'm actually not sure. I have of the whole article, I dissected the article with all the new features, which I want to talk about.
Yeah.
And I didn't see anything in the article about PC, but I could be wrong.
I thought that Drew called me and told me about this, and I think he said there was a PC port.
Okay.
I might be wrong, though.
It might be.
Could be. I could totally be.
But at the minimum, it's coming to PS5.
Yes.
Okay? This story's coming from IGN, by the way. So, first of all, I'm just going to give details that were given, nothing else. So, first, if you already have The Last of Us Part 2 on PS4, it is a $10 upgrade.
The fucking Lord.
Yes.
That is beautiful.
Yeah, if you have the disc, you have to have the disc in this console to be able to use the upgrade. But digitally, you already got it, so you're good to go. So I'm hyped about that because they did not do that for The Last of Us Part 1 remastered.
That's Part 1 was a remake, though.
Right.
Yeah. That makes sense. Remakes make sense for me. There's 2 examples of times that I'm like, come on. You have to. Spider-Man remaster. A separate game.
Yeah.
Not a fan of that.
Not a fan
because that's another $60.
I think even initially, the earliest way you could get it was if you got Miles Morales.
Yes.
Maybe even pre-ordered it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the only way you could even get it until they put it as like a standalone purchase. Yeah. Like a little bit later.
Which I'm not a fan of.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's all right. It's all right. It is what it is. But They do this stuff. And I love it.
Yeah.
I really like. I already upgraded Ragnarok, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Either I upgraded Ragnarok or I upgraded something stupid. It was like Ghost of Tsushima. I should have done that. Yeah. Because I'm not playing that anytime soon. I don't know.
Those are the 2 it's between.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got the details here for you, Josh.
Hit me with them.
So we got The Last of Us Part 2 remastered comes to PS5 on January 19th. Mark your fucking calendars.
I'm marking it.
So You think you're gonna replay it?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I think with part 1 and everything, I think I want to replay the whole series.
Have you seen any of these features?
I have not.
Check this out.
I just heard what Drew told me on the phone.
Cool. Well, we'll see if any of this is news to you. So we'll start with, I've got all these new modes here, okay? Yes. First is no return mode, all right? So this puts new and old characters in limited time missions that also have roguelike elements to them. Urging them to fight hordes of infected. That's kind of the objective when you put in. So you'll put in with random, like, different characters. It might be at a certain part in the story, but it might also have a character that doesn't belong in that part, and you're playing as them.
Is it online?
I don't think so. Yeah, it might be like cooperative play, but it just has no return mode, and I'm thinking because of how the description is that it's a limited time mission,
like a roguelike mission.
I don't think it's connected to the main story.
I was just curious.
Also features roguelike elements such as randomized encounters and rewards and customizable specs, so you do get rewards for beating this mode.
Interesting.
Isn't that cool? Yeah. And then we got speedrun mode, so players can track and share their speedrun records and earn rewards.
Always love that.
We've got guitar free play mode, so you can play the guitar in that game, right? Like when you're like
in the menu,
Joel, at the beginning and stuff.
Very cool.
So players can track and you can. They have a whole free play mode where you can just like go ham. You can record a song. You can use effects pedals to really modify the sounds and make complex tracks. And you can use different characters.
Yeah, I'm loving that.
Isn't that crazy?
That's really cool. I mean the I don't know how much. I think you got to play one of the sections, but the guitar is pretty like legit. Like you can play a lot of it.
Yeah.
Already. So I think that's pretty cool.
No, I think it's super sick. Especially the sound quality and sound design in that game. It's unreal. It really feels not like I'm playing guitar on a controller.
Right.
But it kind of does. You know what I mean? Like it sounds just like it.
You know what I think of right when I hear that? The haptic feedback on all the controller.
Like the DualSense.
Love it.
Oh, dude,
I think that's going to be beautiful.
Well, speaking of which, it will have native 4K, unlocked frame rate, better texture resolution, level of detail distance increase, improved shadow quality, and animation sampling rate.
What is that?
So sampling rate, I think, if I know right, it's like anti-aliasing.
Okay.
It's like 2x and 4x or 8x usually, like as options on like PC. That's basically like the resolution within a small area. And so the more of it you have, the better it looks. Because it's not trying to up-res something like... How can I explain this? If you look at like a whole screen, right? Let's say it's like I don't know, I'm just making a diagram. Let's say like this nice like 30-inch screen in front of you. And it's an HD image, right? Like it's 4K.
Right.
If you're looking at it, it's not that like it's hyper resolutioned in on like something tiny on the screen. Maybe a tree in the background. Maybe it's a piece of like Joel's leg or something like that, right? It's that if you were to zoom into that small, it's called sample rate. So if you zoom into the small sample size of that image, that itself is double, quadruple, or 8 times the quality. And then when you zoom out to the bigger picture, it makes it look even better.
That's amazing.
Does that make sense?
I'm with that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel like I tried to describe it.
No,
I could be totally wrong too.
But I think that was perfect. I feel like I get it.
Yeah, I feel like it's just basically just a big upgrade, right? It's getting like all the PS5 treatment, including DualSense support. So it'll have like the haptic feedback.
That's going to be so good for Last of Us 2. Because I just like I already feel so in it.
Yeah.
Like when I'm like shooting.
Yes.
And that's like one of the only games where I'm like, I think that game shoots better, like plays better on a controller because a controller isn't supposed to be holding a gun. And I always feel like you are naturally at a disadvantage because you're a person.
Yeah.
Even if Ellie's good with a gun or Joel's good with a gun, that shit is hard to fire. Like there's like what's it called?
Recoil.
Recoil, knockback, all that shit. So
very
cool.
Fuck yeah, very
cool.
There's also Lost Levels. They stole this from fucking Mario.
This is Mario.
So they have 3 additional missions that were cut from the main game. And they're including them, but they're actually they've put out and said that they're still in their pre-development state. So none of the 3 levels are going to be fully finished.
Why would
you'll be able to see, and it's totally optional if you want to put that in to the story. I'm not sure how it connects, but that's all they've said about it.
Very
so you'll be able to play it in like their almost done state.
This is very interesting.
That interesting? I want to know what you think about that specifically because...
Oh my god, I thought someone was knocking.
Hey, what is she doing?
She's
scratching?
That is so funny.
She's literally knocking. Also, new outfits for Ellie, Abby, and their respective guns, and director's commentary featuring Neil Druckmann, the director, as well as narrative lead Haley Gross, and actors Troy Baker, Ashley Johnson, and Laura Bailey.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's huge. Really cool.
So all of that is coming to the remastered version.
It's
for $10.
It's that's so incredible. It's commentary?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard that in a game.
I'm not sure if it's commentary being played out as you're playing.
That's what I was gonna
think it is. Like a movie.
Wild.
Like
That's
when you watch movie
That's
commentary.
wild.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't know if I've ever experienced that either. No. I'm sure other games have done it.
I mean, that game is very much a game that would benefit from that because of how deep everything is.
Yeah.
And it's very cinematic already.
Extremely.
It's very interesting.
So I feel like it would fit a game like this really well.
Absolutely
I got some footnotes here for us, Joshy, and then let's move on to the next section here. So first up, I wanted to say that Spider-Man 2 was the best-selling game in October for the United States.
I believe
which is huge in this, where we are with gaming this year. It's huge. It actually, in terms of 2023, Spider-Man is currently the 4th best-selling game. And you're not going to believe what it's behind. It's behind Hogwarts Legacy.
Okay.
It's behind, you already know.
Wonder.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears.
Yeah.
Oh, so stupid.
Not Wonder, though. It's behind Madden NFL 24.
Wow. Look at that.
Look at that.
Wow.
That's nuts to me, man.
That is nuts.
Spider-Man 2.
It's crazy how popular those Madden games still are, dude.
I fucking know, bro. Jeez, all right. And then last bit here for you, Joshy, is Nintendo really didn't want us to know who developed the Super Mario RPG remake. This is an article that I really skimmed from IGN. Yeah, so basically the reporter from IGN tried to figure out who was developing the game because it got revealed at that Nintendo Direct, right?
Yeah.
If you watch the whole Direct, it doesn't say any credits to a game studio.
Interesting.
So it does give credit to Nintendo and Square Enix, but both of them could technically develop this, right?
Totally.
So what's actually happening? It's probably being developed by Nintendo somewhat because it's on a Nintendo Direct, right? As a Nintendo game,
right?
But basically, I'm just not even gonna like dissect the story. I'm just gonna tell you what happened.
Okay.
That. The reporter started then going deep work into trying to figure it out.
Okay.
Reached out to Nintendo and to Square to figure out who the developer was.
Right.
Didn't get a response back for a while, which is weird. Yeah. Then Square Enix responds and tells the IGN reporter to straight up ask Nintendo. That's what Square Enix told him.
Interesting.
Right? Then Nintendo told him, wait until the game comes out and look in the credits. That is what Nintendo told IGN. Why?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they just say they got to the bottom of it?
Right.
Basically, on a Japanese store page, it was credited on that store page in tiny text. That was the first way we found out the developer. It was co-developed between Nintendo themselves and a company called Art Piazza.
Art Piazza?
Yeah. And I looked up like other games that Art Piazza's worked on. Dragon Quest and a lot of Dragon Quest games, like most of them. But not they didn't fully develop Dragon Quest. They were in part development. They did like some CGI work. They did like art direction, some things like that. So they've had a part in games. And I don't think they've ever fully developed their own game.
Wow.
So it sounds like from this guy's research, they took a part in developing for this game with Nintendo. But Nintendo didn't outright say it.
Yeah, why is Nintendo weird about that? That's fucking
It's a mystery to me, bro.
Maybe they're just trying to like get people to play it. I don't know.
Yeah, but who knows? Nintendo just does weird stuff as far as their marketing and branding. Like, did you know that like there was a whole YouTube video I watched like maybe 5 years ago that was something like it's within the documentation of Nintendo of how they're allowed as a company to portray Mario. Have you ever seen this?
Well, okay. Well, I know the idea.
Okay, let me give you an example. The article said that, if I remember right, or the video I watched, that Mario isn't allowed to lean on anything in a still image. So all images of Mario leaning are against nothing, like a white background. So there's only a few of them that you can find.
I mean, I can't even think.
That's just like a
I'm
crazy
gonna look that
example.
up just to see if I can find a picture.
Yeah, isn't that fucking nuts?
That's so weird.
Very strange. Joshua, while you're looking that up, let me jump to our next section here, brother.
Let's
jump.
As
that wraps up the news. So first off, for game drops, there really is no notable games this week, so we're gonna entirely skip that section.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Did you find, by the way, the?
I'm not seeing anything picture-wise, but I mean,
it's this. That's that's like N64 Mario.
Right. I mean, I feel like I've seen that picture, but like.
But even then, he's not leaning fully
something.
Against something.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, Joshy, so we have one section here before we jump into the main topic, my friend, and wrap up this episode.
Right.
We've got off topic.
And
for this week, brother, I'll bring it back up because we already kind of touched on it, but we have Thanksgiving this week.
I knew you were going to bring it up.
You fucking knew. You fucking knew, baby. I knew it. So I want to first say happy Thanksgiving to you and all of our friends and family in the community out there.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. And guess who I'm grateful for? I'm thankful for you, Mother Hubbard. Sam seriously does so much for the show. I am blown away every single week by the things that you're able to do. But I hope everyone knows that he really is the lead of this show. And I love being a co-host of this. I have so much pride in being here, but I'm so thankful that it's with you. Seriously,
thank you, bro.
And
that means so much.
I hope you know that.
Yeah,
I hope you know how much everything you do means to me and so many other people. I know so many people get to tell you in your daily life how important you are, but you deserve to hear it.
Thank you,
I also want to say I am thankful to any person who is listening right now, especially obviously, we got like Johnny, Mikey, and everybody else who listens every single week. We love you guys so unbelievable, and Caleb too. Caleb listens every week, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Love you too. I wasn't trying to. Yeah. Anyone else who listens every week, I'm not trying to miss you. If you're hearing this, I am thankful for you, and I am grateful that you guys are a part of the show as much as me and Sam are. So happy Thanksgiving to everybody, to you. Yeah, what do we
thank you so much, Josh. I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that so much. I honestly was just going to ask you simply, like, what is Thanksgiving to you? Yeah. And what you're grateful for?
Well, Thanksgiving, truthfully, for me, what it means to me is, I think, more than... I usually do this thing, or at least I try to. I don't know if I've been lazy the last couple of years, is to text every person that I'm thankful for and just let them know that I'm thankful for them and tell them happy Thanksgiving. I swear to God.
What is she eating now? More feathers?
I don't know how she got so many.
Just tearing open clothes.
I know, she's terrible. I think it's because of the feathers from the fucking thing. You're fucking stupid. I'm so sorry. I might just put her in the cage, see if she'll be fine. She might be okay. She doesn't cry. It's not a cage, it's a kennel, guys.
It's a kennel.
It's humane. She has water and food. Promise. I always love just treating it like a day of genuinely reflecting on what I'm thankful for. I think I could do better on that too, and that's why this year I plan to. I'll try and send out as many texts as I can. I also have some great family traditions with my family. We don't call it Thanksgiving, we call it Shrimpsgiving.
Shrimpsgiving.
Because
with you guys Cajun. Make like a big shrimp boil, right?
Shrimp boil. My mom texted me just the other day. She said, "Yeah, we have 20 pounds of shrimp, and we're gonna boil the whole thing, and you better be here.
Yes,
it's gonna be a big one." So I'm very, very excited about that. Very excited, in fact. I would say cool. It means a lot to me.
Hell yeah.
No matter what, even if we are doing something, or even if it's just what I'm thankful for.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for answering that, bro. Well, I first want to echo everything you said about gratitude. I hope from me to you also, extremely grateful. This has been an idea I've had for years, is to start this kind of podcast, but I didn't really know how, and I knew I needed to find the right guy. And for as long as I can have you on the show, as long as it works out, we don't know what's holding in the future, right?
Right.
And that's the most exciting part about all of it, while also scary. I've been very much enjoying, and I'm so grateful for all the time that you've given me and the audience for the show.
Of course, bro.
And effort.
I seriously hope you know too that I mean, you know, I said everything I said, but I appreciate how much you put in the show. Genuinely.
Thank you so much, man.
You put in so much. Roxy, I'm sorry, she keeps jumping.
Roxy doesn't want us to be grateful.
No, she is not grateful.
She wants us to be grateful for her.
Yeah,
she's like, guys, you're not talking about me.
You know what? Okay. You know what? Roxy, come here. Okay. Come here. I'm grateful for you. Roxy, come here. Come here.
She's such a good listener.
I know, isn't she amazing? She's definitely getting kenneled after this. Or maybe outside. She might like it out there.
All right. Yeah, we'll wrap this up and we'll take a break and go to the main topic here.
Main podcast.
Yeah, the main pod.
But I love you so much. I'm grateful for everyone in this house, everyone in my life, and I truly don't know where I would be if I didn't have everyone who is in my life right now. Dude. I don't know who I would be. I don't know where I would be. And it's funny because there is, especially after watching that episode of Scott Pilgrim, there are a million directions I could have gone, especially out of high school. And I'm just so glad that I met the people I met and just became the person that I am. And it makes me really happy.
Yeah, bro.
So I'm grateful. Yeah. I'm thankful for you.
Thank you so much, man.
And I'm thankful for everyone.
And honestly, Thanksgiving to me is really just all of that. Like I feel like a goal. I've noticed like such an improvement in my life. Probably only like 3 or 4 years ago when I started trying to take daily gratitude really seriously. You know, like actively. I try to actually do it right when I wake up and right when I go to bed. I feel like there's this feeling I have in the next morning when I wake up that's like almost like at peace and with gratitude instead of with anxiety on the day or like overwhelmed immediately on all the things I gotta do, you know? If the night before I'm just actively trying to think about what I'm grateful for from that day specifically and then the people in my life who I'm grateful for. You know?
Absolutely.
And Thanksgiving, the fact that it really like that is what it's all about universally. That to me like is why I love the holiday so much, because you can spread that love to anybody and they get it, you know?
It's
like
so true.
Like even like leaving work and saying happy Thanksgiving, like the few times a year where you can say like, you know, happy holidays guys, happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, I love you, you know, those are some of my favorite days. For real.
I agree completely, and I think that it's so funny because they're so essential to being human, which is like, and some people are like, well, why are holidays important? Why can't you do it every day? It's like, well, you know what? Like, we got a lot going on in a day, you know? I
can't afford to do a holiday every day.
Yeah, exactly. Not only just afford, but it's like, I have a lot of things that I'm focused on, and sometimes I can't thank all the people that I deserve to be thanked on a daily. And that's why it's an important holiday. That's why it should be important to everyone. Yeah. And I'm thankful for
super excited for the food too.
Yeah.
I'll add that.
Dude, I'm having shrimp tomorrow. I'm gonna be full of shrimp. I am so excited. Holy shit. I forgot.
say save me a tiny bit.
I'll try.
If there's any left.
We always try. Yeah. I'm not kidding. My mom always,
you have in the past, but I feel like you guys always run out, which is totally okay.
Yeah.
But if you're able to steal any for me,
I will do
I'd love to try
everything I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, to be honest, I'm gonna be at Kendall's like all weekend. So I don't even know if I'm not even gonna be home until like Monday.
That's okay.
Yeah. So
we'll see what we can do.
Okay. Sounds good. We can say something. You chilling?
No, I'm chilling.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna say, dude, I every year I always have a cut right before I get into it, and when your hands are all in it, it burns if you have a cut. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And I got a cut at work.
Yeah. Every freaking year, bro.
Yeah, I swear to God, it's
Can't
every
escape.
year. I know.
All right, Joshy, let's take a break real quick.
Break.
Take care of Roxy.
Yes.
Take a piss if we need to, and we'll jump into the main topic.
I'm with it, which I still don't know.
All right, Joshy, we are back. My friend, today's main topic, brother. I couldn't think of like what I really want the title to be.
Really?
Maybe if it comes to you, let me know. But today's topic is about the PlayStation Vita.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Why didn't you tell me?
I wanted to be a total surprise, and I know how much you love the PlayStation Vita.
Oh, I
do myself.
Things to say.
Yeah, fuck yeah, baby. So I thought I wanted to kind of dive into some of the history of the Vita and what it went through, and then dive into some of our favorite games and experiences, and maybe even give it a review score. If you're down, let's do it, baby.
Dude, this is such a surprise.
For the title on the main topic, I put PlayStation Vita Legacy Cast. And then for the actual title of the episode, I put PlayStation Vita Classic.
Love it.
So, either way, I got some brainstorming I got to do, and let me know if you got any ideas. But I wanted to start with, so the Vita was first released in Japan December 7th, 2011, which is wild. I can't believe it's been 12 years since the launch of the Vita. Because I remember when headlines were coming out, you know? Yeah. And how excited I was.
I remember when it first came out, there was a kiosk in Walmart where you could play it. And I remember with my little kid brain thinking it looked just like a PS3. Like I remember I was like, this is amazing.
Amazing.
Like I couldn't believe that it was a handheld console.
You know what? I think I did experience that. Maybe at GameStop though, because it was Uncharted Golden Abyss.
Yeah, they had Golden Abyss.
And it did look really
mine was definitely in Walmart, but I definitely there was definitely a kiosk. It went around America.
Yeah.
No question.
So that was December 17th, and then we got it shortly later in not just North America, but also Europe and other territories. Yes. They got the Vita beginning February 22nd, 2012. So that's kind of like when we first got it over here. And the original model, you remember one of the biggest selling points of it, right?
Let me guess. It was handheld.
It was handheld.
Oh, yeah.
And it had a 5-inch OLED multi-capacitive touchscreen.
That's incredible.
That is so beyond what was in the PSP. And the PSP actually had a pretty decent screen in there.
It's OLED?
Yeah, the original Vita
was an
OLED screen.
Is the second?
It's not. That's what you have, right?
Yeah, I had the first one, though.
You did?
I did, and then I sold it and got a new one.
Yeah, and you got the slim one?
Yeah, I have the slim one now.
I got you. I actually, we'll get to it, but my Vita of choice is the slim model, which is despite popular opinion.
Yeah. It's so classic, the first looking one.
It is,
but I just think that slick look is so, and the button is next to your thumb instead of in the center.
No, for sure. Like layout wise and form factor and weight for me is always huge. Like if I'm having. It's oftentimes why I don't like those big Switch accessories that have like the, it's a new controller, sure, but there oftentimes is a lot more weight and build to the Switch, and it makes it less comfortable because it's so heavy,
right?
That's
why you got to get the one I have, by the way, because the issue is, some of that weight comes from the AR sensor, or the because those Joy-Cons are just jam packed with shit, or like motion control. So mine has no motion control, no AR sensor, no nothing like that, just the same weight.
Yeah.
So I'll put you on those one day.
Yeah, down. Because it's a big deal to me. It really matters.
I agree. Weight is important.
So the OG model was launching with this 5-inch OLED touchscreen, which at the time was so advanced. Yes. Like no iPhone at this time had OLED, right? Like OLEDs was like high-end TVs, and that was pretty much it, and like gaming monitors, right?
Absolutely.
So it had this 5-inch, and it being a multi-capacitive touchscreen, that is a way more advanced layer than the DS's and the 3DS's touchscreen, because that is like a single capacitive touchscreen. Yes. It's not multi-touch, and it worked way better with the stylus than your own finger. But this was designed for your fingers. And not only did it have a front touchscreen, it had a back touchscreen,
which is so crazy.
What is that?
I don't think I've ever seen something that has that. I've never seen a dual-sided touchscreen ever.
That one that you're literally not looking at.
Yeah,
right?
you don't look at it.
Yeah. Do you remember the game Little Deviants?
I don't know if I played that one.
So that was almost in the same vein of like Astro's Playroom. Kind of that vein. Like it was, I think, even a launch title.
Really?
I think made by Sony or a second-party studio just for the Vita, just to bring out the features. And one of those features was, I never owned the game, but I actually played this at GameStop, just a little demo, and it was trying to get the features out of it. And you go into this section of it, and there's like almost these whack-a-mole style enemies.
Oh yeah,
and they only pop up if you tapped them on the back touchpad.
I love that.
And I was so mind blown because also the image that came up on screen almost looked like the shape of a finger.
That's so sick.
Right? Like it was like, what is this?
I love that.
2 analog sticks, which was huge for a handheld. Like that was.
Nothing has had that. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure you're right, because
not even the PSP. It had like a circle pad, right?
Circle pad. And it had one. It had one on the left side,
on the
right?
left,
and then the 3DS had the 3DS was the main competitor to the Vita was the 3DS, and I think the 3DS came out in 2013 or 14.
Yeah.
So I think it was just the DS that was out by this time. But even with the 3DS adding their own circle pad, it still only had one. Yeah. Right? You had to get that extra add-on or get the new 3DS XL way down the line.
Didn't even
years
have
later.
Another circle pad. It
had a
nipple.
nub. Yeah. And these, not only were these not circle pads in the Vita, these were actual joysticks. So the quality of them, I loved it. I loved when you held a Vita, it felt like a premium build quality system. I agree. You know?
Can I grab my Vita? Can
Please.
I set the table with some games? Too?
Yeah.
Because I
set up.
I'll be right back.
All right, we are back. Joshy, so last thing on this console I want to touch on is that it also had a 3G option.
Yes.
Which was huge, right?
That is massive.
Fucking the fact that you could, for the first time, actually, because they were selling this as like a console experience on the go. That was the whole push.
Yeah.
Just like the Switch.
Yep.
Which has all these features except for 3G, but literally like having 3G built into this tiny handheld was kind of a marvel.
No,
that's
insane. This whole system is a marvel, dude.
Dude, it is.
The fact that they were able to do all this before even any of the competitors were able to like truly get their hands on like the technology that they're using.
Yeah.
Even some of it hasn't been rivaled until the Switch.
Yes.
Which was 2019.
Yes, man.
You know what I mean?
It even has a camera.
It's got
front and back facing camera.
Front back camera. Dude, so incredible.
Yeah,
I can't even believe how...
Speaker quality, very good, too.
Yeah, for what it is, too.
Yeah, no, seriously. And just, like, Josh now has, like, the slim model, like, right in front of him. Oh, dude. I'm not kidding. Up until the Switch, I'll actually say the Switch OLED. This was my favorite form factor portable console ever. This feels amazing in the hand.
Completely.
Dude.
I even, I started getting into it even when I had a Switch. I still stayed up with it.
Oh, yeah.
That was when I upgraded it to the slim version, and some of the experiences I were having were just as quality as something that I would be playing, on the Switch.
Absolutely.
If not, I want to get into the certain game, and I don't think I've told you about it yet.
Okay.
But I cannot wait to talk about it when we talk about it.
Yeah, we'll get into the games.
Because it's, Yeah.
So what I want to touch on for more history for you and more facts for our audience here.
Burn me.
So when the 3G model was launched, I don't know if you remember any of these details, but some of them are a bit jarring. So first they said, because the first thing out the gate was, here's the Vita, and here's the 3D model Vita. Starts at $249. And the 3G model is $299. And at the time, I know the Switch launched, I think at $300. If not, no,
it was $400.
$4 was the Switch?
Was it not $399? Oh no, it was definitely $299.
It was $299, right? Yeah. So this was expensive for like a handheld console, especially at the time.
I'm with that.
Also because
it is.
I want to say. Oh shit!
What was that?
Hey, it's my little chime tone.
You found something.
A little ringer. I can't remember the year. I wish I did. 3DS, right? But do you remember the 3DS came out and it was $249 and had such backlash that within not that long, like within 8 months, Nintendo said that they announced that they were doing a price rollback from $249 to $169.
I do remember that.
It was huge.
Yeah,
it was a big deal, right?
Yeah, it was.
And Nintendo felt that way, and I feel like the tech inside of the Vita is way more powerful than what's in the 3DS.
No question.
Also, some tidbits: features a quad-core ARM Cortex-9 MP core CPU. I don't really know what that means, but apparently in the gaming world, that's pretty fancy for a handheld, especially for the time. Also had a quad-core SGX 543 MP GPU.
I believe it.
Which probably also means that it had a great built-in graphics system.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, it shows off.
Which also it does.
It definitely does.
It really does.
Yeah, no, some games legitimately, like Persona 4 Golden, that looks way better than the PS2 version of Persona 4.
It looks
no question,
good,
man.
too.
So good.
It looks good.
Fast forward a little bit, the Slim model was released a couple of years later across 2013 and 2014, and this is they called it the Vita 2000 officially is what its name was.
That's what this one is called?
Which is the same thing as the PSP. The PSP had the PSP 1000, 2000, and 3000.
Interesting.
And the Vita went through a 1000 and 2000 series. So this is the 2000 series.
Still waiting on the 3000.
Hey, all these years later, baby. Right. No, we have it now. It's the PlayStation Portal.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah.
Close enough.
But The 2000 series featured all the same features, minus the OLED screen, and instead replacing it with an LCD screen, which was very controversial.
Really?
Although, in my opinion, it is one of the highest LCD screens you could get.
I was gonna say it looks amazing.
Unless you see it side by side with an OLED, you wouldn't even notice. In my opinion, I think then if you were even to compare this to the OG Switch screen. And the 3DS screen,
I think this looks
that's when you would see that this is a better screen. As an LCD, they all have the same panel type, right?
Yeah.
So, smaller size, obviously lighter. We talked about that. Extended battery life.
Oh, yeah.
Which was also because of that LCD panel. So, had some new features, and I thought this just looked so sleek with, like, the rounded edges.
The rounded edges, and also just the way that it, like, I feel like it's not as like bulky.
Yeah.
Just thickness wise, it has that curve inward, and everything about it just feels slick.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Slick as fuck.
Slick as a mug.
Slick as a mug. I don't even know if you remember this. On the original model, it didn't have a circle PlayStation button.
Like an oval?
Or start and select. Yeah, they were all ovals. Yeah. And do you remember trying to press the start and select button on the original?
So right.
They sucked.
My God.
You had to indent into the system.
No, you're so right.
Almost had to. You almost couldn't even press it without looking. You almost had to look.
Absolutely.
If that makes sense.
No,
you know
absolutely.
What I mean? So honestly, a better console around here. And then after the release of the Slim was the PlayStation TV. Do you remember that?
I do.
At all?
It plays these little cartridge games on the TV.
It was literally a Vita. As a console.
Do you know?
And it's like this big.
I wanted to get it so bad because I didn't know if the issue was I didn't know if the save data would play the same.
Oh yeah.
So my whole thing was it's like I'm down to play a Vita game on the TV as long as it saves my data.
Yeah.
Because then it's like a Switch at that point.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So, and I don't remember exactly if that was the case because there was a lot of proprietary memory card bullshit, which I think was a part of the downfall of the Vita, truthfully. And there's reasoning for that, which we'll get into a little bit, and then we'll jump into these games. But unfortunately for the PlayStation TV, that was discontinued in 2015, which I think was only a year after it came out. It's fucked. Yeah.
I mean, why would you really want to play a Vita game on your TV? To be honest.
The only reason I could think of at the time, the appeal that I saw was it was like a classic console, like the NES Classic and the Super NES Classic, because not only could you play Vita games on your TV, you could also play them with a controller. So instead of holding the handheld, you could play it with your PS3 or PS4 controller.
Right.
And you could also play classic games. So you could play like those PS1 games and PSP games.
That is
not only on the TV, but also multiplayer. So then you could sit in the couch play.
Pretty badass.
Yeah. No, that's pretty badass, especially for how tiny. It was very impressive. For what it was.
We should get one and just see what it's like.
You know, I think I actually have one.
Where?
In my storage over here somewhere. Or
Are you
my
serious?
Parents. Yeah.
You have it?
No, after the episode, let's
go look.
Yeah, let's absolutely go look. Yeah.
Dude, fuck yes.
A part of the downfall from Sony.
Yes.
According to them, for kind of their reasoning behind the downfall of the Vita, as well as them not continuing the line of handhelds, really, was in part due to mobile gaming at the time, around 2014, 2015, started to really take off fast. And in fact, when I start getting into sales numbers, you'll really see, like, how small the Vita was in the grand scheme of things, and which is really sad.
You're so right. It was a terrible time because this would be perfect if a smartphone didn't exist.
Right.
This is a paradise. Issue is we were getting into smartphones, and for me, especially when the time when this was first coming out, because I got into it much later, was my shit was smartphone games.
Yeah.
Like I was even like hoping that one day, it's so funny because of the way the new phones are set up. I was hoping one day we'd get to a point where you could play big games on your phone. That was like my dream, right?
Yeah.
And
now we're here because you can literally play what is it, Death Stranding and Resident Evil.
Insane.
Full ass on your phone. It's nuts, man. And not like a Vita version, because it wouldn't even run that well on the Vita, right? Like it runs better actually on your phone. Nuts, right?
Yeah. That's an understandable thing that would happen.
Yeah. And especially in the Japanese market, because we always have to respect and remember that, especially PlayStation, Nintendo, those are two Japan-centered companies,
Very
right?
true.
And so the Japanese market can be very different from ours in terms of gaming, you know? And so Japan usually, because of their lifestyle in Japan, they're all about mobile gaming more than console gaming.
Very
usually,
true.
right? Like the PSP. The PSP did phenomenal worldwide, but especially in Japan.
Absolutely.
And in hindsight, it honestly fucking was a complete failure in Japan.
Really?
Yeah, the Vita. Yeah, it's sad. It's very sad. So the platform officially began to be phased out by Sony with the release of the Switch and ultimately being discontinued completely in 2019.
Wow.
So it actually had a pretty long shelf life from it coming out initially in 2011.
I was going to say, that is pretty long.
It's pretty long, but in terms of sales and then ultimately what Sony pushed, remember? Because Sony was selling this as a system killer, right? A system experience on the go, and they only really pumped out a small handful of first-party games before kicking the first-party studios to the wayside and having them focus on PS4, and then just leaving it to the indies and second parties. You know what I mean?
Totally.
At the end of the life, it really only had third-party support for like 5 years.
Absolutely.
Something like that. You know?
Absolutely.
So, considered a commercial failure by Sony themselves, they announced there would be no successor to the Vita and PSP line of handhelds shortly after the release of the Switch.
Makes me so sad, man.
Terrible, man.
I want that competition.
Yeah,
Give me something.
Well, something I wanted to touch on here as a part of the failure, I really believe, was these dumbass proprietary memory cards. So, I don't know if you remember the whole history of these things.
Yes.
But check this out. So when they released the Vita, like in the announcement, they also announced that it was going to have its own memory card, and these were the amounts and these are the prices. And I want you to hear this and take this in, as well as the audience, because this is insane. Okay, a 4 gigabyte card, the smallest size you could get for the Vita, was $30
for 4 gigs.
For 4 fucking gigs. That's literally going back to like GameCube and PS2 era memory cards, right?
Wild.
It's a joke.
No, it is a joke.
The micro SD card counterpart, they were like easily 3, 4, 5 times more expensive. Right? An 8 gigabyte, the next size, $45. A 16 gigabyte, $70. A 32 gigabyte,
dude,
$120 for a 32 gigabyte card.
That's
right?
Ridiculous.
And then even later, there was a little bit of retribution here. Not much, but Japan a couple years later got their own there was an announcement by Sony that they were discounting permanently the memory card prices, and this ended up hitting globally. So the memory cards did get I think it was like somewhere around 30% of a price cut, which is awesome. They also introduced a 64 gigabyte, which still in the grand scheme of things...
Whoa, that would be like $200 back in the day.
Back in the day, right? So with the conversion, because it was only sold in Japan, it was about $105 for the 64 gig, which I ended up buying at towards...
Full price?
Yeah. No, not full price. I got it on discount for around $100 on Amazon. I remember spending around $100 on this memory card. What? And in hindsight, I'm like, damn, I have like a 512 gigabyte micro SD in my Switch, I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure I spent $80 on it.
Oh, absolutely.
Dude.
I spent like $70 on mine. We bought them together, remember that?
Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah. But just in comparison, like 64 gigabytes compared to 512, because it's not just a memory card. It's not just the storage of the game data, right? It is loading
it's how it
a
loads.
whole game onto the memory card. And, you digitally download a game.
Right.
Fucking some of those games like Call of Duty, that's probably like a 7, 8, 9 gigabyte game.
Absolutely.
Right? There's a tenth of your card right there.
Well, that's even just like, think about like completely digital too.
Yeah.
I mean, a game that would be completely digital. I have some of those that are like 12 gigs.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure God of War, which is God of War 1 and 2, the full complete games is like 10 or 12 gigs.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, ridiculous. And so... Sweet. There's a little backstory on this, which is that the PSP, which Sony had come from leading into the Vita, was deemed a huge success. The PSP sales were massive. I actually wish, you know what, I have other sales numbers here, so I'm going to do PSP console sales so I can reference this here, because I'm going to tell you right now what the Vita did. And the Vita had estimated worldwide 10 to 15 million units. And in the grand scheme of things, that's shit.
That is really
For reference, the 3DS did 75 million. And the Switch is currently at 132 million.
That's where it needs to be.
Right. And if we just look at the Switch has been on market for half the time that the Vita was, right?
No, you're totally right. That's so funny because I feel like things are starting to truly make sense when it comes to, I don't know, the failure of the Vita. Because at first I was kind of looking at it and I was like, maybe people weren't interested in mobile gaming at that point, but they are. And they are. And the 3DS came out and it made some numbers.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, 3DS, I mean, 75 mil, that's no joke. That's like upper 20 consoles, like as far as like sales goes.
No joke.
Maybe even like top 10.
How many was the Vita exactly?
So the Vita was 10. It's estimated because Sony actually didn't put out a report. So the best estimate that analysts have is between 10 and 15 million. Okay? And now I pulled up the PSP. Yeah. PSP did 80 million.
80 mil.
80
That's
mil.
More like
but a part of there was controversy in those numbers for Sony because it didn't directly I guess translate to game sales because of the piracy issue. So I just told you in this episode alone all my experience with PSP modding, and I was a high school kid.
Yeah,
right?
you were.
So it is not like unknown feat that literally hundreds of thousands of people had learned, and there was a whole modding community behind the PSP. Right. And it was almost like,
and you were a part of it.
I was a part of it, right? But it almost pushed more units because it was like, if you want like a retro console experience on the go, just get a PSP.
PSP, you know, everything.
Yeah. And PSP was still being sold aftermarket for years. Yeah, still is. You know,
probably is still a pretty good like little retro game.
Dude, it is. I still think the PSP 3000 holds up extremely well.
You think so?
Yeah, dead
look
ass.
at these models. Do they look as different as the Vitas do?
Not really. The PSP 2000 and 3000 look very similar. The biggest difference that you can see visually is what the buttons look like.
Really?
Yeah, like the start and select, and you know in the PSP there's a whole bottom row of buttons, right? Those all, I think it was like half circle shaped on the 2000, and they go to like full oval shaped.
Yeah, they're ovals on what I'm looking at the 3000.
Yeah.
So that's so funny.
Right. So with this movement, it was never officially confirmed by Sony, but I believe that the reason for these absurd memory card, including the prices, is because of the security that they put into the card. And I believe
to make
that
sure what happened with the PSP doesn't happen.
It didn't happen again, right? So it was like all these steps. It was one being proprietary, so you had someone, if someone was going to try to mod it, they had to build themselves some kind of converter to connect it to a PC or something, right? But there's all this anti-piracy software literally built into all of these memory cards, right? So they started really cracking down to try to prevent that piracy movement. But I feel like, honestly, it was to their downfall because it pushes people away.
No, it pushes people away, of course, and I understand the push away from piracy, and I don't think you should ever really make a console, especially if you're a fucking big ass company like Sony, where you're like, oh yeah, we're okay with whatever they use it for. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's just not the case.
No,
especially when it comes to games like, I mean, sounds like you had a great time with fucking Trigger Happy Havoc.
Sure did, baby.
And it just, I think that when they see what happens there has to be a push. And I'm guessing that must be why the numbers were so low too. Not the amount, but the amount of gigs that were in it, because there was so much more jammed into that card.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
That honestly, like, is probably the case. Because it is. It's still the case too, where like you put in like a 4 GB card, you only actually have like 2.89 gigs, right? Something like that. So very much the case, I would say. And I just feel like they honestly probably shot themselves in the foot because to their saving grace, it was headlines for years. I think the first time a Vita actually successfully was modded was like 4 years into the Vita's life.
Really?
Something like that.
Wow.
Like the modding community was not what it was for PSP.
Well, here's what I'm saying. And I'm never the guy to admit that, I'm going to mod a machine, but that shit's kind of badass.
Yeah.
Imagine this thing as like an all-purpose like retro console that had everything you could want. You're telling me 2 joysticks, a fucking pretty nice D-pad.
I love the D-pad.
I love the D-pad on the Vita. And all these buttons are so clicky. I love everything that it's got going on for
I also love the shoulder buttons. The shoulder buttons are nice. Same thing with the PSP. They're like very clicky and they're clear, right? And it's
so cool.
It's very unique.
Yeah. I wanted to say about the design too, now that I finally have it in front of me. I was remembering what I preferred so much more about this that the original didn't. If you don't remember, you probably do. This front obviously is glossy.
Yeah.
But the old one was all glossy. If you don't remember,
on the front,
the front was all.
The back was too.
It was glossy on the back because it had that entire
like
line around it. Yeah, the glass around it. This one is matte. I love the way matte looks. Seriously, even my favorite thing is matte next to glossy. Yeah. Which is such a fucking badass look. That's the way that you make something look slick and new. Yeah. You got a little bit of matte, a little bit of glossy. Yeah. And I felt like they just knocked it out of the park with the design. And I just remembered as soon as I grabbed this.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I also liked how it's almost like they put this screen like in line with it, but it's separate. Totally. You know?
I agree.
You reminded me that you're 100% right. On the original Vita, it was not like that. It was
like a full glass piece.
Yeah, it was like uniform. Yeah. One piece. Yeah.
Yep. And One Piece. Oh my God, One Piece, the Vita game.
Yo!
Dude, that's fucking
Burning
crazy.
Blood?
Burning Blood, yeah.
Oh shit, this is a Japanese console.
Uh-huh. I got it recently, actually.
That's fucking sick.
Isn't that pretty sick? Sorry, I just showed game.
I only got a couple more things here, Joshy. The first is it also had remote play. That was kind of big. That was and you've talked a lot off and on podcast about this, right? Like about remote play. You had a great experience. I didn't. I really tried.
It's funny how different our experiences are.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's amazing. Man. I love it. Honestly,
I do love it too.
And even I can acknowledge. Yes, I can acknowledge though that I was very into like the Reddit community on like the Vita subreddit community, I should say, and like just the ins and outs on Twitter at the time. Yep. With kind of keeping up with the console and even the modding community somewhat and whatnot. It's no question that the remote play was a big appeal to people for this console because it could remote play not just PS4 but also PS3. Even though it didn't work that great on the PS3.
I didn't ever tried it with the PS3 because I was done with the PS3 by the time 4 was out.
Makes sense.
Obviously. But that I mean, if I can talk about it for a second.
Yeah.
That remote play, seriously, I remember just locked into this thing right here and genuinely loving everything I could do with the console and being genuinely impressed with everything I could do. The replacement, because as you can see there's only shoulder buttons, right? There's no triggers. The replacement was tapping the screen back there. And so I remember sometimes it was fun and sometimes it was a little annoying. Yeah. I remember for Uncharted it was pretty easy. just a point and a tap, and that's pretty easy. Even like GTA was pretty fun because it's like, you know, you're holding down something. You know, a trigger would be better, but that one I remember was being a little goofy. When I didn't enjoy it at all was Spider-Man.
Really?
I played Spider-Man on this as much as I could, but I just didn't like the controls.
For sure.
I would try to swing around, but think about it. The way you swing is pressing down on there. That just does not work as well as you'd want it to. For sure. Especially if it's being like streamed to your thing. And I recognize there were some games. I knew for a fact there were some games that just worked better than other ones did. And yeah, sometimes it was perfect, sometimes it wasn't. Dude,
makes sense.
I'm remembering something.
What?
Oh my God. When it came to some games, if you would remote play, it would switch up the controls. Oh my God, I'm remembering this perfectly. So for Uncharted, the way that it works is the shoulder buttons R and L are to switch ammo. Okay?
Yeah.
So you switch your weapons or do whatever you want to do. In Uncharted 2, did I say that?
No, okay. I don't think so. Okay,
I meant to say Uncharted 2.
Okay.
But when you did remote play, they made it so this was aim and this was shoot, and the back one was switching the weapons.
And like automatically?
Yes,
it did that
it didn't even tell you. I remember thinking how fucking cool that was, and that's one of the reasons why Uncharted 2 was one of the most fun ones to play. I almost beated it on the fucking Vita.
Wow.
With remote play.
And are we talking from the Nathan Drake collection?
Nathan Drake collection, yeah.
PS4 version?
The PS4, that's the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, I had no idea.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah, I completely forgot that until this very moment.
Well, glad you brought that up.
I'm certain they probably did that for. I know they probably did that for other games too.
I got no doubt.
That's one of those little details where I was just constantly impressed, and I was constantly like, wow, this machine is just a fucking. I love this thing. It's a demon.
It is a demon.
I'm referencing the Vita.
Yeah, so let's get into some of our experiences. Like, I really wanted to kind of make
that was
this
a good
open-ended. Yeah, no, dude. Like, and I think that's all we got. Is like all of our experiences. And like you said, how different our experiences were.
Very true.
Especially just because I feel like it's cool because we are from we're two different generations technically, right?
Yeah,
like, aren't you? I'm millennial.
I'm Gen Z,
and you're Gen Z, right? And so we have like our experiences. Like, even I think Mikey brought this up last week. That he didn't realize that you were like a whole generation younger than me. Yeah, and so he's like, oh, that's weird. Josh, you was talking about this. I would have thought you guys are at the same page. I'm like, well, Josh is only you're 24,
23,
23. Yeah.
Could be 24.
And he's like, oh, what? Because I think Mikey, he's 33 or 34. Yeah. So he's even got a different perspective than I do.
Totally.
You know?
Totally. Well, I think it also brings such more interesting conversation for when we talk about our experiences with things, especially as Flash Bros, because it's like, I mean, obviously, when things are coming out at a certain time, you could be like, oh yeah, I was in high school. I'm like, oh, that was my childhood game.
Right. That
was the game I played. Like, Black and White is a great example. You're like, oh, I remember when that came out.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, that was my game.
Yeah.
That was helped me.
Like your gold and silver.
Exactly.
Like, to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that contrast and that interest, I think that's one of the most interesting dynamics we have.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Bring it in.
Bro. So, I want to kind of open this up.
Please
talk about non-game wise. We'll get into games, but talk about just some of your experiences, like collecting. You know what I mean? So not a certain game in particular, but dude, one of the reasons I think I loved the Vita so much was because collecting for it was legitimately so much fun. Yeah. Right. There isn't this It actually has a pretty big fucking library for physical media. Yeah. But no other game case looks like a Vita case.
No way.
Everything about it. The form factor, it's so tiny. I love Switch games too. Yep. You know, it's like a taller version of the same case. It is. But it's so simple. And and having a collection, you can have a lot more games on your shelf.
Agree.
Vita than any other console.
And one thing that I like the most, the reason I got into collecting physical copies, and I know it doesn't look like I have a lot, but these, especially when I was getting into it, are rare. You do not find these at every single GameStop. Just recently, I say recent, but it was probably 2020.
Okay.
Me and Ben Handorf, shout out Ben. Love this dude so much. Him and I would drive to fucking GameStops that were so far away before he even worked there.
Really?
And a manager over there. Yeah, we would literally just go to as far as we could, and we would just look for any of these bad boys. Some still had them on the shelf, but while we were hunting for them, there was a whole GameStop thing where they're like, hey guys, we don't sell these anymore. And there was a point where we got to where GameStop stopped putting them out on the shelf while I was actively hunting for them at this point. So I would drive you're telling me. So we would literally go behind we would go to the guy at the counter. We're like, hey, what are your PS Vita physical copies?
Yeah.
He's like, we probably have 3, kid, if you want to take a look. Dude, it felt like I was a hunter. I was a man looking for a bounty, and these were the bounties I was able to get at that time.
I fucking love that.
And so, I
kind of reminds me of amiibo hunting a little bit.
You're telling me?
Yeah, bro.
I felt that exact way because it literally would be like, yeah, we have this physical copy, doesn't have a case. I'm like, don't want it. You need it, bro. I don't want that. And so, there were some crazy finds when I found Danganronpa. I was so fucking
You remember
excited.
The context?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was me and Ben. We were out hunting, and I remember the dude was like, it was after we didn't have they were off the shelf.
Okay.
We got 5 in the back if you want to take a look. He was like, I think we only have 3 that have a physical copy. He was like, we have Danganronpa, blah blah blah. And I was like, Danganronpa?
No.
I was like, you have a case. He was like, I think we have a case, or it's just the physical. And I was like, dude, please tell me you got that fucking case. Look. And he had the fucking case with the game.
Yes, sir.
And I
wow,
dude,
that's actually one of the rare ones. And
I know.
I'm not talking about today. Yeah. I'm talking about back in the day.
Then. I know. And that's why literally it was like it was at a fucking GameStop.
Yeah.
And I could not believe it.
That's nuts.
I seriously am so hyped. This is one of my favorites too, not just because the fact that it's rare, but that cover art is so cool. Like it literally is just like such a sick cover. And same thing with Persona. Whenever one of my biggest reasons for collecting these games was the actual cartridges themselves. Actually, I have this right here.
One fits the memory card.
Oh, that's what it is.
One fits the game case in there. Yeah.
So one of my favorite things about these is, unlike the Switch, which kind of has that thin look, it's kind of made to stand out in its own way. These look like miniature PS4 cases.
They do.
And I love that. Same color of blue. They had this look to them where it literally not contrast, but it complements a PS4. As you see in my room, I have them set up next to my PS4 games. It's just so cool. Like I seriously have never been into game collecting as much as when it came to the Vita, and that is seriously a testament to how fucking fun the chase is, or even just the search for these games was, and it was so fun to me.
Can you take that?
If you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. Actually, I'm going to grab something to show you. I'm going to try to look for that PlayStation TV.
Look for it. I'm going to answer real quick.
All right, Joshy. Ended up taking a little break there, but I did go and find some of the things I was looking for. So I brought out a stack of games here. Yeah, it looks like we have a lot here.
Is this a Persona 4?
Yeah, I have 2 copies of it. Oh, this is so funny because this is what I was going with the trophy stacking. So you see...
Oh, one's European.
Yes, sir.
Did you do it?
I did that on Persona... I can't remember. I may have started, because I think I have the Platinum Trophy on the original game. And I started the European and didn't get super far.
Dude, you have so many games that I don't have.
Steins Gate, Love.
I have so many you don't have.
Ooh. Yeah, we'll dive into this. I love it. Yeah, we'll dive into
I've never seen this, by the way, to anyone. I have
I'm bringing out a little bit of my Vita collection. You know what's crazy, Josh, is I'm not kidding you. I've talked about it with you a lot off cast and when I first met you, but I sold a lot of my game collection coming out here.
You did.
And to put money behind how much I sold, it was about $14,000 worth of game collecting stuff that I sold.
That's
if I remember
insane,
right, somewhere around there, bro.
Holy shit.
So much. And the Vita library was like my... Honestly, that Nintendo was like my biggest and most prideful collection.
Your treasure trove.
This is probably... I got a stack of games here for the audience who can't see. I probably have like, I don't know, 12-ish.
What's that Japanese one, if you don't mind me asking?
This one is... Ooh, that's I Am Setsuna, which only had a physical release in Japan for the Vita.
Actually, isn't that on Switch now?
Yes, I think it's on Switch and definitely on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 3 and Vita.
That's fucking sick.
Dude, it's just so beautiful. I never even opened
Steins
it.
Gate?
Steins Gate, you fucking know.
Oh my god, no.
It's all good. It's just Hatsune Miku. No big deal. There you go, baby.
God, no way.
Yes, sir.
Dude, you should take the sticker off.
I'm getting distracted here.
I'm sorry.
We'll
this is so
No, it's good.
Awesome.
I just want to paint a picture for you.
Please.
The games I have left in this pile, I think this is all the physical Vita games I have left.
Yeah.
And it's probably about an eighth of what I had.
That's insane.
I had 2 fat stacks of games plus all these collector's editions because they came out with some great collector shit for the Vita. So I want to dive into that for a second real quick because while I don't have much collector-wise left of the Vita, I very much remember a lot of my experiences.
Do you have your Vita?
That I do have.
Do we have the same case?
We do have the
same
case.
Way.
I noticed that when it was on the table up here.
Sick.
So this model I have, I don't know if you've seen it before, but this is I think it's aqua blue is like the color they put out. This is, I think, the Vita 2001. So it was after they came out with the just black model that was slim. Mm-hmm. A little bit down the line, I want to say maybe 6 months later, they released colors that were only in Japan, and then America got a couple of the colors. They got, I think, a white one, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe? I feel like they didn't. I feel like there was some other color. Maybe it was white. And they had a blue one, and the blue was GameStop exclusive.
That one?
Yes. This, though, is actually a Japanese model Vita.
No
So
way.
this was imported from, I think I got it from PlayAsia. Please, because you were talking about how much you like a matte finish, right?
Oh, it's got a full matte
It has
finish.
a full matte finish
God.
on the front.
This is gorgeous, dude, and clearly in much better condition than mine.
I did keep it in a case pretty much at all times. And I do generally like to keep my handhelds especially pretty wrapped up.
I usually wrap them up. This one was beat by the time I got it. And so it's not as pretty looking. Yeah.
Totally.
You know how it goes.
I actually, though, had a limited edition model before this. Let me run through my Vitas here, because I had the OG Vita, which I got secondhand. One of my buddies... Actually, if I remember right, it was one of my buddies of me and Caleb. He needed a way to drive from where we lived in Dallas, Oregon, up to Tacoma, Washington. And I think it was a drive. I think it was like a 5.5, 6 hour drive if you're doing it pretty much straight.
Yeah.
And we made this trip, and we came back in one day. We needed to do a day trip with this, and it took all day.
Yeah.
And he had gas money he gave me, and then he also knew how much I was raving about the Vita.
Yeah.
And he was in the military, so he gave me his Vita as a part of like a thank you for the trip.
Dude, that's so sweet.
And that's so sick.
Yeah,
and so it was an OG model Vita. That's what I played Persona 4 Golden on. Then fast forward probably years down the road, after the 3DS had been out and I was really into the 3DS for a while, I suddenly just got this second wind Vita kick, and I really wanted to start collecting. So I got 3 different models after that. So I've owned 4 Vitas.
Holy shit.
I had the first model, the OLED classic black model.
Of course.
Then I really wanted to venture out of black. I always am a sucker for like white and colored models of anything.
They're so tough.
And you even know me from me living here. You know, when they came out the white OLED, I'm
and you had the PS4 Pro.
Have to have that.
White.
Yep. PS4 Pro is white. So I like to not be a basic bitch, is what I'm trying to say. So I got the white one, which I think was Japan exclusive. And it was... Oh my gosh, that's what it was. So in the original release of the Slim, it was this glossy color, and this is the Series 2000, right? And this was 2001. So in the Series 2000, it came as a black model in, I'm pretty sure, all regions. And then in Japan, they had a black model and a white model. So I got the white model. So because I remember it had the glossiness, and it also had a white bezel around the screen. I just thought it was the cleanest looking console I've ever seen.
That sounds clean.
It was clean as fuck, bro.
That sounds clean.
And then there was a Monster Hunter limited edition that only came out in Japan.
Okay.
Have you ever seen one of these?
I don't know if I have.
So,
should I look it up?
Do you know one of the mascots? I'll actually look it up and show you a picture here, because you know one of the biggest mascots in... I said Monster Hunter, didn't I? I meant Dragon Quest.
Oh, Dragon Quest.
Dragon Quest. Okay, do you know one of the most iconic icons from Dragon Quest?
The slime, right?
It's the slime.
Yeah.
Okay, and there is... Have you ever heard of the silver slime?
Yes, I have.
Yes, okay.
It's a spirit, too.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, lore about the silver slime. Not too much, because I'm not huge into Dragon Quest, I'll be honest. But the silver slime in the game of Dragon Quest is kind of along par for something like a shiny Pokemon.
Okay.
It's not exactly as rare, but they're very rare.
Extremely.
And they're very hard to kill.
Okay.
And if you kill one and find one and kill one, you get a shit ton of experience. You basically will level up like a handful of times. Yeah, so they're like that's a very rare, powerful little
I love that. I actually didn't know that's what it was.
Really?
Yeah. Because they have the...
Because they're normally blue, right?
I think the original spirit evolves into a... in Smash Bros. Evolves into a silver slime.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, there you go. So they came out with a special model that hit news feeds, and I about lost myself because it was the slim model, right? I think it was actually the 2001. Shit. So it advertised a matte finish on the front, and it was like a sparkly silver. Yeah. Like if you shine this in the sunlight, it literally like had like a sheen to it. You know, it was beautiful. Yeah. And not only was it all silver colored, the back had a big old slime outline.
You had that one?
I had that one. Yeah. I spent like $350 on it or something like that to import it over here. It even comes with a little headphone jack cover. That is a little silver slime.
Wait, zoom in. Can you?
Yeah, here, let me pull this image real quick. Pull up here for Joshy. Look at this little slime cover.
Oh, that's so cute.
This little microphone. It doesn't do anything other than block the microphone and just be a little slime add-on on the bottom of your Vita. Isn't that adorable?
That's so fucking tough. I absolutely adore that idea. That is so cute. Especially a little detail like that. Those are the things.
Those are the things that I'm a sucker for. Yeah, seriously. I know you appreciate that. And I know, like, you're a big collector, but you oftentimes collect games more than anything, and manga, I feel.
And figures.
Yeah, for sure. And so, like, I was kind of knee-deep in consoles for a while. Like, I had to stop because it's expensive.
That's one of the most expensive ones you can do is, like those kind of consoles.
Yes,
like what are those called? Like a special edition.
Yeah, like a collector's edition. Yeah, edition console.
Right? That is something that I love and I have so much respect for. And so if I see one, like for me, I really wanted that Majora's Mask, the
3DS,
bro. That thing was not only clean, but it was fucking rare as shit.
Yes.
People just bought the fuck out of them and then scalped them and just like resold them for so much money.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought the idea of owning one was such a fucking cool idea.
Yeah.
Never got one,
yeah.
Though.
Yeah.
What can you do?
So I actually, short story here. I got that limited edition console.
Yeah.
And I still had the white one, right?
Yeah.
I had no use for it, but I still had it.
Right.
What I ended up doing was taking the silver one after playing on it a while, and I really liked, honestly, my white model more. Not in a way of how it looked.
Yeah.
It was more in a way like I felt like I really wanted to display my Dragon Quest one. It was that special.
Right.
So I bought a stand and I displayed it on my shelf. And the Vita I used was my white one. It was super overkill, but I felt like it brought my bookshelf, my collection together, because it was all my games coming up. It was like guides, games, and each shelf had a different tier of games.
Do you have pictures? You didn't take pictures?
Dude, I do buried somewhere.
I need to see this.
Kendall and I were talking about this because I fucked myself early in my life as far as archiving photos because I was one of those fuckers that jumped back and forth between iPhone and Android, and in that I wiped my phone data every time. Every time.
It's understandable. I mean, like I remember I had an iPhone that was that I walked into a pool with.
Oh yeah.
And I have everything from my old iPhone from that point on, and I have all those archived. I have them like I can find them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On my MacBook I have them, but I'm like, dude, everything beyond that point, I wish I archived somehow.
Yeah,
you know
that's kind of where I'm at, especially when we get into these like nitty gritty talks with my old collection. But I'll try to pull up some because I really want to do a game collecting episode too. I'll see what I can do to like pull up old photos I have. So I feel like that would be the best way to do it.
A collection episode would be awesome too,
wouldn't it?
Because I mean, like manga for me, I love, and I'm also like huge on. I mean, my figures, seriously, like that Meliodas I have up there is no joke, like one of the rarest figures.
Yeah, you walked me through that when you got it, and I had no idea.
It's just pricey. It's like that one I found was like used. Got the box for it. And I got
the box, and it doesn't even look used.
It does not look used at all. And that's the thing. I got it for like $250.
Yeah,
which was a steal.
Like I couldn't believe that when you told me.
I know.
Yeah, dude,
it's crazy.
I love this.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Well, all I wanted to say before I got this blue model, I got this blue model to replace my white one because my white one got stolen when I had my car stolen. Remember that whole I got my car stolen Jiffy Lube story, right?
Told me that.
So without going into the nitty gritty, in my school backpack was my Vita. I'm not kidding. Do you know it was like this really, really like sad, gut wrenching feeling in me of like, yeah, man, fuck. They got my textbooks, my laptop. All this shit, but they got my fucking Vita. My Vita with my memory card and all my games in there and all this shit. That was like more disheartening than anything.
Did it cover everything?
Well, yes and no. They did end up covering it, which is how I purchased this one. I used that money for the blue one I got here.
Dude, that's so sad.
But I also got it back, but it was broken. It was broken because the police, I didn't really like know this or like what part of like investigations process they have for stuff, but in the investigation process for the department, when they found my car, they had to basically DNA coat the whole car. So they cover it in like this thin filmy black powder, And I'm not kidding. When I got in my car after, like, not having my car for 2 months, I picked it up from the police station. I go through all the report. I check out. And as I climb in my car, there's literally, like, it was almost like a layer of dust, but it was thicker and it was black. It was disgusting. It was like, I could wipe my finger on anything in the car, and it just had this thin, like, black film.
So what happened?
So my Vita, because it was a piece of evidence in the case, it wasn't like it was sitting in the open and they coated it. No, they took my Vita out of its case and they coated it in this black shit, and the touchscreen never worked again.
What?
The back and front touchscreen.
Why?
Isn't that fucked?
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Like, it had to be something in that material that they put into it, because I remember getting the Vita, like, actually, I didn't actually hold it myself. The officer who found my car after the incident told me all the things that were in the car, because I had an itemized list, and in that list was the Vita and certain games, and he said all of that was there. But I didn't actually play test it until after getting my car back. That's and after crazy. That film was on it, and it didn't work. It just didn't work. Right.
That's so sad, dude.
Very sad.
Holy
but I ended up getting a new one, you know, and
and it was covered?
It was covered. Yeah.
Like
they gave me I put face value of 150 because that was what it was worth at the time to import it, and that's the money they gave me for it. And I'm pretty sure I bought that Vita for like around 150. So it about evened out, you know.
Did you keep it or no?
You know what? I want to say that because of how the claims process worked, they took the Vita along with the car to give me the compensation, like Jiffy Lube did when the whole thing was happening. So, no, I don't have the Vita anymore. I know that for sure, and I haven't had it for a long time.
Damn.
I really love that white color.
That's such a sad story.
Very sad.
That's such a sad
rip the Vita.
story.
And I want to say, too, that I didn't fully go back into the Vita after all this happened, because I remember getting this blue model, and part of the reason it looks so pristine is because I barely played it.
You didn't play it as much?
Yeah.
Understandably.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I would be out of it too.
Yeah, man.
To be honest with you. I the only time I ever had a console stolen was when my Switch got stolen from did I tell you about that? That's why I played Breath of the Wild twice.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, you did.
So it was right when they introduced cloud backup. So I luckily got most things back.
Really?
Most. And there were some things that didn't back up just because it was so new. Some weren't supported. Do you remember that at all?
I do. Some still aren't.
Some are not. And so a bunch of stuff. I remember Odyssey saved. I was so happy about that because I put so much time into Odyssey.
Zelda does, right?
Zelda does, but I had a physical copy, and so it wouldn't download again because it's a new copy of the game. And dude, I was so sad, but I turned it around. I got a brand new one, and I replayed all of Zelda.
Oh yeah.
So it was fun.
Oh yeah.
It was fun.
You got your whole playthrough twice.
Oh god.
Joshua, let's dive into some games. Is there anything more you want to talk about the Vita itself?
Well, just experience-wise, I'll say that like one thing that I think is a little different from you is just my high school experience with it. You know, being a high school rebel that I was, me and Ben Handorf would go out and just find anything we could Vita like related, truthfully. And that's when I found out about the TV. What is it called?
Yeah, PlayStation TV.
Yeah. I thought that was such a cool idea. Never ended up getting my hands on it, so it excites me that you have one because that is so fucking cool.
Yeah, I've got to find it somewhere. I dug through that box when we were on our break.
Oh, yeah?
Didn't find it. I want to say my gut feeling is telling me it's at my parents' house.
Damn it, everything's at your parents' house.
But you know what? Kendall's going with me this year. I'm gonna dissect
Will
the
you
basement.
just take a look at everything?
I will.
Just to see, because there was other things that you said you had. That you
Yeah, I'll go up there literally with her, and I'll take pictures, and I'll see what I can bring home.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, bro.
So having this at high school was such a good time.
Cool.
It was during a time when the Switch was still out, was when I still got into this, which was such a fun fucking thing because seriously, I have some of the best memories of just like being in the library and just playing the fucking PS Vita, like one of the coolest little consoles, because the Switch, you know, it was big and it was like so noticeable. Yeah. But the Vita, it's just got that like compact vibe to it.
Yes, dude.
And I love it so much.
It's tight. I have
tight as fuck.
I didn't bring it out here. I'll show you after this show, but like looking at the slim model and how actually limited, especially compared to the Switch. Yeah. I have a case that literally molds to the form factor so tight. And I'm not kidding. Like, I picked it up in the case right before it came out here. And I'm like, damn, like, I remember this feeling of wanting to take it everywhere because it was so... like so compact,
light and portable, and dude, it's fucking badass. It's
man.
So badass.
Yeah, for real.
I love it.
So Joshua, let's jump into some of these games, brother. We got a big stack over here. Yes. I also have some of my favorites already wrote down, and I don't think there's any shortage here of what we could talk about. And we already covered Persona 4 Golden as a part of our retro recap. And and we've talked about Danganronpa quite a bit. So you've got some other games here. Any ones that you want to talk about in particular?
My favorite Vita game. Can I show it to you?
Please. Oh, the dramatic. That's it, baby. Here.
Tear Away. Seriously, I think it's in my Vita right now. It is.
It is.
Seriously, like, this game, I'm just going to say it. This is the game that made everything the Vita had going, hardware especially, just a fucking... it made it like a powerhouse. Yeah. One game, if you want to experience everything this little console has inside of it, tech-wise, this is the game to play. I'm not kidding. I wanted to talk about it earlier, but I really want to talk about it right now.
Well, because I was talking about that little DVS game, right?
Little DVS.
That is basically a mini game.
Yes.
Tearaway is a full-fledged adventure.
A full adventure. So much fun. I was playing it as of recently, too. I got some funny memories with it recently. One of my favorite things is there's these sections where to push up your character, it'll be this flat piece of paper, and the whole thing makes it feel like you are this. It's me.
It's playing
the game,
right?
Because the sun always has a picture of my face. Not a picture, it's what I look like.
You.
So it's like me live in the corner of the screen anytime you see the sun. You constantly get upgrades.
That's crazy.
It's a 3D platformer through and through. There's collectibles in every single one, secret chests that you can find, and I was going to 100% it, and guess what? I still have plans to. Every time I pick up my Vita again and I kind of get a kick for it, Tearaway is the game I go to.
Hell yeah.
There's those sections in the back where you choose your skin color beforehand so it knows what you look like, and then you press on the back and it literally is your finger
literally a finger
pushing through and moving around in the game.
I've seen that.
So much fucking fun. Motion control it's using all the time.
I forgot it had motion control built in.
And it's so fucking good too, seriously.
Yeah.
The touchscreen, you're constantly using it to open things up, click on things. I'm trying to think of something else. Does it have a mic? I feel like you blow into it at one point too.
I feel like it does have a mic. Is there a mic on the bottom of this?
Might. But I don't remember.
Maybe not.
But sometimes
there might be.
When there's like characters you need to unlock, you take pictures and then it turns that thing into like a character.
Whoa.
And you can fully customize your character the entire time. And at one point you even like run into this little like buddy type character. And you get to customize him too. There's constantly like moments, even like this right here. That's like a Wendigo. Yeah. I got to design what it looked like, and I remember I drew these super creepy eyes. So much fucking fun. Like I can't even. Oh, this is actually crazy. Iggy chewed up the box actually, and so I replaced it with another one.
Nice. Okay.
And I tried to like straighten that out.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't notice until
couldn't even tell.
Yeah.
And it goes with Tearaway as a game because it's all paper craft theme and just so many cool little details that I fell in love with. Seriously, and I'm still in love with this. The soundtrack. It's so
charming, man.
It's so fucking charming. And it looks great. It looks like a 3D like platformer you'd play on like look at that right there. That's like the fingers poking through. There's this thing on the back where it's like little drum sections where you gotta bump them pretty hard.
Oh, true.
And it knows if you're tapping or bumping. I don't know how they do it. But
it's like
if
pressure?
You do this,
almost?
Not just pressure, but just like, I guess the velocity in which you hit it.
Okay.
So if you do this, it'll be like boom, boom. But you gotta be like boom, boom to be able to launch your character up to do these things. Seriously, like this game is made for the Vita. It's made for the Vita in the same way that it's like this. I would equivalent to like Astro's Playroom.
Yeah.
If you want to have like it feels like a tech demo, but it's a full game. It's fully realized, and I have not been able to talk about this on like anything. I haven't really talked to anyone about it, so I'm glad I finally get to share to the world how incredible Tearaway is.
Me too, man.
Seriously, the best Vita game and my favorite. No question.
Bro. Yeah, I'm sad I missed the experience because I
don't think it's too late.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Not.
You're right.
It's really not.
I will say too. I remember when Tearaway Unfolded came out on PS4.
Yeah, there was a PS4
and I remember like
yes,
looking at it, and my first gut thought is, it is absolutely pointless for me to play this game because I want to experience this on the Vita.
Yep.
You know,
I think that's a sequel though.
Is it?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I mean, I have no idea. But I could have sworn that it was. But maybe it wasn't.
Very good
maybe
chance it could be.
Maybe I was just assuming.
Yeah, but like that, even if it is a sequel aside, like whatever. Like I feel like the experience of Tearaway, it's meant to be experienced on the Vita. You can't get the experience anywhere else. You know, you can't even get that experience on the Switch.
Even if they make something that is like, like on the Switch, it's just not. There's no console that is as like touch on the front, touch on the back, like bumpers, everything that it has going. Just there's nothing like it.
Yeah,
and so I think for my favorite Vita game, it's got to be a game that is exclusively made to feel like a Vita game.
Yeah.
Killer.
Yeah,
fucking killer game.
I want to, I guess for like a little tidbit here for me is I have a favorite genre that I've only loved on the Vita itself.
Run it.
And it was started on the PSP. Do you know what that genre is?
I'm going to say...
If you had to guess. Danganronpa falls in the category, so...
Is it visual novel?
Yes, exactly right, Joshy. So I actually, in this pile here, have several games that are either visual novel-esque or just a straight-up visual novel.
You want to know a cute little detail I just noticed? This paper on this Lego Batman 2 game is not ripped at all, this paper. So this is my original
what the hell?
For Tearaway. So look,
that's hilarious.
They line up perfect.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
No, that is funny.
Yeah,
it fits it really well. All right, yeah. So this right here is kind of just from what I'm holding in front of me. Maybe I got more on this list.
Yes,
but I literally have a fat pile of just straight up visual novel style games here. I'm holding 7. No, I'm sorry. I'm holding 8. So right here we've got Muv-Luv. Have you ever heard of Muv-Luv?
I've never heard of it.
So Muv-Luv was one of the biggest Kickstarter projects for the PlayStation Vita.
What?
So basically my understanding is that Muv-Luv is a huge anime, and they have a game in Japan. And they wanted to, the team like worked with the Muv-Luv team to be able to port it and make it into a game on the Vita and PC worldwide.
Wow.
Right.
That's
so
cool.
This was a physical copy that you could only buy if you kickstarted the game.
That's so wild.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
And it's like, it's a whole ass like box, right?
Yeah.
Like everything in it, like it's so official. There's Root Letter. Root Letter is pure straight
art.
visual novel. Yeah, man. Yeah,
Very
it's
cool.
Really cool. It's it kind of gives me vibes of that one anime that you were showing me that was like really creepy that we were talking about a long time ago. Like shit. It was like the swirls. You know?
Dude, yeah.
Yeah.
It was Junji
Ito.
Uzumaki.
Uzumaki, yeah.
Interesting. Was
kind
this
of
one
gives
scary?
me kind of Uzumaki vibes. Yeah,
Really?
it has horror elements and things in it. And then there's
cool.
I never played that game fully. I just kind of dabbled in it.
Yeah.
But it got really good reviews.
Very
so
cool.
obviously I had to get it, right? We got Wolf Among Us, which
Classic.
I played all the way through.
On the
I
Vita?
think twice, yes. Once in the Vita, and I played it all the way through on PS4, I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
And that game is legendary.
Yeah.
It actually doesn't run that well on the Vita.
Does it not?
It just feels premium to play it on it. Like, it was kind of one of those feelings of like, shit, it's definitely not optimized, but it's the Vita, so it feels
It's
amazing.
fucking tough,
Yeah, it's tough as fuck.
Love
Especially
that.
for its time. Notary games, we've talked about this a lot. So this is the like re-release basically of the first 2 games in the Virtue's Last Reward series.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And I thought I had the physical of Zero Time Dilemma, but I probably have that hidden somewhere. I don't know. Maybe it's in my bookshelf in my room.
Maybe it's
Chaos Child. This is actually from the same dev team behind Steins Gate. So
Oh,
you
really?
can see the little semicolon that's separating the two titles.
Whoa.
Right, and Steins Gate does the same thing.
Is it from the same, just from the same company, or is it from the same, like, universe?
Yeah, it's not the same universe, but it's from the same developers. Yeah, gotcha. And kind of made the same. So
it's kind of like a Xenoblade little thing.
Yeah. It's a whole ass visual novel though. So there's nothing else in this besides the visual novel. Like there's no other gameplay. Right, you know what I mean? And then there's the original Muv-Luv because there was Muv-Luv Alternate, and then the original Muv-Luv right here. So there's actually 2 games.
Yes.
This really strange series called Utarare Rumono. That's the name of it. Yeah, there's actually like 3 games in the series. So there's a multi-series game. I think the third one is only on PS4 even. What? Like they abandoned the Vita because it was at the end of its life. But this is a half visual novel, half Fire Emblem style game.
Wow,
like
dude, that's
tactical turn-based.
That's sick as fuck.
Yeah, man. And like all these games, bro. Visual novels, there was something so novel to me at the time because of the form factor of the Vita, of experiencing these like, you know, more than reading a book, almost like experiencing an anime-like story on the go on the Vita. And I've never loved the genre, like, other than my time with the Vita.
Dude,
isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even beyond the Vita, it's such a compact experience. I mean, what else would you be playing a visual novel on? Like your TV?
Yeah, and that's not appealing to me. Like when Steins Gate hit PS3, like, well, I think it was PS3 and Vita simultaneously, and then it got like a PS4 release. Yeah. I honestly had no interest. I pulled out my Vita and played it on the Vita. Yeah. You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
No, I'm with that heavy.
Yeah, so visual novels was really, really big kick. I think it really made me dive into anime even more.
Really?
Because of visual novels. Yeah, because I experienced a lot of these visual novels first as a visual novel before getting into like an anime, if there was an anime about it.
I think that's fucking badass. And I also think that I want to get into a visual novel, and honestly, right now, Danganronpa is kind of my go-to when I think of anything, and I am playing that on the Vita. So we will have a similar experience.
Fuck yeah.
When it comes to
have to, bro.
Yeah,
not kidding. I think you'd really like the genre in general too, from everything
seriously
I know about you with like manga and anime and narrative, because it's like, dude, Steins Gate the game as a visual novel with no gameplay literally is like a 40-hour experience.
Fucking insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah. There's a lot that I want to dabble into, but those ring true with my family loves visual novels. I just wanted to say another one real quick too. I had a blast with Borderlands 2. I would say that it doesn't run incredible.
That's what I've heard.
But it's a fucking like a marvel seeing it on a game like this. It's an completely open world game, and it's like fucking the full thing. Yeah. Even if it's a little bit like, you know, it's a little
scaled down.
Yeah, a little scaled down. Yeah. But there's something just so appealing about that. And I guess it doesn't matter because Borderlands 2 is now on the Switch.
For sure.
I bet you anything it runs much better than this one. There was something just incredible about having this on
even like the feeling of having this open world experience on the go.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I remember when I was first looking for them, I was like, dude, I want an open world game. It's one of the reasons, I don't have a physical, but I got Jack and Daxter. Yes. Which isn't really open world, but, you know, it's close, you know? Yeah. I have that I have a couple that I've downloaded that aren't on here. I have God of War, of course. Yeah. I'm trying to remember because this is dead. Or maybe I can power it on. No, it's definitely...
I feel like the internal battery kind of dies kind of quick if you don't charge it.
Absolutely, and I will charge it in a minute. I had God of War. I got... dude, fuck. I wish I could remember better. I got Stardew Valley on
Stardew Valley. Yeah. Actually, I was going to talk about kind of like fun indie experiences too. Yes. You know, like as Stardew Valley, I got on my Vita. Yeah. I only dabbled. I didn't really play. Yeah. As you know, I didn't really get into kind of that style until Animal Crossing with you. But like Thomas Was Alone. Yeah. You know what that game is?
No, I don't.
So that was like that was made by one guy. I can't remember his name. He's a guy. He just develops like all these games like just solo, and they're really really good games. Thomas Was Alone was all about these little shapes. I've seen this. Yeah. Do you know like anything about gameplay or anything like that?
No, I don't. But I know that it was wasn't it put on It's on Switch now.
It's pretty much on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's been out for a while. Maybe even 360, if I remember right. But I remember first playing the game myself on the Vita, and I had a limited edition copy because, the company Limited Run Games, right? Yeah, that one of their first Vita games. They were one of the companies that went all out on Vita. So they had one of their first games was Thomas Was Alone. And Thomas Was Alone was really just this short story about these little blocks that all had names and like were all characters. Yeah. But they're just these little blocks, and you just like kind of like jump and use the other blocks together in unison. They'd help each other like friends.
I love it.
Platform. It's just cute. You know what I mean? Yeah. But compelling. It was sad. It had like a whole story to it.
Really?
Yeah.
Sounds fucking tough.
I think you'd like it. Yeah. Just it's not what you think it is.
Yeah.
And it's like actually like pretty emotional.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like a little journey.
Yeah. It's on Switch now. I could always check it out.
Yeah, if you're ever looking for I definitely recommend it for anyone out there.
You know what was one of the funniest that I discovered was on Vita pretty recently? Freaking Undertale.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Oh yeah, that's that actually, Josh, is how I experienced Undertale for the first time. Was on Vita.
Are you serious?
The whole thing.
That's insane.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man.
How was it?
Amazing. It runs exactly like everything else.
Yeah,
because I've experienced it now on Switch and PC, and no, the Vita version was like perfect.
That's how you played it?
Yeah,
dude, they had a whole collector's edition.
I think it was Limited Run Games.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was a Fan Gamer.
Oh, was it?
Right? Like
maybe
it should be in the picture.
Oh, wait 1 sec. I lost it right here.
Yeah, right there. Oh yeah, it's not really showing a picture. I'm pretty sure it was Fan Gamer. Like they put out like a bunch of video game apparel and stuff like that. That is so
sick, dude.
Yeah.
They wow, dude, what a fucking treat. Seriously, even towards the end of its life, I remember going on to the store and just checking what was put on recently. A lot of Japanese games were still put on, and what are they called? Indie games. A lot of indie games were still being put on the Vita towards the end of its life. Right. Which was very, very cool.
It was really cool.
That's really cool.
It was really cool because I think it was so unique because, if you were to, go back in time to other consoles that maybe, were not as successful, it couldn't have happened like that before. You didn't have, the DS or even the 3DS have all these indie games just pumping into it. Nintendo carried the 3DS to the end, right?
Absolutely.
But this was a unique case because with Nintendo kind of abandoning its first and second party support, or mostly first party, especially in the last 5 years of the Vita, it was completely taken over by third party studios. Right. That is what kept the Vita alive, was the community around the Vita and the third party studios still going in, which happened for like I said, 4 or 5 years after PlayStation had abandoned it. Mm-hmm. Very impressive.
And I think it's kind of a testament. I felt towards the end of its life that there was kind of a community, a little bit, of people that appreciated the Vita for what it was. And I thought that was a really good feeling. Yeah,
me too. Vita Island, do you ever remember?
Vita Island.
Hashtag
dude.
Vita Island.
So fucking tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I have nothing but good things to say. Seriously, I played all these games for even just a little bit. Yeah. Nothing too crazy. Like I said, Freedom Wars, I did start. I did not get far at all. Had this really interesting vibe to it, though. If anything, it kind of reminded me of a... what's that one game? Astral Chain. Yeah. Kind of the beginning, the way that it felt and the vibe to it. Some games I wanted to get more into that I didn't. I played a little bit of Killzone Mercenary. And we talked about that a little bit.
Runs and looks amazing for a handheld.
Actually incredible. I actually never checked this one out, though. I definitely have that for the
I'm going to be real with you. Call of Duty Black Ops Declassified, shit.
Is it bad?
Shit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's not as optimized, even close to as optimized as Killzone.
This one, I remember this running incredibly. Yeah. Shooting felt so good. As a little tiny console, it looked good too. I remember it looking really nice.
Oh yeah. It's amazing how you can get so immersed in such a tiny screen.
Yeah, dude. I fucking love it.
I know, man.
I love it.
Do you ever?
So much.
I got a couple more games here that I experienced on the Vita. One, I think it was a simultaneous release on the Vita and PS3. It was called Axiom Verge.
Yes,
You've heard of this?
Yes,
dude.
Ben Handorf had it on PS4.
Oh my god!
And him and I used to game share. So
this was a one-man guy who created the whole game, right? One-man dev team, kind of like Toby Fox.
That's so sick.
And it's literally a spiritual successor to Super Metroid, and it's amazing.
I've seen pictures of it. Did you beat the whole thing?
Whole thing.
Really?
Yeah. Worth a playthrough. Tough too. Tough as nails. Yeah, but it's like all about like you're like a scientist, and his perspective as basically like he's crash landed in a planet. He doesn't know what the fuck's happening. You know what I mean?
How do you spell it?
AXIOM.
ION.
And then VERGE. Axiom.
Axiom Verge. Yeah,
beautiful pixel art too.
It's so gorgeous.
It's like made for the Vita. I'm not
really
kidding. Yeah, it looks so good on the console.
Yeah, man.
It looks great on Switch too.
It does look really good.
The pixel art just really holds up. It's very timeless looking.
So fucking cool. Mm-hmm. I love the almost like the dark idea of it. It just looks very dark compared to Metroid, especially.
Yeah, very.
You know what I mean?
Dark. Now, have you heard of a game called?
They're so sick.
Dude, I had like the theme on PS4 for a bit, and it just like the pixel art just gets me, man. And the music. The music is also S tier music.
Goated.
Heard of a game called Severed, Josh?
Severed.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. Have you played that on Vita?
No.
Oh my gosh.
But wait, remind me.
Yeah, so Severed is actually an iPhone game now, and I think it's also an Android because it is a full touchscreen experience. You
Dude,
need buttons to experience this.
Yeah.
Did you know that game first came out on the Vita?
Was it a Vita?
And it was made for the Vita. Yes.
Oh my god, this was such a sick game.
That is one of my favorite Vita experiences ever.
God. I can't believe you played it.
Is that game? Yes, bro.
Wow.
Pretty sure I got the platinum trophy too.
What a
Which was it? It's not like a huge game, but you could probably get the platinum in like 20 hours or so. 15, 20.
I remember it looking so cool because you play as a character who just like her arm just gets chopped off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man.
Such a crazy
and it almost
idea.
has like a paper craft type of aesthetic to it.
Absolutely. Dude, what a sick.
It's from the guys. It's from Juicebox.
What else?
The guys who made Guacamelee.
Guacamelee?
Guacamelee.
No way.
Yes, sir. That was
tough.
one of my favorite Vita experiences, without a doubt.
That's seriously so tough.
I'll add one more here.
Please.
Have you heard of a game called Shovel Knight?
Are you kidding me? You played Shovel Knight on the Vita?
I played Shovel Knight on the Vita.
No way.
Yes, sir, bro.
Dude, I love Shovel Knight.
You don't even know because
that game.
you kind of know me now as a gamer, and in that I've kind of like fallen off like 2D platformers.
Sure.
The fact that it's a reason why I love Mario Wonder so much because the fact that I do love it, that speaks to me how good it is, and I truly have like the same memory with Shovel Knight.
Yes.
Kind of this feeling of being like, why is this getting all this hype?
Right.
Okay, the pixel art looks gorgeous. I'll give it that. Okay, the music's pretty good. I'll give it that. But it's still a 2D platformer. I don't know.
Totally.
And then I couldn't put it down. Could not put it down.
That soundtrack is actually God tier too.
God tier.
Like I can literally hear the sound effects and the sound of the music in my head. Man. Dude, oh my god. Okay, real quick question.
Yeah.
What is your favorite level? Because I'm thinking
Shovel Knight.
Yes, I'm thinking of all of them right now. One that stands out to me that was genuinely like this tested me as a kid because I don't play hard games.
Yeah.
Legendarily,
right.
I don't. Plague Knight's level was so difficult as a kid. I remember I wrote this paper about how much I fucking hated it. It was in like
for school?
Yeah, in 7th grade.
Whoa.
I wrote a paper that was called like no, it wasn't how much I hated it. It was what I was planning on doing because I couldn't stop thinking about it. We had like this pop essay we had to write about something, and all that was on my brain was what I'm going to do. And so I said, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to blank this. I'm going to make sure to get injured by this one person here because if you remember, there's these spikes that come in and out, and like some come in it, and then there's like those guys that throw those things, and it's impossible to not get hit. It's literally impossible.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'm going to take a hit, run through all these. And I wrote all this down for school.
You had your fucking
turned
plan.
it in. Yes, and I turned it in because of how much I love that game.
Wow.
Yeah, I forgot. I'm not kidding. I think I need to remember how hard I went on that game because it was really difficult. Yeah. But I still loved it.
Did you beat it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I also got really far into Spectre of Torment. Yes. And then I didn't get very far in the Plague Knight DLC.
Okay. It was the opposite for me. Like,
really?
I was like really on. But you know me, like I've also said on the cast that I struggle to come back to things if there's too much of a delay after launch into like the first DLC. Yep. So that's how Shovel Knight was, right? Like, so I was all in at the launch of Shovel Knight. Or probably like a couple months after or so. But it was a while, like a year or more before we got not Spectre Knight, but Plague Knight, right?
It was Plague of Shadows.
Right. And I played that and I loved it. But I only played like maybe halfway.
Sure.
Right? Until I just was like, okay, like I'll come back to this. Maybe I'll wait until all the DLC comes out. You know? I just never went back.
The controls for that one were so difficult. Not even like difficult, it was just so weird.
It's weird.
Remember the way you would like launch up and you had to like, there was like an arch to all your throws and the way you did that?
With like the little potions.
Yeah, with the potions you threw. Yeah. Oh my god, that was so fun. I wish I could get into that again. Yeah. I really want to. You know what I really want to get into again is Spectre of Torment. Because I've never stopped thinking of that gameplay. Did you play it at all?
I played the first level.
Do you remember how you slash through things?
Man.
And you can like, if you go up, you can go through the same thing twice if you get it. And then there's literally parts where you just have to slash through. You can slash through multiple blocks. And I swear to God, I have not stopped thinking about that. When I'm thinking about this comic...
It's a dope mechanic.
Dude, it's one of the coolest mechanics. I literally came up with this weapon in my comic so that the character could do something like that. Yeah. And it's this like almost like a chainsaw revolving thing inside her scythe. So that when she like slashes into something, it'll pull her forward, and so she'll literally like slash into someone, and it'll go woo, and it'll like launch her like that. So if she's in the air, she'll literally just go woo, and launch herself even further. Thinking about Spectre Knight. That's so sick.
I love that. And like using enemies for your game.
For your game,
right?
Is so. I mean, that was in Shovel Knight in general. Yeah. That whole like bouncing mechanic,
with the shovel,
which was so difficult, truthfully. But it was so fucking fun.
Very fun.
That shit was so fun. Dude, I should replay that game. It's not long.
No.
That is a quick ass
It's
game.
a crazy good
like
game.
8 levels maybe.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it's very, very manageable. Dude, you can chunk it out. You should think about it. And if anyone out there has not played Shovel Knight,
oh my god,
that is a must-play platformer.
Pixel art, the way that it looks, the way that the soundtrack is, the amount of
top
fun.
tier. Speaking of soundtrack too, because you brought that up, I actually have the vinyl of the soundtrack. Oh my
god, we talked
Shovel
about
Knight.
that. Yeah, don't you have it on display?
Yeah, I have it like just in my room because I got my record player there, but it's not hooked up. Sure, you know, it's kind of like one of those like I got it for when I have room to set it up. You know, but I just love how records and vinyls look. Yeah. You know, obviously, and just like it's one of my displays. It was like I think it was a limited release from the same guys who did that collector's edition you showed me for Undertale. I think it was like a fan gamer did like a little like a 2-disc like LP for
that's sick
for it. Yeah, but it's
so sick.
You know the music's fucking good when you have it on vinyl. You know what I'm saying? A
little funny thing about Shovel Knight, just real quick.
Yeah.
Do you remember how everyone wanted him in Smash 4?
Oh yeah.
And people were like, "Oh, they can't put him in because he's so like indie."
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
And then there was this one moment where Shovel Knight got an amiibo, and
I knew that's where you're going with this.
Do you remember like how? Okay, so the base is purple.
Yeah.
Now. But when it was first revealed, it was gold. And Game Grumps were the first people.
Know that.
So check this out. Yeah, when it was first revealed, it was gold. And Game Grumps, for some reason, they're the ones that revealed it. Like on the official Nintendo thing, they had the Shovel Knight thing. It was like for the sketch video they did.
Yeah, okay.
But they held it so that you never saw the picture of the base. All you could see was this tiny line of gold. And so I'm not kidding. I was like, Shovel Knight is confirmed for fucking Smash. It was literally like, I was like, there's nothing that can refute it at this point.
Yeah.
Until they officially released it. It had a purple base. I think they changed it because I think that initial one just used the gold coloring from the Smash ones. Yeah. But it had a different design.
Because that was one of the first amiibo that wasn't Smash, right?
That was one of the first that wasn't Smash. I have it actually too.
Okay. Yeah, because there was the Splatoon ones. Yes. And then I think there was the Shovel Knight.
Shovel Knight, and then There was something else that I remember was pretty weird. It might Chibi Robo.
Oh, Chibi Robo.
Yeah, it was Chibi Robo.
Yeah,
it was Chibi Robo. Yeah, it was Chibi Robo, Splatoon, and then there was not much else. Because the Smash ones covered everything that you could want, too. Yeah. Because it has every character from anything ever.
No, for sure. Yeah.
God, I love that.
Yeah, dude. Good memories, man.
So
was there any other games you wanted to touch on?
Yes.
Joshy.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I'm starting to forget what the name is. I wish I could turn this on. Yeah. But it's
describe it to me.
It comes free with it, and it's something Park. Intro Park.
Dude, it's something silly. It's like Play Park or something like that.
Yeah, but it's you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it comes on your Vita.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's something Park. To be honest, I have
Welcome Park.
Welcome Park. Welcome Park.
That's it, baby.
I got so into that thing. Do you remember it all?
Yeah.
It was like tap the things, and then you had to like tap that to test the touchscreen. But it was
like making use of all the things on the Vita, right?
Yeah. And so you had like moments where it was like you had to tap the back, and then there were there was like this one skateboard one where you had to like tap the back to be able to make them jump.
Yes.
I got super into the tapping one because there were trophies you could get for Welcome Park, which would show up on your freaking PlayStation. Yeah. And so it would change the number of trophies you had, which by the way was another detail I loved about the Vita so much.
The trophies.
Trophies were connected with every other PlayStation thing that you had. Yep. And so I had trophies that were showing up for freaking Tearaway, and oh my god, I haven't even mentioned because I don't have the fucking case. Uncharted Golden
Abyss.
Dude.
Yes.
I wanna mention this one real quick.
Dive in.
Just because seriously, the fact it feels it's probably the weakest Uncharted game besides the first one, and that's not like a bad thing at all, truthfully, because Uncharted is legendarily cinematic, massive, huge budgets too. Yeah. Like these are big budget games. It's just the amount of characters that were in it and the location was very much so like I don't think the Vita would be able to handle something bigger. You know what I mean? Yeah. But what it did was it had the same live performance feel that like they do with like Nolan North and every other character, where you can tell it's two people talking. Yeah. And I remember absolutely like adoring that and almost feeling that I was like, I hope they don't have to tame down Uncharted because it's weaker, system. Yeah. And they didn't. There are sections that like Nate is saying quips. The shooting is fucking really good.
Really good?
Actually? They have slight motion control.
Oh, so, true.
And it does this thing where it has auto-targeting. You can turn it on or off. Yeah. Where they
like aim assist
a
little bit.
Yeah. Like, is that what it's called? Where it's like auto-targets?
Yeah, like if you're near the head, it almost kind of snaps to it.
Yeah. So especially when you'd let go and then you point closer to it, and then you could just adjust the gun with the control.
That's
like
so fast.
Dude,
yeah.
It's probably the best shooting in Uncharted, which is fucked up because it's a Vita.
It's fucked.
But they don't ever use motion control, and so they did it incredibly, which is funny because PS4 and 5 have motion control.
Right.
So they should.
They should.
Anyway, I just remember it being like aiming, boom, popping people. Yeah. And it was so much fun. They had so many different guns, like the normal Uncharted.
Sure.
You had like AKs, you had your freaking shotguns.
But it was pistols, like a full-fledged game. Like it was not half-assed.
It was not, like I said, it's on the same level as the first game. It felt like a PS3 game. Yeah. The visuals were not bad. Looking back on it now, it's a little, rough.
Yeah, but compared to with the 3DS was pumping out, I mean, like, very impressive.
The only thing I would say was that they constantly had moments where they really pushed the touchscreen. Yeah. Which I wasn't crazy about.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So not exactly like positive.
Not completely.
Yeah.
Just because it's useless things like little things that are sometimes hard to control when you're just trying to sit down and play a game.
Sure.
Like motion. They do these parts whenever you walk across a beam, and you can just tell after hours of playing the game, oh, there's a beam. There's the part where I have to use the fucking motion control, and you just got to be like, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Let me
I know the feeling though. Like it's like a little irk. Like,
and then it's like when you're cutting through, like you're using a machete, you have to like swipe this way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I could just press a button.
Yeah.
It's cute. Yeah. It is, and I'm not gonna dog on it too much. Because I get that honestly.
It's good to recognize.
Yeah. And they had to. Yeah. To be honest, but and Nate is a fucking is just as fun as he always was. The villain is just as fun. There's new characters that are introduced. Sully's in it. And then there's collectibles too. Seriously, a knockout game. Yeah. I would say if you're playing anything on the PS Vita, get yourself Tearaway and Uncharted. Yeah. And that's
real. The two games I really want to play on my Vita someday, if I ever go back on that route, is those two games.
Really?
It's Tearaway and Uncharted.
This is a must if you get into Uncharted. Also, killer. Yeah. And I'm a huge Uncharted fan. I don't know a lot of people who've played Golden Abyss, but it's a full game. It's a full game.
You can be one of the few Uncharted fans that is truly an Uncharted fan. Yeah. Because you played the PlayStation Vita Uncharted.
Caught up to everything.
Yeah, bro.
That's right.
Yeah. Whether it's canon or not.
Sweet. That's true.
Yeah, bro. I was trying to think if I had any other games on our repertoire here. The only thing that is coming to my head right now is Final Fantasy 10 and 10-2. And I just want to bring it up because I played the entirety.
Those were on Vita?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, man. I actually remember, well, roughly, because my memory is a little rough, I'll be honest. But it was something like there was an E3 presentation back when E3 was what it was, right? And Square Enix announced that they were doing an HD remaster of Final Fantasy X on Vita and PlayStation 3. And then they didn't say anything for years. Like, it was dead silence. I think it was around the same time as Sticker Star, actually, because Nintendo also announced a new Paper Mario for 3DS. And so those were the two games I was so hyped for these two consoles.
And this was before Sticker Star came out.
Yes, but it was like in that same hype train. It was like they announced Paper Mario at E3, and they showed it, and then it was like, oh my God, it's finally happening. It's back to an RPG. You know, all the things that Sticker Star is not. Right. And Final Fantasy X, like, it blew me away. It blew me away because it's the entirety of... It's like same type feeling of, like, Borderlands for you. Of, like, wow, the entirety of Final Fantasy X and its whole big world and everything is all experienceable on the Vita, and it's way better than the PS2 version.
That's incredible.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's not similar, but I mean, they did some pretty cool things with like Xenoblade 3D. I mean, that sounds like a pretty similar thing. Taking a massive JRPG, and just putting it on a fucking handheld system.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm so impressed. Very impressed. Yeah, there's some impressive ass shit on the Vita here. I don't know how they do it. I wanted to run you through some best sellers real quick here, Joshy. So these are, or I guess the better way to put it would not be best sellers. It would be here, wait, let me...
Worst sellers.
Did I destroy my fun facts here? Oh, no, I didn't. I got some sellers here for you, but we're going to save that for the trivia. So these are the best rated, the top 5 best rated Vita games.
I'm so ready.
What do you think is number 1?
Vita game?
If you were to make a guess, what is the number 1 rated? 4. You're correct. I know it. Persona 4 Golden. And that's sitting at a 93 on Metacritic. Nice. And then right below that, at a 90 on Metacritic. It's kind of sad that, honestly, the second highest rated video game is a 90 on Metacritic. Because everything else is below 90. So it's Velocity 2X. Have you heard of this game?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, it's a game I didn't play, but it was like an indie game that came out on the Vita. And Again, I didn't play it, but I remember looking up content on it when it was out, especially when I was like knee deep in the Vita. Yeah. This was a must-play game by everybody who was playing Vita. Like all the YouTubers and IGN, they were all saying Velocity 2X is a must-play on the Vita. So I'm a little bummed I missed that, and you did too. So we got nothing else to add.
I'm pretty sad about that.
Yeah, I don't even know if there was a physical. To be honest, yeah. It might have been digital only.
That's pretty wild.
But Spelunky. Have you heard of Spelunky? Yeah.
Yeah, wait, Spelunky's the... Tell me what Spelunky is.
Yeah, it's like the like Metroidvania like tunnel game, right? Yeah. I didn't play it, but I know of it.
The little like miner guy?
Yes. Yeah, a little helmet on. Yeah. That has an 88. That's number 3. Oh, wow. And then tying for number 3 is 3 different games that all have an 88. So it's Spelunky, Rayman Origins, and Origins. I can't talk today. You know, what else is new? Origins. Yeah, I know. What is already? It's 8:00.
Is it really?
Oh, fuck. Oh, I know it gets dark so early over here, too. Like, it got dark a little bit ago. I actually thought it was later than it was. But anyways, number 5 is Little Big Planet PS Vita. Are you a Little Big Planet guy?
Dude, okay, I'm not. But I played some with the Vita, and it's so funny because I had this realization that I have a bunch of games that I didn't talk about because I don't have them physical copies.
Yeah.
Or at least I got them physical, but and my memory's so fucking bad.
I know, me
so
too.
Little Big Planet, I did play a decent amount. I want to get more into it.
Yeah.
But my favorite thing about it is how, like, almost like calming it is.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, where it's like with the narrator who speaks over it. I fucking think it's so sweet, and it seems like something I would love so much.
Yeah, it seems like your kind of vibe, especially like because it's very like pre-Mario Maker is what it is. Or at least that's my kind of like understanding of it. Watching like PS3 and PS4 gameplay of like Little Big Planet 1, 2, and 3 is very like builder and build your levels, and then you have to beat the level to be able to like publish it, and then it's like you can do whatever you want.
It walked so Mario Maker could run.
Yeah. That's a great way to put it. I'm going to be honest with you. Because Mario Maker's peak, bro. Some fun facts here, too, for you, Josh.
I'm ready.
Before we wrap up our main section here. So we got... I got 5 for you. Number 1 is proprietary charger. You remember that this thing had a proprietary charger when it first came out? Because we didn't talk about this, but in the Slim model, this is a micro USB to charge it, which was amazing. But did you remember that the OLED had its own proprietary little PlayStation charger?
Dude, you're so right. And
remember that bitch?
Yes. I completely forgot. But I remember I was so hyped when I got... It was one of the reasons I wanted the Slim, because I had this big, stupid... It had like a block at the end, and I was like...
Yes,
it
man.
was a fat, stupid charger, and it was one more charger that I had to keep by my fucking bed, and I thought it was so stupid.
Yeah.
Because I already had a USB... a USB,
micro
USB by my bed for my PS4 controller, and I remember being like, why can't it just be the same? Finding out about the Slim, and that being one of the biggest reasons I wanted the Slim, not because of the look.
Yeah.
But yes, I do remember
that proprietary fucking charger. Yeah,
dude, holy fuck,
that was a bitch.
I forget about that.
Crazy stuff, man.
So nutty.
Number 2 for the fun facts. We kind of touched on it with trophies, but it's well known in the Vita community that a big appeal for Vita is for trophy hunters because of game stacking. And this goes back with what I said about the unique IDs.
Yes.
So the unique IDs thing isn't exclusive to Vita either. This covers all PlayStation consoles.
Oh, wow.
So to run you through what that looks like, Persona 5 has a North American, European, and all other regions except for Japan. That is one trophy list. That is its own ID.
Right.
And then Japan's version of Persona 5, which came out before anyone else, that is its own ID. So you can actually get 2 different platinum trophies, even though the list is the same.
For Persona 4?
For Persona 5.
Oh, for 5.
Yes.
I can't imagine wanting to platinum Persona 5 twice.
Me neither. Because once is plenty.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
I can't believe I did Royal and the original.
That's amazing.
The
I
original
you
was
did
a
both.
bitch. Yes, bro.
You did do that, so why are you talking all this trash?
Okay, only because it's Royal. I would not do it again if it wasn't Royal, to be honest.
How much does Royal add, though?
A lot.
Is it?
Yeah, dude, they add like 30 hours of
A
content.
month, doesn't it?
Yeah,
A new month
to the
of the
game.
year?
Yeah, it's like, I think like 2. It's like a new like season.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like a couple of months are added on.
I just remember what Blade told me about it.
Oh, yeah.
He beat it.
Forgot he was a part of that conversation.
Dude,
yeah, multiple game stacking, like trophy stacking, that was huge. I definitely took advantage of that when I was an avid trophy hunter, which is under my belt now, but I've got, I think, like 50 platinums.
Nice.
Somewhere around there, which was a lot more satisfying, I will say, than achievement hunting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd much rather have a platinum trophy than a higher gamer score. You know what I'm
Believe
saying?
it.
Number 3, Josh, is this is fun. You know these symbols on the back touchpad here?
Oh, it's
well, actually, on the Slim model,
it's only
they're
for
just
the original.
dots, right? Yeah. So on the original, just like on the PS5 controller and on the PS4, like the touchpad on the front of the PS4 controller, there was all these tiny little squares, circles, X's, and triangles.
Yeah.
Right?
So if you look really close, any drum that was on Tearaway had square circles and all those.
So that's representing
to indicate that you were supposed to push the back.
That's fucking genius.
Isn't that fucking awesome?
Okay,
Tearaway's genius.
Yeah, you know. Make a wild guess as to how many of those you think were printed on the original Vita on the back of it.
I'm gonna say 200.
200. So one guy went through and counted all of them by hand.
What's wrong with them?
And it is 1,638 symbols.
That's a lot more than I thought.
Me too. That's crazy,
That's
bro.
a lot.
Number
what
4.
What if he lost count like halfway through?
Yeah, dude, he probably did, right? That'd be me. Like, yeah. I'd lose my shit. I'm not even kidding. The 4th here is you can shortcut unlocking the Vita. I don't know if you know this by. You know how, like, to unlock the Vita or to close an app? Yeah, it's almost like this, like, paper-like swipe.
Which I kind of love.
Yeah, kind of crazy,
it's just
right?
So cute. And
yeah,
I love it.
It's adorable. Yeah. I really like how they really redesigned it so it seemed like a fun console rather than like PSP had the same menu as the PS3.
It was just
very
like the PS3,
straightforward.
Which I didn't really like that much.
Yeah, I mean
the PS3 it just didn't make me feel like a gamer. Like I just felt like I was there for business.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
No, for sure.
Like PS4
it wasn't very like UI.
Like
around you're a gamer. Like that's a great way to put it.
It was like here's your shit. Here's another shit. You want to get to the internet?
Yeah. Just very straightforward. I liked it because it was straightforward, but I like intuitiveness.
I can see that. No, I just, and also Vita, by the way, I meant to mention more, has one of my favorite home screen songs, and same thing with the store song. That shit brings so much joy to my brain that it makes me think. I'm like, I think the Switch is missing out on something like a song like that.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
Man.
Even the PS4 to a degree.
Oh yeah.
I played this next to it and I'm like, where's your song at? Like they got.
Where's your song, bro?
But I'm like, come on, give me it.
You know there's themes on the PS Vita?
Yes, I did know that.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
I think I have a couple.
Yeah,
there's
some
like
of them
Shovel Knight
have.
Theme.
Yes, there is, and the Shovel Knight one has custom background music.
Yes, and I do remember that.
And it's amazing.
Yeah.
That's actually my favorite theme. I think it's what I have right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't have it because I love the original theme too much.
Wow.
It just had that bum bum bum. Dude, it's so. Hold on, I'm gonna find.
You gonna find the song?
I just want to play it for you real quick.
Well, I was gonna tell you while you're looking that up, you can shortcut opening your Vita. Oh, you got the song.
It's not making it. I don't want to rush to play a game and then just it comes in like this.
Dude, it's an experience. Yeah, all these sounds. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's amazing. I love that. I love that so much.
It even goes harder too. Listen,
yeah, it just keeps going.
That drop. Listen.
Yeah, bro.
So tough. I want to hear the part where. That's so good.
Yeah, dude. No, that's so
good.
No, okay. Real quick. So on the this is a shortcut here.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
We are both dead.
Why did I think your Vita was working? Because I heard the song. Like. High key, I just forgot.
I'm like, here, bro, show me on this Vita.
Yeah, I got you. So you know how if you press the unlock button, it has like the lock screen, which is just a tearaway, right?
Tear away that. Oh!
There's a shortcut where you can just hold your finger in the top right corner and then tap the bottom left, and it would unlock your Vita just like that. Yeah, it's crazy. You just go boom, boom, and it has the animation happen, and it just goes. Unlocks
because it like thinks it's
I don't know if it's a trick on the screen or if it was actually meant to be a shortcut, but
dude, I want to try it.
It's like that with the OG Vita and it's never been patched or anything.
That's so fucking sick.
There's a fun fact for you. And number 5 is if the Vita dies, as in battery life, okay, it will execute, I don't know if you know this, it will execute a power save and preserve some battery, like 1-2%, to resume play immediately after you charge it.
That's fucking badass.
Did that make sense?
Yeah. So it keeps like a tiny reserve that you can't even access until you start charging it.
It won't let you boot it back up. Yeah.
That's fucking badass.
Isn't that badass?
I must have noticed that though, but I didn't even know.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. I feel like
what a smart thing.
Dude,
why the fuck does everything not do that?
I know.
That's fucking
the Switch. I think the Switch does.
Does it?
I'm pretty sure it does because I'm pretty sure there was one time I was playing and it was like having like the flashing and then it did the battery thing.
My Switch has never died. Yeah. Like it's died over time.
Yeah.
But not from playing.
Yeah.
I think because it warns you so many times.
It does.
It warns you at 15, 10, and 5%. And so it keeps going. And then I'm like,
And then I think after that, it pushes to like, the system will go to sleep soon, is what it says.
Yeah.
And then it just does.
Yeah, that's what it does.
Yeah.
And every time I've gotten there, I've never gotten to a point where it just dies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got
That's
you.
so funny.
I've pushed it a little bit.
Have you?
You know, I like to be that guy that's like,
what
I'm running on
playing
5 miles in my tank.
I want to know what you were
the gas station's coming up and I have to roll in, right?
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I was just probably too lazy to get my ass up and go charge it, you know what
Facts.
I mean? But
Facts.
It's pretty sweet here. So, Joshy, I thought for our final thoughts here, and to wrap up this episode and our main topic here, we should give it a review score. We should give it a Flash Bros Classic review score.
The Flash score.
Yeah, Flash score. How about that?
You're right.
For our classic console here, for some nostalgia. So, for reference, IGN revised their review in 2014 when they came out with the Slim model. I couldn't find the OG IGN score.
Interesting.
So on the score that's sitting there right now with the updated score, it's 8.7. What do you think about that?
I agree.
Yeah? Well, 0.7 though.
I don't like points.
Yeah.
Because if they were gonna, oh my god, IGN's so annoying.
No.
0.7? Are you? How pretentious?
8.7. Yep.
8.7.
They're basically in a 100-point scale.
Give me a number. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like, what's the point?
What the
of doing 10?
Yeah, say
right?
87.
Yeah.
Fucker.
So no, we're doing it the classic.
That's why Metacritic, I'm cool with them because they do numbers
out of 100.
Out of 100.
Yes.
So they'll say it's a 98. I'm like, okay, I'll fuck with that.
Yeah, I'll fuck with that.
But come on, 8.7.
Right.
Really?
Right.
Yeah. Well, Flash score we're doing
out
of
5.
I'm gonna say because of how much I love it, I will say there are downsides to the console itself.
Absolutely.
A couple features that are almost, I don't know how they would fix it, but I've noticed that it is an issue. These speakers, when you play for too long, if you start getting comfortable, you'll cover the sound. And that is an issue
with your palm, right?
With your palm.
Yeah.
Just like this, if you just get too comfortable. And so to have to constantly be like, okay. You know what I mean? Not constantly. Yeah. It just happens once in a while.
For sure.
That's enough of a design for me to be like, this is not the perfect design. And to be honest with you, sometimes too, the way these are set up, you're supposed to leave your fingers here and then tap things. It's not very comfortable.
No.
I had to buy an external.
This is like how I killed my Vita.
I wish I brought it out. I don't know why I didn't. I moved it to a side.
I know what you're talking about, right? It's this little handle.
It's like a handle so that you can literally play it. You never get your speakers in the way. It makes it like a full console. But that's an external, non-official PlayStation piece of plastic that I bought so that the console experience would be more comfortable. In the same way, I would not give the Switch... Oh, it's a tough one. For the original Joy-Cons, I am not a fan of because cramping is a problem. And
it is
you
a problem.
will face that playing this.
You will.
There's no way you won't because you don't want to cover the sound, so you got to have your hands like this. You don't want to touch the back while you're not supposed to, or you can do something wrong, like if you're playing a game where it activates something. So check it out.
Which has happened to me many times.
You're gonna have to play it like this. That's not the most comfortable thing. And hand cramping, especially with long periods of time, dude, that'll get to you.
Yeah, it does.
That will take down your enjoyment for a console. I will say some positives though. This is the most compact system I've ever played on, and I love it for that. Seriously.
Yes.
All these things I'm complaining about can be reversed by saying the fact that it's all in this oval device
that looks attractive.
It's so attractive.
Right? Like it
fits in your pocket. It's sexy. It has this vibe to it where it knows it's this small console. So for games like Tearaway, it uses it perfectly. Even the fact that it's small enough, this is way more fun to use touchscreen stuff on than the Switch will ever be. A Switch is like this. And you gotta be like...
It's a big screen.
You gotta fucking move your thumb over. Or you have to let go of some of the controls to touch something. Never an issue. Look at this. I can do this shit so easy.
Yeah.
Swiping to open the screen, never been an issue.
Yeah.
Because boom, you're in. And then all these things, okay, you're going through your shit.
Yeah.
Right?
You can literally
get rid of
reach
stuff?
anywhere on the screen with both thumbs.
And that is fucking awesome. And the Vita, I feel like, knows that. And it knows what it's doing. And I have so much love and respect for it.
Me too.
2 cameras, incredible. I always had some fun I have a lot of pictures of me and my exes on here, actually.
Oh,
I think
really?
I have a picture of me and the last 3 girls I've dated.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not even
I definitely have no photo library on mine
I loved pictures on this just because, well, not only was tearaway, you could use them.
Yeah.
But there was just something really fun about having a little camera like that, even though I had a phone, which was way better.
Yeah.
There's something just really sweet and cute about having
it all being on the same device.
On the same device.
What I mean?
It's just so...
It's a gaming device that has all these things.
I know.
Yeah.
And I love it for that. Headphone jack, seriously incredible. It has, in my opinion, the coolest little bumpers. I love that they're so thin and they're see-through.
Yeah.
It just has this slick feel to it.
Even the way they click, like when you press on these shoulder buttons, this does not feel like a Game Boy Advance SP or a 3DS
even a
pads
Switch,
at all, or even
doesn't
Switch.
even have that kind of clickiness that I love.
It's very premium feeling.
Yeah, it's very premium. I'd say everything about it, very premium. The volume switch, the fact that, I remember this was a detail I liked. There was, and the Switch obviously did it after this. There is there's a, what's this called?
Like
a notch.
For the memory, or for the game slot?
For the game slot.
Yes.
Which I thought was such a great idea because I was so fucking nervous, especially with that new Nintendo 3DS XL, because of the fact that shit was resting on the bottom. And that shit can be pushed out so easily,
dude,
bro.
I've had it happen. You drop it accidentally, game's going flying.
Game's out of there.
Yeah.
And so they had that covered, and it's slick as fuck. Everything just works. Same thing with the memory card. It just works.
Yeah.
I feel like it fits the family of PlayStation perfectly, especially when it was coming out with the PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
Like, it felt like these two were working together in tandem.
Yes, it did. It was crazy.
And I adored it for that. I am ready to give a score.
Yeah? Because I'll be honest, I agree with basically everything that you just said.
Yes.
And I've got all the same positives, and we share my biggest and probably only negative of the system is exactly what you said. And I've got kind of on the probably larger than average size hands.
Good for
you. Not like a lot.
Good for you, Sam.
But listen, buddy, I'm just saying.
It's fucking awesome, dude.
From that perspective, this gave me cramps like no other. Do you remember also, like, there was the new 3DS, and they had the non-XL version?
Yeah.
I
with the face
really wanted it because of those faceplates and because it was all matte, all these reasons.
It was sexy too. It had the buttons were all the solid color.
Yes, man. No, I loved it. I bought one actually. There's a Black Friday special. It had like the black Mario plates. And then I went ham. I have all these plates.
Nice.
And I hated it because I got so cramped up playing it. I couldn't play it for longer than 15 fucking minutes.
And I think that's an issue that gets worse the older you are. And obviously I can see them making this for a kid.
Yeah.
And a kid being able to play it. Because to be honest with you, I mean, maybe I was just too young to even realize, but I used to play my DS like it was nothing. If you try to play an original DS now, that shit is crampy as fuck.
No, dude.
So I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think we might be thinking of the exact same thing. What are you feeling?
My hunch right now for a score is a solid 4 out of 5.
I'm going to say the exact same thing.
Fuck yeah.
Official flash score for the PS Vita is a solid 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
And that, I know that, I know that I want to break away the stigma that you need points or you need a 10 out of 10. Like, the number system of 1 out of 5 gets every point across.
Yes,
the
it does.
4 is an incredible score.
Yes.
That is almost perfect.
Yeah.
What we're saying is that there is so much enjoyment to be had in the system. However, there are some things that keep it from being perfect. And that's all that it needs to be
100%,
said.
100%.
IGN, you fuckers, 8.7. So lame.
Because here's the deal, right? Like, perfection is basically unattainable.
Totally.
So you got to get as close as possible, right? And so a 5 would be as close as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it still
The
might
best
have a flaw
of
or
its
two.
time, yeah.
But the flaw or two in there does not impede with my enjoyment, or it's far superseded by everything else about the console.
Yeah.
And there are just some things, a couple of things about the Vita, like you said, like we both have kind of touched on, including the form factor, which is its biggest positive, but because of the cramping, it has to be a negative.
It cannot, and if it's noticeable and it really does impede on your ability to play a game for a long period of time. That's a massive point.
Man.
It's a huge point, and it can't be just completely,
it can't be ignored.
Yeah. Or forgiven from it.
Yeah. But this is definitely an exemplary console, and I think a 4 out of 5 is very deserving. And I would think that score for me follows the Vita from beginning until now. I felt exactly the same way. If anything, I feel better about it. Especially with the slim model, especially having experienced the games I have. Yeah. But I think it's very deserving. Even if you were to pick up a Vita today, it is still a 4 out of 5 console experience.
And I think that also, when it comes to that, the console itself, but even the games it has on it, it's got some fucking bangers. But it is missing something. It's missing, it is not even close to the library that something like the Switch could have.
No. Or the 3DS.
Even the 3DS,
yes, man.
Even other consoles like the GBA, it's missing those big hitting games that feel like they fell off. It really does feel like they fell off. And you have some incredible titles on there already. Golden Abyss, Persona 4, fucking Tearaway.
Yeah.
Genuinely, not Borderlands, fucking... what is that game called? Trigger Happy Havoc?
Danganronpa.
Thank you.
Danganronpa.
And some other beast of a titles, what I mean? But I think a 4 out of 5 goes for the game selection too. Okay. I think that's how I'm sticking with that.
Yeah, honestly, I feel exactly the same way.
I'm feeling it then.
So my last question for a final thought on here to wrap up the topic, Joshy, is would you want, if you had a choice, Sony to attempt another successor to their handheld line?
Are you fucking kidding me?
No question.
No fucking question in my mind. If anything, I would take that design they used on the Portal.
Oh my God,
think that would be fucking awesome. Yes. I don't care how big of a case you gotta carry around with you.
No.
That, if you just put the ability to play games anywhere, maybe a cartridge, it, I would buy that in a second. There's no question in my mind. The Vita deserves, in my opinion, a successor that has what the Switch has with the what's the word, I'm trying to think of the right word. You know how they took risks with this?
Yes.
The courage, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the risks.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Keep talking.
The word of it deserves the risk taking that they did with Vita. It deserves everything.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. It deserves. There's just a word I'm looking for, but I can't fucking think of it.
I'm usually pretty good about picking up those words, so I'm sorry it's eluding me right now.
It's okay. I think it deserves a sequel.
Yeah.
And I think that if they kept going, which I know that they were leaning away from it, of course, because why would you go towards something that isn't making you as much money? The evolution that the Vita was of the PSP, imagining what it could be after,
crazy,
just insane.
Crazy.
It really could be a Switch competitor.
It could.
It really could.
It really could.
Like something like the PlayStation Portal. Even if you made a model where it was the PlayStation Portal, but it ran like PS4 level games, you could fucking sell that bitch. Throw as many ports as you could on that. Throw like the Uncharted collection on there.
That'd be unreal.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Think about the games you could sell. So yes, in a second.
Yes.
How about you though?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm with you.
Would you?
100%. Yeah. Let's move on to Telegram.
Let's
here,
run
Joshy.
Questions.
Yes, sir.
I love hearing from the game.
First, I got a couple here.
Please.
This week. All right. So first up, I got from Caleb. What
Caleb.
does Joshy think about Yu Yu Hakusho live action on Netflix?
I almost reported about this.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know jack shit. So,
no, that's okay.
Tell me your thoughts.
So Yu Yu Hakusho, is a classic 90s anime.
I was gonna ask, is it 80s or 90s?
I'm pretty sure it's 90s. I think it's early 90s.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, it's definitely not late 90s.
Okay.
It could be 80s though. I might be wrong.
Got you.
However, it might be 80s because I know it came before. I know it came. No, I think it's early 90s if I'm not mistaken. And I'm gonna die on that hill because I'm a stupid idiot. Yu Yu Hakusho is a classic. I would literally say that it's a staple when it comes to classic anime. There's some anime that just like helped form what anime was becoming. Yu Yu Hakusho, Inuyasha, Dragon Ball, anime that spread what anime was. So there's no doubt in my mind that it's going to get an adaptation in some way. The live action I've heard is, like most, not the best, but not terrible. I haven't seen it myself though, and I would say that for the most part, live actions are rough because there's two ways you can take it. You can adapt it like One Piece, or you can try to make it exactly like the original, which sometimes comes off as people cosplaying and trying to do what worked in an animated part, which is and some people can say that about the Netflix.
It's like the line between like kind of being like too much or cheesy or like disingenuous.
Well, naturally, anything that you turn from animated to natural, if it is a cartoon, cartoony like One Piece, is gonna be a little cheesy. Like One Piece, the live action isn't perfect.
Cheesy as hell. But there's like a line, right?
But there is a line.
Going like, there's other things out there like, I don't know, like Barbie Horse Adventure, right? Where like there's definitely cheesiness and it's too far down the line for me to take it seriously.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? It doesn't even take itself too seriously.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Haven't seen it, but I would say, naturally I'm inclined to be a little cautious. A little cautious about those live actions.
As you should be.
I have a question back. I know that you're a fan. Have you seen it?
Ooh, Caleb. Right back, baby. Have you seen it? What do you think?
What do you think?
What's fill me in here. Is it like out right now on Netflix?
Didn't think it was, but it might be now.
Okay.
I thought it was a Japanese one too. So I don't think it's like I think it's like it would have a Japanese cast.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken,
Got it.
Dubbed into English. If I'm not mistaken from what I was going to report on. Yeah, it's Japanese.
Okay.
But I've heard it's not terrible.
All right.
But it's hard to do those.
If you decide to check it out,
possibly
give us an update.
Maybe I'll just look into it a little bit.
Yeah, look into it.
Maybe, Caleb. Maybe.
Look at thoughts. See what the consensus is.
I love thinking.
I got one more here for you, which is going to be again geared towards you.
Yes.
This is an anime question from Lene.
Lene.
Yes, my dear sister. She writes, "Anyone seen Unico from the '80s?"
I have not.
Have you heard of it?
I actually haven't. Lene, you're putting me on something new.
Lene.
How do you spell that?
It's UNICO. Unico.
I'm looking it up
anime.
right now.
The Fantastic Adventures of Unico, a 1981 film.
Holy shit.
So it's a movie?
I mean, it looks like there are multiple films. This is old. What the fuck? Why does Lene know about this? How old is Lene?
Lene is 39 or 40. Somewhere around there.
Wow.
I think she just turned 40, actually.
Wow, this is incredible.
She's a leg up on me in terms of
1983, 1981. We're talking some old boys right here.
Yeah, I'm seeing 1981.
Yeah, 1981. I have not heard of this.
Wow.
Lene, but I will make sure that I up myself on Japanese anime history. I try to know as much as I can.
Yeah.
Like Devilman, I try to understand.
Yeah.
Astro Boy's a classic, and then just like the OGs that really paved the way.
Yeah.
What is it? The White Lion. What's that one that they had a lawsuit with Disney? Have you heard about this?
No. What the fuck's the White Lion?
It's something. The White Lion. It's an anime that happened back in the day. It's called Kimba the White Lion.
No.
And it was so similar to Lion King that there was a lawsuit that happened where they sued because the idea of the Lion King, is essentially what Kimbo the White Lion is. I'm not kidding. Like it's mad close.
My jaw's kind of open. Josh is showing me just like some rough Google images right now.
From what I've seen, yes.
And
look, that's a character.
They're straight up Wow.
Yeah, can you believe that? So yeah, I've seen some things, and it's like this. It's actually like they were absolutely inspired by Kimba. It's impossible for those things to be just like naturally.
Yeah.
And so it's
Kimba came out first.
Kimba came out way before Lion King. Lion King was like the 90s.
Yeah.
And Kimba was like early 80s. Like around the same time as Unico.
And Disney's trying to sue them?
No, they're trying to sue Disney.
Okay.
And there's a lawsuit, and I think they settled and made money. But I'm not going to say that now because I'm going to look more into it.
Damn.
But,
okay.
Great question, though.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lene. I wanted to chime in when I had Unico pulled up here.
Yes.
So this is so interesting. It came out in 1981 in Japan.
Yes.
And then the next year, before we got it in the U.S.
Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, before we got it in the U.S., in 1982, they got it in Mexico.
Wow.
And then in 83, we got it in America.
About time.
About time, bro. Damn. I never seen Mexico on that region list. So
Love it.
Congrats. All right, Joshy, let's move on here to our next section.
Yes, sir.
Which, as you know, traditionally is Pop Trivia, my man.
Trivia.
And I've got some trivia here for you.
Dude, I'm so excited.
Yeah, man.
We'll see how I do.
Kind of with what I was talking about at the beginning of the show. This is much shorter than I've made the list in the past. I've had trivia that's like 25 questions.
That is very
for
true.
You. But traditionally, also we run these shows pretty late.
That is true.
And I'm pretty tired, so I've got 5 good questions here for you.
Oh, I'm
How's
ready.
That sound?
I'm so ready.
Yeah, sweet. I got some bonus point opportunity here for you too.
I might need them.
But I figured honestly we could probably cap our trivia at like 5 to 10. I'm down. Just some like good questions.
Depending on how we like are.
Yeah, how into the topic we are and how much you're feeling. That's kind of like where my head's at.
That's where I'm at too.
You want to get started?
Let's get it.
Let's go, baby. All right, number 1. Yes. These are all related to the PlayStation Vita, by the way. I made these questions myself. How can you take a screenshot on the PlayStation Vita? Make your best guess there, buddy.
I'm going to say...
And I have a small hint if you need any hints.
I know it has something to do with LNR.
LNR?
I do. Because I took a screenshot. LNA. I took a screenshot of Uncharted Golden Abyss.
Oh, okay.
And I have that as my home screen.
Okay.
And it's like one of the beginning parts of the game, and so I see it every single time.
Yeah. What's your best guess?
I'm going to say pressing start and select and then LNR.
It's much more simple than you think.
Is it?
It's pressing start and the PlayStation button at the same time. That's it.
Damn it.
All right.
Well, it's good that I know that because I've been wanting to take pictures.
Now you know. Yeah, you love pictures and shit, so you can do that with literally anything.
I love them.
On the Vita.
I think I learned that, but I guess I'm a dumbass.
It's all good. I'd have you test it, but she's dead. Know what I'm saying? Number 2, Joshy. Persona 4 Golden is a remaster of a game originally released on which console?
The PS2.
Correct. Nailed it, baby.
Yes, sir.
I had to see how much you're paying attention.
Well, of course.
Number 3. What is required to run 5G on the PlayStation Vita? More specifically, what physical item is required to be inside the Vita?
It's a SIM card.
That's correct. Yeah. You got it, baby. One of those AT&T only SIM cards.
AT&T SIM
which
card.
I think I wrote down and I just skipped over because whatever. But, dude, when they first announced the 3G for the Vita, it was for 256 megabytes of data per month was $15. And if you wanted 2 gigs of data, it was $25 per month. Shit. That was the only 2 plans that AT&T offered on the Vita. Isn't that kind of nuts?
Yeah, it's nuts.
When you can get a whole ass unlimited data smart plan on your watch for $10. Yeah, whatever.
Do you have that, by the way?
On my watch, I do.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, it's nice. It's so nice because I can go out and runs and not bring my phone. Just my AirPods.
I think about that for going to the gym and shit.
Yes,
I wish I could leave my phone in the locker because if I'm going on like a run, I don't want that shit
No, bro. Yeah, there's something very liberating about it.
I agree.
You know? Or running with your Vita.
Hey,
because it can be a music player. So fuck it. Number 4, Joshy. Guerrilla Cambridge is the sister studio to Guerrilla Games, creating the only game in which franchise? It came out on the Vita.
It's a game on the Vita?
Yes.
Is it a game I know?
It is definitely a game you know. I'll rephrase it here. I'll restate it. Okay, Guerrilla Cambridge is a studio. Is the sister studio to Guerrilla Games, creating the only game in which franchise? And I'll further here. Guerrilla Games made every other game in this series besides Guerrilla Cambridge.
It's a long-running series? Have I played it? The series?
You have? You actually played the specific game I'm talking about in Vita.
Really? Huh.
Do you know who makes, do you know what games Guerrilla Games makes?
No.
You know the studio at all?
Let me guess.
Yeah, if you need a hint, I got a hint for you.
Let me take a hint.
Yeah. Hint?
Yeah.
They are currently making Horizon Zero, or the Horizon series. That's what Guerrilla Studios has worked on. So this is an IP right before Horizon.
Is it Little Big Planet?
It's not Little Big Planet.
Wait, no, it's not. I knew that. Because guess what? Tearaway was a Little Big Planet, people.
Oh, it was, huh?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I think I knew that.
Yeah. Can I restart because I just said that because I'm dumb?
Oh, yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, tell me.
I'm going to say...
I'm going to give you a shot here.
Really? And I played it.
You played it.
I definitely
We've talked about it today.
Today?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Damn. Ugh. Damn.
That's tough.
It is tough. I'm just trying to reflect on everything. I don't know.
The answer is Killzone.
Is it Killzone?
It is Killzone.
It didn't say it right here, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like hidden on the back or something.
It says Havoc.
Guerrilla.
No!
There it is, baby.
You fucker.
So, check this out. Guerrilla Games makes the Killzone series. Mm-hmm. So, they made Killzone on, was it PS3? I think it was the Killzone where it started. And then all the way through PS4. And then simultaneous with the PS4 release. Too. I know, it was literally, it was facing you. I didn't want to look at it, give you any hints. But Guerrilla Cambridge is a sister studio that really kind of worked on things that are not Killzone and like extra projects because they're a second party studio of Sony, right? They work directly under what Sony tells them to do.
Right.
So while Guerrilla Games was developing and finishing the first, it was a launch game on PS4, was that Killzone something. Remember it had like the guys on the front, right?
Yeah, of course.
And while the main team was working on that, they wanted a Vita game, but they wanted to put all the guys on the PlayStation on PS4. Wow. So the sister studio of Guerrilla Cambridge actually fully developed that Killzone game.
Well, they did a damn good job.
They did a damn good job.
Really good.
Yeah, man.
Feels official.
Yeah, fucking sick. And now they're kind of like Naughty Dog and Insomniac. They've moved on to
they're doing Horizon.
Bigger things. Yeah, nice. Horizon, right? Which they're actually knocking out of the park.
Yeah.
So. Good on them. I think Horizon's a lot more interesting than Killzone.
Agree.
Personally. Number 5, dude, yes, bro. Yeah, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Number 5, which has bonus points opportunity here, Joshy. I have potentially 4 total points on this question, meaning you can get 1 point for the question in addition to 3 bonus points.
Okay.
All right? So the question is, what are the best-selling Vita games globally in the U.S., in Japan, and in Europe? Make your best guess. And you can do them in any order you want. If you want to save the global for last, you can do that. But I want the best-selling Vita game.
Isn't globally Persona 4?
Persona 4?
Didn't we say that?
No. We said the best rated.
Rated?
Yes. This is based on units sold alone. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and my hint to you is that each region is a different game.
Okay.
Yeah.
KKK. I shouldn't have said that.
It's okay.
KKK.
Yeah. It's from my hometown anyway, so we're fine.
Shit.
That's so funny.
That is horrible. I'm going to say best-selling Vita games. Okay, I'm going to go. I'm going to say Persona 4 for Japan.
You are correct. You're correct with that, baby. You already got 1 point there.
Really? Okay. I'll take the 1. Say for America. I'm saying Uncharted.
You were incorrect.
Damn it.
on that one.
What was it?
It is Call of Duty Black Ops Declassified.
I should have guessed.
It's actually ridiculous because of the 3 lists. The U.S. has the highest sales, and so Black Ops is a better seller than Persona 4 Golden in Japan.
That's wild.
And in the European game.
Wow. And the European game?
Yeah,
do I know it?
What do you think? You definitely do. And you're going to be happy when you hear it.
Definitely. Is it Tearaway?
It's not Tearaway.
Fuck!
Yeah, I'll let you make one more guess, though. Yeah, I'm not going to give you any more hints, though.
I'm going to be happy. It's Uncharted.
It sure is.
Let's go.
Yes, sir, baby.
Yeah.
So we got Uncharted for Europe.
Yes. What's the last one?
Which was, I'll give you some units here. Actually, I'll give you all the units at the end.
Yeah,
so we have Uncharted for Europe. We have Call of Duty for the US. And we have Persona 4 Golden for Japan. One of these is the global leader.
What do you think that is?
It's one of those.
It's one of those 3 games.
I'm going to say Call of Duty.
Incorrect.
Damn it.
My friend.
Was Uncharted?
It is Uncharted.
Damn it. That does make me happy, though.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I was happy when I saw that, too.
I was going to say that because I wasn't going to be happy saying Call of Duty.
No, I was very, very displeased to see it at the top. I mean, like, not shocked, but kind of shocked because, like, what? Does that mean, like, all the people who, like, were advocates for how much the Vita sucked, basically, all bought Call of Duty for it?
Makes
because
sense.
You know what I mean? Like, whatever, it's weird.
Yeah.
But check out these numbers. This is crazy.
I'll take it.
So, Persona 4 Golden in Japan had 300,000 units. Uncharted Golden Abyss in Europe had 370,000 units. And then in the US, Call of Duty had 440,000 fucking units. Right? Which is still, that's so mind-boggling to me, you know? And then globally, so this is honestly the biggest shocker for me. This is the best-selling Vita game with Uncharted, and it sold 1.2 million.
Wow.
But compare that to, like, Breath of the Wild, Mario Wonder.
Even Tears of the Kingdom already.
That's what I mean. Who, like, Mario Wonder, Tears of the Kingdom, they did, like, 8 times that number in one fucking week.
Facts, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Well, incredible.
Yeah,
I'll
very
say.
incredible.
I love the Vita.
Fuck yeah, baby.
Even though it didn't sell as well.
Well, Joshy, you got 6 out of 5 points, my friend. So good fucking job.
I'll take that.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
fucking go.
Let's fucking go, baby.
That's
Joshy, you know what comes next, brother?
Yes.
We got to have a message for you, myself, and everyone out there before I send you all on your way this week. Because we have some weekly wisdom featuring Iroh, my friend. And I found the music you wanted me to put in, so I'm going to put that in this week. Yeah.
Let's go.
For the Iroh music. Yes, sir. I'm also thinking about reaching out to my sound guy, Brad, and having him make us a song for the trivia.
Dude.
We can just have kind of like in the background.
Yeah.
You know, a little like low-key, little like Vita
that would
menu-esque
be so
vibe.
tough.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I agree.
So for Weekly Wisdom featuring Iroh, we have these words this week. We have, there is energy all around us. The energy is both yin and yang, positive energy and negative energy. Only a select few firebenders can separate these energies. This creates an imbalance. The energy wants to restore balance, and at the moment the positive and negative energy comes crashing back together, you provide release and guidance, creating lightning.
That's him teaching him lightning.
Yeah. I got chills saying it. I'm not kidding, because
so good.
It brings me back to that moment, and like Iroh is so collected and calm and just trying. It's obvious by this point that his nephew is like really what he's looking out for more than anything.
Absolutely.
And Zuko thinks he's got to figure it out, and he thinks his uncle is just being a lazy old fart, and he won't teach him how to bend lightning. You know, and he hits him with all of this and how intricate something as simple as bending lightning can seem, but it's so much deeper, and it's all about the balance within yourself.
Completely agree.
You know?
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
I love him. I love Iroh. I love him so much.
I fucking love you, bro.
I love you, man.
But with that being said, Joshy, we are about to wrap up episode 14 of the Flash Bros podcast. Thank you for joining me this week, brother, on the PlayStation Vita.
Thank you. I didn't know what it was going to be, and I'm happy with what it was.
Fuck yeah. Are you satisfied with this episode?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah, baby.
I got to finally talk about Tearaway.
Yes, dude. No, I'm glad. And if I see it on the Retro Recap, I'll be sure to add that on there for you, because you're in. Please. This is a wrap, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us this week for the Flash Bros podcast. I just want to plug one more time, if you want to get involved, we've got our website, which is patreon.com/flashbrospodcast. You can also email us, flashbrospodcast@gmail.com. And we are so grateful for anything you guys have to add to this show and to our lives.
That's right.
So we fucking love you guys.
We fucking love you so much. And hey, we're thankful for you.
So grateful.
Thankful.
It is Thanksgiving, my friend.
It is.
Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, Joshy.
Yes.
And we will see you all next week, man.
Hey, we'll see you all next week. Bright and early, right?
Bright and early, baby.
Right,
get good rest.
Get a beautiful rest.
Good night.
Good night.